A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
WRR Dallas.
Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. As after midnight he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff at his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts the shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlights. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlights phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long. Oh,
my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Oh, hurt it in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Ed, your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to the trouble.
There's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all right.
Put down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to this side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. Good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call, this arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see. We'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, hurry, please. Well, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda? That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through a court and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got to
Shut
go.
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
It's pretty big.
It's the sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave police calls?
Yes?
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now, you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now, there, I've opened the door. Now, get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Blocks all junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the gentleman killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn
of
it
the
off.
ward.
Now you to know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. This will make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen and you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Ah, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end on In a Sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Well, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh. I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you'll leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh!
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going. Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. All right, that's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda. What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblocks. Oh, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop? Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white-shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. So you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
You've got some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I've found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or are you going to make me open all the doors to find her?
No. That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Oh, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. So let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now give me the key. Thank you. Now we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
No, mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked. Judy wouldn't have much of a chance.
Oh, no!
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning.
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry. Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head. Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. There, that's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer him.
Good morning, Miss Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Here, you can put them on the table there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello.
Do you have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, that's...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay, you win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Thank heaven.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You looked like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
That a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. Oh, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Good evening, creeps. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse invites you to listen to Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Come on out, Mr. Host.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. Well, been shopping around for a nice case of murder? Of course you have. And you've come to the right place because the characters on this program simply kill themselves to keep you amused. Why, only the other day we were accused of making murder our business. But we wouldn't do that, friend. Oh, no. Because that would be mixing business with pleasure. And we consider it a pleasure to give some stiff for business. And now, friends, tonight's story is a triangle tale concerning a man, a woman, and a murderer. You've heard it said that those who laugh last laugh best. But we're going to prove that it never pays to get into a laughing contest with a ghost. Because ghosts always get the last laugh.
I know he's dead. Body's been in the grave for weeks. Yet, although I tell myself it's impossible, I can hear him laugh. That raucous, mocking sound haunts me. Same laugh I heard for the first time in the courtroom. He had never laughed during all the weeks of the trial. Never even smiled. But this day, when he came before me for sentencing.
John Spencer, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. You wish to make a statement before sentence is imposed?
I killed Hicks. I'm willing to admit it now. But he was no good. He got just what he deserved. And everybody knows it. I'm not a killer. I never committed a crime before. And all I ask now is a chance.
John Spencer, the jury took all that into consideration when it recommended life imprisonment. However, I have the power to ignore that recommendation. It is my firm conviction that to allow one man to take the law into his own hands is to encourage others to do likewise. I therefore override the recommendation of the jury and sentence you to be hung by the neck until dead.
No. Judge, please. I've got a girl. We were going to be married. All I ask is to live so I can see her once in a while.
You should have thought of that before you committed murder.
It's easy for you to tell me what I should have done. But you won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. When that happens, I hope they throw the book at you just like you're doing to me.
Bailiff, remove the prisoner.
Won't I be laughing when that happens? Wherever I am, I'll be laughing fit to burst.
Same old story. Prisoner pleads innocence or guilty with good cause. Asks mercy. When clemency is refused, condemned man curses judge and hopes that judge will someday find himself in a similar plight. Spencer's outburst failed to move me in the slightest. I'd heard it many times before. I went home to forget about the Spencer case.
Richard? Is that you, Richard?
Yes, dear. I'll come in as soon as I've freshened up.
Come right now. I've been waiting here all day. Surely it's not too much to ask to just...
All right, Laura, I'm coming.
Richard, I want you to meet my new nurse, Margaret Cummings. This is Judge Thornton that's coming.
How do you do?
Miss Cummings, haven't we met before?
Well, that's hardly likely. It's probably my face. It's so ordinary.
On the contrary, Miss Cummings. I should say your face is rather unusual.
Richard, suppose you stop that silly chatter about faces and talk to Miss Cummings about her duty.
Very well. Come into my study, Miss Cummings. We can talk better there. Sit down, please. There's not much to say, really. In the first place, my wife's heart condition isn't really dangerous.
Yes, I gathered that from Dr. Fletcher.
Oh, he told you about my wife, eh?
Oh, yes.
You're a professional person, nurse, and I believe in frankness. It makes things easier. My wife is 11 years my senior, getting on past middle age. She is a bit worried. Not that I give her any grounds for it. Jealous. You understand?
Perfectly.
She's not an easy person to get along with. You'll have to humor her.
I'll do my best.
And, Miss Cummings.
Yes.
I was just wondering where it was that I saw you before. Escapes me. You know, Miss Cummings, your face is rather haunting. That was how it began. We played a game during those first few weeks. I would ask, Miss Cummings, where was it that I first saw you?
Don't you remember yet?
No, I don't.
Well, I do. And someday, if you're nice, I'll tell you.
We would laugh together. Having the girl in the house made me feel young again. But it didn't last. It ended one evening in Laura's room.
Richard.
Yes, dear.
Put down that newspaper. I want to talk to you.
I'm listening.
Don't you think you're going a bit too far, Richard?
Too far? What do you mean?
I mean Miss Cummings.
Oh.
I won't stand for it. I won't allow you to disgrace me in my own home with a woman who's little more than a servant.
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake.
I may be a bedridden invalid, but there is a limit.
You're jumping to ridiculous conclusions, Laura.
Ridiculous, am I? I suppose you'll deny you're in love with Miss Cummings, that you've been carrying on with her right under my nose.
Certainly I'll deny it.
I've got eyes, Richard. I've seen you two whispering together. I've watched how you look.
Oh, you're talking utter nonsense. There's nothing between me and Miss Cummings.
Nothing?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, then, I'll give you a chance to prove what you say. I don't want Miss Cummings here. Dismiss her.
You want me to dismiss her?
Yes, Richard. I do.
Miss Cummings, well, this is going to be rather unpleasant. You see my wife?
Yes, I know. She wants me to leave.
Yes. How did you know?
I couldn't help overhearing the conversation.
Well, then you also know why she wants you to leave.
Yes. But you warned me when I first came here that she was jealous.
It's been very pleasant having you here.
Thank you.
I'm going to miss you. Miss Cummings, could I have your home address?
Of course. Why do you want it?
I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but, well, perhaps we might be able to see each other.
Would that be wise?
No, it wouldn't be wise. But I might as well face it. I couldn't hide it from Laura, and now I can't hide it from myself. I love you, Miss Cummings. That matter hurt Spencer's laugh for the first time since the day in the courtroom. I set it down as a figment of the imagination born out of a feeling of guilt due to my disloyalty to Laura. I put it out of my mind. I had other things to think about. The slip of paper with Margaret Cummings' address on it was in my pocket. A dozen times during the next week I picked the telephone to call her, but something held me back. It was fear, I guess. Fear that if I saw her again, I would be taking a final, irrevocable step. And then I couldn't stand it any longer without seeing her. I dialed her number.
Hello?
Is that you, Margaret?
Yes, who is this?
This is Richard.
Richard?
Judge Thornton.
Oh, hello. How are you? It's been so long I thought you'd forgotten me.
There's little chance of that. Could I see you tonight, Margaret?
Why, yes, of course. Come over as soon as you like.
I dressed carefully. Examining myself in the mirror, I saw a tall man, still on the right side of 50. Still trim in figure and distinguished in appearance. When I got to Margaret's apartment, my heart was beating fast. Like a boy on his first date. Somehow, I don't know quite how it happened. She was in my arms. I was kissing her.
Oh, Richard.
My darling.
Oh, no, we're being foolish.
Sit down, darling. Here, beside me.
Like this?
That's perfect. Margaret. Would you marry me?
Mary, you can't be serious.
I was never more in earnest in my life.
Aren't you forgetting a little detail?
No. I'm not forgetting about Laura. She has a weak heart. She may die. And if she does...
I wouldn't count on it. Your wife takes very good care of herself. She may live to be 100.
But if she should die, would you marry me?
I don't know. It's not fair to ask me now. Not while your wife is still alive. Ask me later.
Oh, Richard. Did you have a pleasant evening at the club?
I didn't go to the club, Laura.
No.
No. I lied to you. I spent the evening with Margaret Cummings.
Richard.
You were right. I'm in love with her. I never knew what love meant before. I can't live without her.
You're mad. You don't know what you're saying.
I want a divorce, Laura.
Divorce? No.
I want it immediately.
You can't do this to me. Oh, my heart.
What?
Now see what you've done.
Laura.
Oh, the shock. My pills, Richard. Give them to me. Hurry. Hurry, Richard.
I knew she was pretending the heart attack.
Oh.
Hoping to play on my sympathy. That was Laura's favorite trick. It always worked before. Not this time. This time I would pretend until I was ready to act. I gave her the pills, watched her take them and sink back on the pillow.
Oh. Thank you, Richard.
Feel better now?
Yes, dear, much better. I don't know what I'd have done without you here. I would have died. Oh, Richard, say you didn't mean what you said before. Don't you see I couldn't go on living without you?
You won't have to, Laura.
Then you won't leave me for that girl.
I'll take care of you. Here, let me make you more comfortable. Pillow needs rearranging.
Yes, it does. Richard, what are you doing?
I'm fixing the pillow.
I don't want to say.
Lie still. Stop twisting around. This isn't much different from a heart attack. Laura? She's dead. Dr. Fletcher?
Yes?
This is Judge Thornton. Please come quickly, Doctor. My wife has had a heart attack.
It happened during an argument.
It was nothing important, Doctor. Just a domestic quarrel. And suddenly she had the attack. I gave her the pills, but by that time it was too late.
It's too bad.
I'd only known that her condition had become so dangerous.
Oh, Judge, you've nothing to reproach yourself for. These things happen.
Will you take care of the formalities, Doctor?
Oh, yes, of course.
The death certificate?
I'll list the cause as failure of the heart.
There was no need to act the part of the stricken husband after Dr. Fletcher left. I stood looking down at Laura's body. She was dead. And Dr. Fletcher's certificate would clear me of any suspicion of murder. I was free. Free to marry Margaret. I walked to Margaret's apartment that night. The street was dark. Empty. I had the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. Followed. And then I heard footsteps behind me. I hurried my pace. And the man behind me did likewise. Frightened as I was, I decided to stop and confront the follower. He came toward me. His face and figure shadowy in the dark. What do you want? Why are you following me?
You ought to know, Judge Thornton.
Who are you? Come closer so I can... Spencer. John Spencer. It can't be. You're dead.
Dead, am I? Well, you ought to know, Judge.
Now, take it easy, mister. Take it easy. Now, just tell me what happened.
I was being followed, officer. So I turned around to see who it was.
And did you see who it was?
Yes. And that's why I fainted. The man following me was a dead man.
He was, what's that?
The man following me is dead.
I know he's dead, officer.
I ask her on you, Wayne. You're crazy.
I had intended to tell Margaret that Laura was dead. I meant to ask her to marry me. But the encounter on the street drove those thoughts out of my mind. Arriving at her apartment, I went directly to the window and looked out. And there, across the street, leaning against the wall, I saw John Spencer.
Richard, I'm insulted.
What?
You didn't kiss me. You haven't even said hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. That man across the street, he can't be real. And yet, if he isn't...
What man, Richard?
Don't you see him?
No, there's no one across the street.
He was there a moment ago. I turned my head to talk to you, and now he's gone.
Darling, you're trembling. You must be sick.
Don't look at me like that.
Richard, what's the matter?
I guess I am sick. I'd better go and have a talk with Dr. Fletcher.
Yes, I remember the Spencer case very well, Judge Thornton. You could have spared Spencer's life, but didn't. And now you imagine that he follows you?
Yes.
But the man is dead.
Then it was his ghost that followed me. His ghost I spoke to. His ghost that laughs.
There are no ghosts, Judge Thornton. With one exception. The ghosts we carry about inside us.
What do you mean?
Well, these things you hear and see, these are hallucinations brought on by feelings of guilt. Spencer's been dead for weeks. So the question is, why should you experience guilt feelings at this late date?
I don't know.
Well, psychiatry has an explanation. Quite often in such cases, one refuses to face the guilt object and transfers his guilt feelings to some other person.
What are you driving at?
I'm suggesting that your guilt feelings are not caused by the Spencer incident. And I'm going to ask you a blunt question. Did you murder your wife?
Why, of all the idiots...
Now, just a moment, Judge. Just a moment. I've been rather uneasy about the circumstances of Mrs. Thornton's death.
But you yourself diagnosed it as a heart attack.
I accepted what you told me that night. A superficial examination of the body did indicate such a conclusion, yes, but your wife's cardiac condition was mild. Now, your guilt feelings lead me to suspect...
This murder talk is ridiculous. Were there any signs of struggle, any marks of violence? Of course not.
Mrs. Thornton might have been suffocated.
Oh, nonsense.
Perhaps. At any rate, I intend to recommend to the coroner that an autopsy be performed.
An autopsy?
Yes, it would determine whether or not death was due to suffocation. You should have no objection if I am mistaken.
You meddling fool.
Judge Thornton, put down that paper.
You are so clever.
Stay away from me.
I've gone too far now to stop at another. I lost my head. I should have agreed to the autopsy. That would have given me a day or two in which to plan my escape. But now, as things were, it would be only a matter of hours before Fletcher's body was discovered. My thoughts twisted and turned in panic.
Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. Won't I be laughing when that happens? Wherever I am, I'll be laughing fit to bust.
I ran like a frightened child. I needed help, and there was no one to turn to. Margaret. She loved me. She'd help me. I went to Margaret and told her what had happened.
You killed your wife.
For you. So we could be married.
And then Dr. Fletcher.
I had to kill her, Margaret. He was going to recommend an autopsy.
Why did you come here?
We've got to run away. We still have an hour or two. If we could charter a plane to Canada or Mexico.
What makes you think I'd run away with you?
I thought you loved me.
Don't be stupid. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Margaret, you can't mean it.
Can't I? Just watch me.
Margaret, listen before you pick up that phone. Even if you don't love me, even if you won't go away with me, give me a chance. Have mercy.
You make me laugh. Judge Thornton, who never gave anybody else a break, pleading for mercy. Well, turn around and ask the man behind you for mercy.
That's right.
Spencer. John Spencer.
Take another look, Judge.
No, you're not John Spencer. There's a resemblance, but you're not John Spencer.
I'm his brother.
You're the man that was following me.
That's right.
I was tricked. Led on by Margaret to kill my wife, and forced by you to betray myself to Dr. Fletcher.
But why? Why, Margaret? Why did you do this?
For revenge.
Revenge?
Yes. The first day I came to your house, you thought my face was familiar. Well, now I'll tell you where it was that you first saw me. It was in the courtroom at John Spencer's trial.
Courtroom? Yes. Yes.
Yes. Remember how he begged for mercy? He told you he had a girl, that he was engaged to be married, and you could have given him his life. But you sentenced him to his death.
Were you the girl?
Yes.
Spencer. Did he know about this?
All this was his plan. His revenge. Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. I want to report a murder. Yes, that's right, a murder. Tell them it's very important to get here as soon as they can.
I'm waiting now for the police to come. For the trial. For the sentence, which I know will be death. As I wait, my thoughts go back to the courtroom.
You won't always be on top. Maybe someday you'll be down here where I am. And when that happens, I'll be laughing.
Well, Judge Thornton certainly misjudged Margaret Cummings, which was a grave mistake. Why, he didn't have the ghost of a chance with her. She double-crossed him right into the graveyard. Oh, a word of caution. If you must commit a murder, be sure to select the proper weapon. I suggest a sharp-edged axe, because it provides you with a handy alibi. When the police want to know why you did it, you can claim the killing was accidental.
Well, good night, and thank you, Poison Puss, for your Inner Sanctum story, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, creep. Good night. Sleep tight.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Joseph Cotton, Mercedes McCambridge. Production, Spellbound. Director, Alfred Hitchcock.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now, our host narrator for tonight, the distinguished director of Spellbound, the master of suspense, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Alfred Hitchcock. The prime desire of any motion picture maker is to entertain his audience. But occasionally an idea is presented that can prove to be both entertaining and instructive. When we achieve such a wedding of qualities, we feel we really have something. And this was the case in the story you are about to hear. Spellbound was the first motion picture to deal with psychoanalysis, the method by which modern science treats the emotional problems of the sane. The analyst seeks only to induce the patient to talk about his hidden problems, to open the locked doors of his mind. Once the complexes that are disturbing the patient are uncovered and interpreted, the illness and confusion of the patient disappear. and the devils of unreason are driven from the human soul. To portray the roles of Dr. Edwards and Dr. Constance Peterson, we are indeed fortunate to have Mr. Joseph Cotton and Miss Mercedes McCambridge. And now the first act of Spellbound, which begins in the office of Dr. Constance Peterson, a psychiatrist on the staff of Green Manors in Vermont.
Dr. Peterson, I've been watching your work for 6 months. It's brilliant, but lifeless. There's no intuition in it. Your lack of human and emotional experience is bad for you as a doctor, and fatal for you as a woman.
Dr. Fleurot, I've heard that argument from a number of amorous psychiatrists who all wanted to make a better doctor of me.
Oh, yes, but I've got a much better argument. I'm terribly fond of you.
Why?
Well, for one, you're beautiful.
If you please, I'd prefer it if you removed your arm from round my waist.
Constance, you're not a textbook. You're a sweet, pulsing, adorable woman. Underneath. I sense it every time I come near you.
You sense only your own desires and pulsations. I assure you, mine in no way resemble them. And now, Doctor, I'm very busy. If you'd care to, why don't you report your observations of me to our new Chief of Staff, Dr. Edwards? I understand we're to meet him at lunch. 20 years of loyalty and tireless effort. It's hard to imagine Green Manors without you, Dr. Murchison. This institution could never have a finer chief of staff.
Thank you, Constance. But the old must make way for the new.
When are you leaving?
In a few weeks. Oh, here we are. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? Dr. Edwards, may I present Dr. Constance Peterson.
How do you do? Would you be seated?
Thank you, Doctor.
I've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Peterson.
And naturally, I have about you. You're younger than I thought you would be.
My age hasn't caught up with me yet.
I gather it won't. I read your Labyrinth of the Guilt Complex. It's an excellent work.
I'm very grateful. Dr. Murchison has been kind enough to show me over the grounds. Green Manors is a remarkable institution. Must be quite beautiful in the summer.
Yes, it offers various open-air diversions for our patients. Did Dr. Murchison show you the elm grove?
Oh, yes.
That's where we hope to have our new swimming pool. That is, with your permission.
Well, you have it. I'm a great believer in swimming pools.
Splendid. There's a perfect spot for it, among the elms. Not an oblong pool, but an irregular one. Something like this. Look, I'll draw the outline with my fork.
Stop it.
What? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Now, don't ever do that again.
Well, all I did was draw these lines.
Waiter, get this tablecloth off immediately and replace it with another right now.
I'm sorry if I've done anything.
Hurry, waiter.
Oh, yes, sir. If I'd known that.
Well, forgive me.
It's all right. Reminds me of my professor in psychiatry, Dr. Bullock. He could never stand a sauce bottle on the table, or even a salt shaker. Odd, this thing called human behavior. Dr. Edwards, you sent me a note to come to your office immediately.
Oh, yes. I've been listening to Mr. Gomes, and I thought you might help out. He's your patient.
But Mr. Gomes shouldn't have disturbed you.
It's all right. I'm very interested in his case.
Yes, I knew you would be. He fits perfectly into your chapters on the guilt complex.
But I have no guilt complex. I know what I know. I killed my father
No, you didn't kill your father. It's a misconception that has taken hold of you. Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. You were talking to him.
No. Go on.
Mr. Gomes, people often feel guilty over something that they never did. It usually goes back to their childhood. And then they grow up with a guilt complex over a sin that was only a child's bad dream.
What I'm thinking isn't true, then?
No. And in the course of analyzing yourself, you will see that.
Good day, Doctor.
Okay.
I think we'd better put him under drugs for a few days. He looks agitated.
His conviction is curious.
But you've encountered such cases very often, Dr. Edwards. You describe them perfectly in your book.
Yes, I did. Would you mind doing me a favor?
Not at all, Doctor.
I have a headache. I'd like to take the afternoon off with you.
Oh, but I have...
Please. I need a little fresh air, and you look as though it might do you a little bit of good. Come on, let's go. We'll look at some sane trees, normal grass, and clouds without complexes.
I think the greatest harm done the human race has been done by the poets.
Well, poets are dull boys, most of them, but not especially fiendish.
They keep filling people's heads with delusions about love, writing about it as if it were a symphony orchestra or a flight of angels.
Which it isn't. Come on, duck under this fence.
All right. No, of course it isn't. People fall in love, as they put it, because they respond to certain hair coloring or vocal tones or mannerisms that remind them of their parents.
Sometimes for no reason at all.
Oh, but that's not the point. The point is that people read about love as one thing, and they experience it as another. They expect kisses to be like lyrical poems, and embraces to be like Shakespearean dramas.
When they find out differently, then they get sick and have to be analyzed.
Yes, very often.
Professor, you are suffering from mogo on the go-go.
I beg your pardon.
Now, don't mind me. I only say that to my best friends.
Well, thank you, sir.
Let's sit down here. It seems to be the most likely spot to relax and eat. Ever picnic here before?
Yes, I've picnicked here. Alone.
Well, that doesn't sound like very much fun.
I haven't gone in for fun, as you call it. Look at those mountains. Just look at them. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
It's perfect. Perfect.
Constance?
Oh, it's you, Dr. Murchison. Thanks for giving my patient, Mr. Grimes, a sedative this afternoon. I'm very sorry that I wasn't there.
Nonsense. Just so long as you and Dr. Edwards had a good time. I see Dr. Edwards is a night owl, too. There's a light shining from under his door. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Yes?
I saw your light, Dr. Edwards, and I...
Oh, come in.
I didn't realize it was quite so late. What I was going to say was that I was going to read your new book. I'd like to discuss it with you. I never have discussed an author's work with him before. Of course, at school we had several literary professors, but then that was quite different. I sound rather nervous, don't I?
No, not at all.
I thought I wanted to discuss your book with you. I'm amazed at the subterfuge. I don't want to discuss it at all.
I understand.
Quite remarkable to discover that one isn't what one thought one was. I mean, I've always been entirely aware of what was in my mind.
And you're not now?
This is quite ridiculous. It was stupid of me to come in here like a distracted child.
You're very lovely.
Well, please don't talk that way. You'll think I came in to hear that.
I know why you came in.
Why?
Because something has happened to us.
But it doesn't happen like that in one day.
Happens in a moment sometimes. I felt it this afternoon. It was like lightning striking. It strikes rarely.
I don't understand how it happened. Oh, my darling. Darling, what is it? Why are you staring at me like that?
It's not you. It's something about your robe.
My robe? I don't understand.
Forgive me. Something struck me. I've been having a rather bad time with my nerves lately. Your robe, I mean the dark lines.
Oh, but you're ill.
No, I'll be all right. Hello? Yes, Dr. Edwards. Yes? Where is he? I'll be there right away. Mr. Garms has run amok. He's tried to murder a nurse and then cut his own throat. He's in surgery.
Pulse 140.
How is he? How is he?
His pulse is going down, Dr. Edwards.
Step aside, Dr. Murchison.
What's that?
Why are the lights out in the corridor?
What do you mean?
It's dark. That's why Mr. Garms did it, because the lights are out. And put them on. And the doors and lock them. You can't keep people in cells.
Edwards,
Get away from me, you fools, babbling about guilt complexes. What do you know about them? He did it. He told me. He killed his father. Now put on the lights, quick. It's dark. Dark. Go.
Yes. He's in complete collapse.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
There. Curious, Constance. Didn't look like a heart case.
No. A shock of some sort. Probably brought on by... Oh, I wonder.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we're not asking you to try a new or unproved method, for there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge.
The answer to Constance's wonderment came to her as she sat at Dr. Edwards' bedside. The autographed signature of Dr. Edwards on the title page of his book did not match that of the note he had written to her earlier in the day, asking her to come to his office. Clearly the man before her was not Dr. Edwards.
Who are you?
What do you mean?
You're not Dr. Edwards. I can prove it. There's no good denying it. Who are you?
Yes, I remember now. Edwards is dead. I killed him and took his place. I'm someone else. I don't know who. I killed him, Edwards.
Easy now. Lie back on your pillow.
All right. I have no memory. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing nothing but the mirror, yet the image is there. I know it. I know it's there. I exist. I'm there. How can a man lose his name, his memory, and everything he's ever known and still talk like this as if he were quite sane? Are you afraid of me?
No. You're ill. Loss of memory isn't a difficult problem.
Yes, I know. Amnesia, a trick of the mind for remaining sane. You remain sane by forgetting something too horrible to remember. You put the horrible thing behind a closed door.
We have to open the door.
And I know what's behind the door. Murder.
No. That's a delusion you've acquired out of your illness. Will you answer me truthfully? And will you trust me?
I trust you. But it's no use. I can't think. I don't know who I am. I don't know.
When did you have your first doubt that you might not be Edwards?
I don't remember. Oh, yes. Yes, when I was in the hotel room packing to come here, I found a cigarette case in my coat and frightened me. It had the initials J.B. on it. When I saw them in the hotel room, they made my head ache.
They're probably your initials.
J.B.
So now you must sleep. I think when you wake up, you'll be able to tell me more. I'll come in the morning. Good night now. And sleep.
Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons, the most important being that I love you. When the police step in, tell them I am at the Empire State Hotel in New York. I prefer to wait alone for the end. Goodbye, J.B.
He's not in his room. He's escaped.
Please, Sheriff, it's 5 a.m. You'll wake the patients.
Sorry, Dr. Peterson. Seems to me somebody might have known what the real Edwards looked like. You never saw him, Dr. Murchison?
No, I never met him.
Well, it's my contention that he killed the real Dr. Edwards.
There can be no question of it. He killed Dr. Edwards and then took his place in order to conceal his crime.
Dr. Peterson, didn't he tell you anything about himself? You were with him for quite some time after his collapse in the operating room.
No. He was unable to speak coherently.
You don't seem very surprised to learn that this man was a fake and maybe guilty of murder.
I thought his collapse was due to mental strain.
That's a funny diagnosis for a fellow who's supposed to have just come from a vacation.
I made no medical diagnosis. I was shocked to see him collapse, and I didn't think beyond that.
You have no idea where he might have gone?
No.
Well, I'd better get back to my office and spread the alarm.
Constance, I found this letter under your bedroom door.
Oh?
I didn't call it to the attention of the sheriff. I thought perhaps it might be something personal.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Murchison. Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons. The most important being that I love you. Operator, the airport, please.
Constance, why are you here?
Really? Signing your name, John Brown, on the register. Not much imagination for an alias.
You shouldn't have come here to New York. You don't owe me anything.
I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to take care of you and cure you. And I'm going to stay with you until that happens.
But you can't help hide a criminal. I won't let you be stupid about it.
I couldn't bear it away from you. I had to come. And I'll rent a room on this floor. And I'm here as your doctor only. It has nothing to do with love.
Darling.
Nothing at all. Try remembering. Let your mind go back to your childhood. Was it happy? Whom did you know in your childhood?
I'm wanted, but I can't see by what it's no use.
You lived somewhere. You had a mother. You were loved. You had friends.
I can't remember anything except that I love you.
If we can unlock one tiny memory, it will give us the key to all the others.
No. The only thing that comes to the mind that I keep thinking of over and over is the logic of the situation.
What logic?
That it was I who was with Edwards. Look what it says in the paper.
No trace of Dr. Edwards has been found since he left the Cumberland Resort in the company of his supposed patient. Do you remember that?
No.
Then why do you believe that you were with him?
Because wherever we went, I came back with his identity. I wouldn't have come back as Dr. Edwards if I hadn't known he was dead, and how would I have known that he was dead if I hadn't been with him when he died?
Were you?
I don't remember, but logically I know that I must have been, and logically I also know why the body hasn't been found. Because it was hidden by me.
But don't you see? You're imagining all of this. You call yourself names. You insist without proof that you're a murderer. Oh, you know what that is, don't you? Whoever you are, that's a guilt complex that speaks for you. It's a guilt fantasy that goes way back to your childhood.
No, I think you're quite mad. You're much crazier than I to do all this for a creature without a name, to run off with a pair of initials. What could that be?
Oh, I know. It's the bellhop. I ordered the later editions of the paper. Thank you.
What's the matter?
We have to leave here.
Why?
Story in the paper. Police hunt Dr. Constance Peterson, believed aiding madman wanted in Edwards mystery. My picture's right below it. The room clerk will recognize it. We've got to go quickly. We can't back.
Where? Where can we go?
Rochester. Rochester, New York.
By the way, why are we going to Rochester?
We're going to visit Dr. Bruloff.
Oh, the fellow who doesn't like sauce bottles.
He was my analyst. He psychoanalyzed me.
Really? Well, what was wrong with you?
All analysts have to be psychoanalyzed by other analysts before they start practicing.
Oh, that's to make sure they're not crazy.
Apparently, the mind is never too ill to make jokes about psychoanalysis.
I'm sorry, I'm a pig.
No, I am, really. I keep forgetting you're a patient.
So do I. When I hold you like this, I feel entirely well. Darling, will you love me just as much when I'm normal?
Oh, I'll be insane about you.
Oh, I am normal. We're alone here in this compartment. There's nothing wrong with me that a nice, long kiss wouldn't cure.
Well, I've never treated a guilt complex like this before. No, look, let's stop and pick up where we left off.
Pick up what?
Try to recall the first moment you thought you were Edwards.
Darling, I have a confession to make.
I'm listening.
As a doctor, you irritate me. I sit here swooning with love, and then suddenly you ask me a question, and I don't like you anymore.
No.
Do you have to sit there smiling at me like some smug, know-it-all schoolteacher?
I can't help smiling. That's what happens in analysis. As the doctor begins to uncover the truth in a patient, said patient develops a fine, hearty hatred of said doctor. Oh, you're going to hate me a great deal before we're through.
And you're going to like that?
As a scientist, yes.
Well, if I should happen to biff you one, you'll consider it a sort of diploma?
Yes, but don't biff too high.
Oh, darling. Darling, I love you. Come close to me.
No, not now, really. I think we should go on with our investigation.
Oh.
We have some new facts to work with.
Oh, what
now.
facts?
You're a doctor. You were in an accident.
How do you know I was in an accident?
Your arm and forearm are burned. And you were in Rome.
I was never in Rome in my life.
You were either there or going there because in a moment of stress you mentioned Rome. Now think of Rome.
Yeah.
Maybe Rome, Italy. When did you go to Rome? What did you do in Rome? Think. Think.
The train, the railroad ties rushing by.
Think.
Yes. I remember something. Fighter planes spotted us.
You were flying.
Transport, medical corps over Rome, headed north.
What happened?
They hit us. Caught fire. A uniform burned, bailed out.
What else?
I don't know. It blacks out.
You left the army.
Yes, probably deserted. I hated it. I hated killing. I can remember that much.
Your guilt fantasies were obviously inflamed by your duties as a soldier.
Stop it. Babbling like some phony King Solomon. You sit there full of half-witted double talk that makes no sense. If there's anything I hate, it's a smug woman.
Please, darling. We're just beginning. Don't biff too hard yet.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music at all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it is like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features. AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than the comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, will continue in just a moment, after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and guest narrator Alfred Hitchcock.
Succeeding 6 hours on the train for Constance and J.B. or John Brown, or whatever an amnesia victim can name himself, was a series of questions and evasive answers. Relentlessly, Constance fought to reach the depths of his memory, but it was a losing battle. It was like a pygmy facing a giant, and J.B. was the giant. They reached the home of Dr. Brulov in Rochester.
I worked with Dr. Brulov as his assistant for almost a year, right here in this house. He got me the post at Green Manors. You like Alex?
I doubt that. One psychoanalyst in my hair is enough. What are you going to tell him?
That we're on a honeymoon?
Oh, Doctor, you think of the most wonderful prescriptions.
Alex!
Who is it, please? Oh, my old friend. Come in, please.
Alex, this is...
One moment, please. There's company here. Lieutenant Detective Cooley.
How do you do?
The lieutenant is persecuting me. I just told him I know nothing about Dr. Edwards.
But yesterday you had some theory.
Constance.
Steady.
I already have explained that if Edwards took along with him on vacation a paranoid patient, he was a bigger fool than I ever knew he was. It is the same as playing with a loaded gun. Good night now. It is late and my friends are here.
Sorry to have bothered you, Doctor. Good night, ma'am. Good night, sir.
Good night.
What do you suppose they're snooping around me for? The next thing, they'll give me a third degree.
Alex, I'm so glad to see you. I was going to write you, but it all happened so suddenly. I got married.
Who's married?
Alex, my husband. John Brown.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, officially. So you're married. I congratulate you and wish you have babies and not phobias.
But the truth is, Alex, we have no hotel room. All the hotels were so crowded.
What do you want with a hotel? That's for millionaires. You stay right here. Cook my coffee in the morning and the house is yours.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Alex.
Your old room is upstairs. Good night and happy dreams, which we will analyze at breakfast.
You know this room has changed? Oh, but it isn't really. It's I whom changed. It's called transfer of effect.
Oh, what is?
The fact that everything seems so wonderful in this room.
Oh, that's what it's called, is it?
Darling, did the policeman disturb you?
Oh, no, one ignores such trifles on a honeymoon. I take it this is your first honeymoon.
Yes. I mean, it would be, if it were.
No, darling. Darling, for what it's worth, I can't remember ever having kissed any other woman before.
I have nothing to remember of that nature either.
You're very sweet.
Of course, I'm no child.
Far from it.
I'm well aware that we're all bundles of inhibitions.
Dynamite dumps, darling.
No, please don't.
Well,
don't do that.
Why not?
Well, it isn't ethical. I'm here as your doctor.
Well, you may. Stop worrying, Doctor. I'm going to sleep on the couch.
Oh, no. The doctor occupies the couch, fully dressed. And the patient always sleeps in the bed. Now, I'll leave you for a bit so that you can get undressed and get under those covers.
Covers?
What is it? You remember something?
No.
This room reminds you of something.
No.
You're resisting a memory. What's in your mind?
Don't start that again. Don't stand there with that wiseacre look. I'm sick of your double talk.
You were looking at the bed. What frightens you
No.
there? It's white lines. Yes. When I made fork marks on the tablecloth, they agitated you. And then that night that you kissed me, you pushed me away because of my robe. It was white. It had dark lines on it. Try to think. Why does the color white frighten you? Think of white.
Yes.
White.
Yes, it frightens me. I can't look.
Run away. Stand still and look at the white spread. Now look at it and remember.
No.
What is that in your hand?
I don't know.
It's a straight-edged razor. Where did you get that?
I don't know, I tell you. I must have picked it up somewhere.
Give it to me.
This razor. Why am I clutching this razor?
I thought it was you. I'm just having a glass of milk and some crackers.
This razor.
Join me, please. I'll get another glass.
Clutching this razor.
When I was a young man, I was always saying if I could only get along by myself instead of...
Oh, stop that fool chatter. Go away. Stop it. My head.
To you...
You know who I am.
Nothing except living. Here is your glass of milk.
Milk. White. Kill!
Alex, are you all right?
Good morning.
Oh.
Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Oh, I fell asleep in my chair. What time is it?
It's 7 o'clock, Alex. My husband is... He must have gone out very early this morning. You didn't happen to see.
He didn't go out. He's asleep on the couch. And Constance, I know who he is.
Yes, I should have known I couldn't fool you.
This razor, I found it in his hand last night. He's a schizophrenic capable of committing murder. I'm going to call the police.
No, Alex, please. Let me tell you about him.
What is there for you to say, my dear? We both know that the mind of a woman in love is operating on the lowest level of the intellect.
Yes, you're right. No, I'm not an analyst here. I'm not even a doctor, and I'm not going to talk to you as one. But believe me, Alex, not what I say. but what I feel. The mind isn't everything. The heart sees deeper sometimes. And the shock of a police investigation might ruin his chances for recovery. And, Alex, I can save him.
But if he killed Dr. Edwards, how can you help him?
But he didn't. He didn't.
But if it turns out he did, which I am good and certain it will.
But it won't, Alex. You yourself taught me what Freud says. A man cannot do anything in amnesia that his real character would not have done.
And how do you know what his real character is?
I know. I do know. I couldn't feel this way toward a man who was bad, who had committed murder. I couldn't feel this pain for someone who was evil.
You are 20 times crazier than he. What do you want me to do?
Give me time to treat him and cure him before the police find him.
This could take a year.
No, Alex, no.
All right, a half a year. We should sit and hide for a half a year waiting to find out if he's going to cut your throat, my throat, and set the house afire?
No, Alex, please. Just a few days. Before you turn him over, let me try for just a few days more. And if I can't do anything, if we both can't, then you can call the police. But you're not hiding a criminal. There's no evidence against him. Please.
All right. Go make me coffee. I will pretend to myself I'm acting sensible for a few days. You don't remember your father or mother?
No.
Wife or sweetheart?
No.
Don't fight me. I'm going to help you if I can. I'm going to be your father image. Trust me. Lean on me.
All right, go on. I'm leaning.
Maybe you've got something you want to tell me. A single thought. A few words in the corner of your head. Go on. Talk to me. Whatever comes to your head. Just say what it is.
Nothing. There's nothing. I don't believe in dreams. That Freud stuff is a lot of hooey.
I explained to you about dreams so you don't think it's a lot of hooey. The secrets of who you are and what made you run away from yourself, all these secrets are buried in your brain. But you don't want to look at them. The human being very often does not want to know the truth about himself because he thinks it will make him sick. She make himself sick at trying to forget. You follow me?
I'm not interested. All I've heard around here is dreams. I'm sick of them. There's nothing in them.
But there is. I tell you what you're trying to hide. What they tell it to you, and I'll tell it to you in pieces of a puzzle that don't fit. The problem of the analyst is to examine this puzzle, put the pieces together in the right place. And the more cockeyed the details, the better for the scientific side.
I can't make out just what sort of a place it was, but I was sitting and playing cards with a man. Yes, it was a gambling house, but there weren't any walls, just a lot of curtains with eyes painted on them. The man was walking around with a large pair of scissors, cutting all the draperies in half. And then a girl came in with hardly anything on and started walking around the gambling room, kissing everybody. She came to my table first.
Did you recognize this kissing bug?
Well, I'm afraid she looked a little like Constance.
Go on.
Well, I was sitting there playing cards with a man who had a beard. I was dealing to him, and I turned up the 7 of clubs. He said, that makes 21. I win. But when he turned the cards, they were blank. And just then, the proprietor came in and accused him of cheating. The proprietor yelled, "This is my place, and if I catch you cheating again, I'll fix you."
Is that the end of the dream?
No. Then someone was leaning over the sloping roof of a high building. It was the man with the beard. I yelled to him to watch out. Then he went over slowly with his feet in the air. Then I saw the proprietor again, the man in the mask. He was hiding behind a tall chimney, and he had a small wheel in his hand. I saw him drop the wheel on the roof. And then I suddenly found myself in a weird, deserted desert. Constance was sitting there. I ran to her. But she disappeared. Then I heard something beating over my head. It was a great pair of wings. The wings chased me and almost caught up with me. And when I came to the bottom of the hill, I must have escaped. I don't remember anymore. So, something is happening.
What is it?
Oh, pull down the shades.
The snow.
The light frightened him. What phobia?
No, it was the snow. Look outside, Alex. What do you see?
Well, there are two children pulling a sled in the snow.
Exactly. The runners of sleds on snow. Dark lines on white.
Please, pull down the shades.
Are the sled marks on the snow the reason for the sudden disturbance? Answer me.
I don't know.
It has to be. It follows a pattern. First was a shock at the sight of fork lines drawn on a white tablecloth. Then my white robe.
Please.
It had dark lines. And a couple of nights ago, the white cover.
Please, pull the blinds down, please.
Dr. Edwards was fond of sports. He mentions tennis and skiing in his book. Yes, skiing. Ski tracks in snow. That's what those dark lines symbolized for him. And his horror of them means, of course, that they are immediately connected with the cause of his amnesia.
Yes, a murder on skis.
Where did Edwards go for his skiing? We must find out. Can you tell us where? Try.
He has told you already, in his dream. A sloping roof. That means only a mountainside.
They were skiing. And the father image, the bearded man, is Dr. Edwards. It's very simple. Edwards plunged over a precipice while skiing.
And then a shadow chases him up and down a hill. That could mean he was escaping from a valley.
A valley? The skiing resorts are often called valleys, like Sun Valley. And he was being pursued by a winged figure, a witch or a harpy.
No, the figure was you. If you grew wings, you would be an angel.
But the dream was trying to tell him the name of the resort. An angel. Angel Valley. Do you remember Angel Valley?
No, it wasn't Angel Valley. I remember it was a place called Gabriel Valley.
What else do you remember now?
Who was the masked figure in your dream?
It was an accident. Do you remember that? A skiing accident. Dr. Edwards went over a snow cliff.
Oh, no, it was no accident. I can't stand it anymore. I've had enough of it. We've got to call the police.
No. We've got to go to Gabriel Valley. You've got to go with me. All right. Get your skis on. We're going down that slope.
I can't.
Why not?
I know about the razor and Bruloff.
But nothing happened.
Well, let me give myself up. I've committed one murder. I can commit another.
Guilt. You've lived with it for a long time, haven't you?
Yes.
Since childhood.
What?
Ever since your childhood, you've tried to run away from something. You've always felt guilty about anything around you. What was it in your youth? It must have been terrible for you to prefer to think that you murdered Edwards rather than remember what happened long ago.
I'm not going down that slope.
No. You said you loved me. Look at me then. Why am I fighting for you? Because I love you. Because I need you.
I'm nothing.
Put your skis on.
Right, but what good will that do?
We're going down this slope as you did with Edwards, and you'll see your innocence. You'll see what really happened.
You mean because it'll happen again?
Yes.
What if I killed him? Isn't it true that if the episode is repeated, I'm likely to do the same thing I did before? How do you know I won't kill again?
Because I'm convinced you didn't kill in the first place.
Constance, you believe in me enough to take such a chance. With your life.
Of course I do. We're ready to get on the ski run. We're going to find out what happened to Dr. Edwards.
I'm ready.
Follow me.
White with dark lines.
I know about the razor and Bruloff. I've committed one murder.
White with dark lines. Ski tracks. Dr. Edwards ski tracks ahead of me.
I can commit
I've
another.
got to get close. I've got to be near you, Dr. Edwards.
Isn't it true that if I kill Dr. Edwards here on the ski run, I'm likely to do it again?
Closer. I've got to get closer.
How do you know I won't kill again?
Soon.
Oh, no!
Precipice ahead! Precipice ahead!
Edwards. Full!
Constance, I remember Dr. Edwards went over the precipice.
And where were you?
I never was close to him. I know Edwards was at least 25 feet ahead of me as you were when he went over.
Come on. Now we're going to the police. Oh, my darling.
Constance, I remember my name. It's John Ballantyne.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
I ran into Dr. Edwards when I was in Cumberland Mountains trying to recover from some kind of nerve shock I got in an Army plane crash. He was on vacation, but I asked him to help me and invited me to go skiing with him. We went through New York, and I vaguely remember going to lunch somewhere. I'm still a little vague about the lunch part. And then we arrived here. The accident happened.
Tell me. It's vital that you remember your youth. The incident...
I believe I can tell you that now. My brother Tom was 5, and I was 7. We lived in a house which had a long banister alongside the steps outside. About the house and immediately below the banister was an iron spiked railing. Tom and I always used that banister for sliding. One day he went first, and I followed behind him. When he reached the bottom, he didn't get out of my path rapidly enough, and I couldn't stop. And Tom was impaled. I realize now it was an accident. I didn't kill my brother.
And the ghost of the past is gone now, darling. That was the memory you were afraid of. That's why you took on the role of Dr. Edwards, to prove to yourself that he wasn't dead and therefore you hadn't killed him. It was your childhood guilt complex.
Professor, I never quite realized in my amnesia state how very lovely you are.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
Well, hello, Lieutenant Cooley. Did you find the body of Dr. Edwards?
Yes, in almost the exact spot you told the mountain police it would be.
Oh, thank goodness it's all cleared up.
Well, not quite. I'm afraid a bullet was found in the body.
But that's impossible.
I'm afraid, Mr. whatever your name is, that you're charged with murder.
Too bad, Constance. Your Mr. Ballantyne was convicted of murder, but you have a great career ahead of you, if you forget.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Dr. Murchison, at least one good thing came out of all of this. You're back at Green Manors. Who knows what would have happened to the place under Dr. Edwards?
I knew Edwards only slightly. I never really liked him, but he was a good man in a way, I suppose. Well, good night, Constance. I hope you feel rested in the morning.
I knew Edwards only slightly. I knew Edwards. Knew Edwards.
Dr. Murchison? I want to talk to you.
Please sit down. What's your problem?
It's a dream that one of my patients reported.
May I ask who the patient is?
The patient is Mr. Ballantyne.
Charming loyalty. What did he dream?
He dreamed that he was in a gambling house. It was full of odd people playing with blank cards.
Blank cards? Obviously, the patient was trying to deny it was a gambling house.
One of the people in the place went around cutting drapes in half. Another was a scantily dressed girl who was kissing everybody.
With a little effort, one could almost imagine them inmates of Green Manors.
Yes, that's what I had in mind, Doctor. The patient was playing cards now no longer blank, a game of 21 with a bearded man, who was evidently Dr. Edwards.
Yes, one usually dreams of one's analyst as authority with a beard.
Yes, he dealt Dr. Edwards a 7 of clubs, and Edwards said that makes it 21.
I would say that the patient was trying to mention a locale. The 7 of clubs might mean a club.
Yes, with the word 21 in it. There is such a place in New York. It's called the 21 Club.
I've heard of it.
And the patient dreamed that the proprietor of the place came in and began accusing Dr. Edwards of cheating. He ordered Edwards out of the place and said, I won't allow you to play here. This is my place. I'm going to fix you.
The dream gives the locale a double identity, the 21 Club and Green Manors. But the proprietor seems to belong more to the latter. In fact, I would say that this angry proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards was myself.
It seemed that way to me.
I presume you only arrived at this solution tonight and have confided your findings to nobody.
Not yet.
Was there any more to the dream?
Yes. The patient dreamed that he and Dr. Edwards were on a high, sloping roof, and that he saw Dr. Edwards plunge over to his death. He also saw the angry proprietor hiding behind a chimney, holding a saw wheel in his hand. He dropped the wheel.
The symbolism of the wheel escapes me.
It was a revolver. The proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards' life dropped a revolver in the snow in Gabriel Valley after shooting Dr. Edwards in the back. The weapon is still there at the foot of the tree with the murderer's fingerprints on it.
I cannot agree with this part of your interpretation for the good reason that the weapon is now in my hand. I imagined that something of this sort would happen after I made the slip about knowing Dr. Edwards. That started your agile young mind going.
You were having a breakdown, and in a state of panic you heard that Edwards was to take your place here. You sought him out in his favorite restaurant where he was lunching with John Valentine. You accused him of stealing your job. You threatened to kill him. He calmed you down and told you that he was off on a skiing vacation, and you followed him there and you shot him from behind a tree.
That's enough. Did it ever occur to you that the punishment for 2 murders is the same as 1?
But you're not going to commit a second murder.
I hadn't planned to. But you are here. You are not leaving. My gun is trained at your heart.
A man of your intelligence does not commit a stupid murder, Doctor. You are thinking that you are not mentally responsible for that other crime in the snow. They will find extenuating circumstances in the state of your health. They will not execute you for the death of Dr. Edwards. You can still live, read, write, research, even if you are put away. I'm leaving, Dr. Murchison.
Stay right where you are, or I'll shoot.
I don't think so. You're thinking right now that if you shoot, it is cold, deliberate murder. You will be tried as sane murderer, convicted as a sane man, and you will be killed in the electric chair for your crime. I'm going to telephone the police, Dr. Murchison.
How does it feel to be a great analyst, darling?
Not so bad.
And a great detective.
Wonderful.
And madly adored.
Very wonderful.
White. You know, with a little orange blossom in your hair, you'll look wonderful in white.
A long time ago, William Shakespeare wrote, "The fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves." How very wise he was.
Our stars will return in just a moment with screen director Alfred Hitchcock. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present Take a Letter, Darling. It will star 2 of your favorites, Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray, with screen director Mitchell Lyson. Now, here again are our stars, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, for a splendid performance. On our Screen Directors Playhouse, it is our aim to always present the best. And most certainly you both fall into that category.
Thank you, Hitch, for those beautiful words. What else does an actor have to look forward to other than praise?
Mind if I answer that, Joe?
Surely, Mercedes.
A paycheck. Seriously, though, it's been a great privilege to work with you, Mr. Hitchcock. And for Joe and myself, I'd like to say invite us back soon, won't you? Good night.
Good night, Hitch.
We'll be seeing you, Joe Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge. Good night, everybody.
Spellbound is from the David O. Selznick motion picture production of the same name. Watch for the next Selznick release, Gypsy Blood, starring Jennifer Jones and produced in Technicolor. Joseph Cotton may soon be seen in Paramount's production, September Affair. Mercedes McCambridge may soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production, Inside Straight. Alfred Hitchcock has just completed Strangers on a Train for Warner Brothers. Tonight's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Bill Tracy, Jim Nusser, Howard McNear, and John Blyforth. Dr. Samuel Hoffman interpreted the theremin music in tonight's musical score. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's production of Spellbound was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray in Take a Letter, Darling, with Screen Director Mitchell Lyson. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
This Saturday, Arturo Toscanini returns with the Symphony on NBC.
Ironized Yeast presents
Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Oboler. All this happened because one night I wandered into the script department of the broadcasting company here in Hollywood. There were girls working there, busily typing the scripts for such shows as Mayor of the Town and Mr. DeMille's Radio Theater and Lights Out. I'd never seen the young ladies before, and they'd never had the misfortune of meeting me. Now, I came to the conclusion they half expected me to have a couple of horns protruding through my hat and be carrying a nice long red tail neatly coiled over my right arm. At any rate, the result of that meeting, well, that's a story you're going to hear in just a few moments, after we've heard from that gentleman of Ironized Yeast.
Friends, are you too frazzled out to have fun, too underweight and cranky to be popular, too all in to care? Then listen. Very possibly that may be due to the fact that you simply aren't getting enough vitamin B1 and iron from your food. If that's your trouble, try Ironized Yeast tablets. They supply both vitamin B1 and iron. It's Ironized Yeast's famous two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to many people who were short on these substances, helping these weary, worn-out folks gain glorious new pep and strength and needed pounds, often in just a few weeks. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now,
Lights Out. Everybody.
Oh, what time is it? 10 minutes more. Gee, it's been a long day, hasn't it?
I'll say so. If I never see another script or typewriter, it'll be too soon.
You were the one who wanted to get into radio.
Radio. Sitting at a typewriter 8 hours a day, making stencils.
You were the one who said it'd be a shortcut. Some director'd walk into the script department, see you behind that typewriter, and say, where you been all my life?
Mary, stop it, will you? You think you're so cute. I don't see anyone whining.
Bernice, Mary. After all, this is a place of business.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like to be the disciplinarian, but this is the third time that I've found you quarreling with each other rather than working.
We weren't quarreling.
Perhaps not, but it sounded like it. You're setting a very unfortunate example for the other girls. I'm going to ask both of you a simple question. Do you or do you not want to continue working here?
We do.
Yes, of course we do.
Very well. No more of this nonsense, then. There's a script that must be mimeographed first thing tomorrow morning, so the stencils will have to be out tonight. It shouldn't take you long. What's the matter with you girls? Have you any objections to working late tonight?
Oh, no.
I'd love it.
Very well. All right, the rest of you girls, time to go home.
Yes, I'd love to stay overtime if I could type over her dead body.
Hush, hush, she'll hear you.
Here's the script, girls. 20 pages. Divided up between yourselves.
Yes, ma'am?
When you're through, leave the stencils on my desk and lock the door behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good night. Don't forget to turn out the lights as you go.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, girls, let's get out of here quickly so that Bernice and Mary can finish their work.
All right, come on, meet you. Of all the knock-kneed, blab-eared, long-necked, pot-heeled...
Oh, stop it, will you? Let's type the darn thing off and get out of here. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Look at the script we're supposed to type.
Lights out. One of those things.
Yeah.
So what?
I don't like to type them. They scare me.
Are you kidding? Typing's typing no matter what you're typing.
Well, not if it's one of those lights-out plays. Blood and people dying and murderers and worms. Oosh.
Forget it. Just words on paper.
It scares me.
Type with your eyes closed. You listen to this. Note to the sound department. At this point in the play, I want the sound of a body being turned inside out. I suggest the use of a wet rubber glove to plant the picture of a human being deliberately turned.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's only a sound effect. I was just reading.
Well, will you type your script and let me type this? Don't go reading any of it out loud.
All right. I wonder what kind of a screwball he is.
Who?
The fellow who writes these plays, you know.
Arch Oberlin?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him.
Well, what are you talking about? You never even met him.
Well, I like him anyway.
But you just finished saying you don't like this.
Well, I like his other plays. You know, the ones he does for the government. With sense to them.
Well, personally, I think he's a wolf.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, one of these werewolves. I bet he eats his young.
Oh, don't talk like that. He's got a 10-month-old baby. I saw a picture of it. And it's real cute.
Well, I still think...
Well, for heaven's sake, just because the man writes fantastic doesn't mean he's fantastic.
Will you look who's talking? Why, you're even afraid to type him. What are you afraid of, that the ghost will pop out of the pages and turn you inside out?
Oh, stop it, will you? If you don't stop it...
All right, let's type. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter now?
My typewriter's jammed. Can't move a key.
B?
What's the matter with you?
Mine is, too. My typewriter is, too.
Like the fellow said, c'est la guerre. Everything's falling apart. Suppose we'll have to use one of the other machines, just when I was getting comfortable. I'll use Anita's.
Yeah, I'm going to use Evelyn's. She won't care what I do with it. She's going to be a wave anyway.
Mary, this one's jammed, too.
Yeah, so's Evelyn's.
I'll try Elle's machine. She's always boasting about how fast it is. Why, it's jammed, too.
Well, so's this one.
Well, what do you know? What is it, the typewriter gremlins? Mary, what's the matter? Your face.
Let's get out of here.
What's the matter?
Let's get out of here.
We've got overtime.
I tell you, let's go home.
Well, just because a typewriter jams up is no reason to have a fit.
Well, I'm getting out of here, and you better come with me.
Oh, you're crazy running out. What's come over you? What?
Bernice.
What's the matter with you now? What are you standing at the door with your back to me for? Stay or go?
Bernice, come here quick.
Oh, for Pete's sake. What's the matter with you? What are you standing there for with your hand on the knob?
It's locked.
What?
Locked.
Oh, you are crazy. Let me at it. Let me try.
Why is it locked?
Because some screwball janitor thought everybody had left and locked the door, that's all. Say, somebody out there, let us out of here. We're locked in, hey!
It won't do any good.
That's what you say. I'll wake the dead. Hey, are you deaf or deaf or whatever it is? Somebody get a key and let us out. Hey, we're not slave labor. Let us out. What's the matter with me?
Where are you going?
All I've got to do is pick up the telephone and call communications. They'll get us out of here.
Oh, yes, call them right away. Tell them we're locked.
All right, I'm calling them. Hello. Answer me.
What's the matter?
Oh, mine's dead.
Oh.
Stop that. The operator thought we'd all gone home, so she disconnected the wire, that's all.
Oh,
for Pete's sake, of all the nincompoops, what is there to cry about?
Oh, I'm afraid.
So you're afraid, so I'm Queen of the May and there are roses in the air. What is this all about? What's all the hysteria?
You don't understand.
Don't say I don't. You stop crying.
Something terrible's going to happen.
What are you talking about? We're in the script department of a broadcasting company, remember?
Something jammed the typewriters. Something locked the door. Something...
What do you mean, something?
Something, I tell you.
I tell you, you're crazy. I think I've known you all these weeks and never knew you had bats in your belfry. There's absolutely nothing that's happened.
Why did you stop talking? Answer me.
The telephone cord. The end, it's torn off.
Yes.
But I talked on this telephone only an hour ago, remember?
Yes.
How could it have gotten torn loose?
I told you.
Oh, shut up. All right, maybe there is something screwy, I don't know. But I do know there's nothing to get hysterical about. This place only had windows I could call out. On modernistic air conditioning. Will you stop moaning?
Well, you're scared, too.
I'm not. Series of coincidences, that's all. What could it be? Answer me what? Who ever heard of anything happening in a place like this? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? This is no haunted house. You and me and a lot of other girls work here, remember? So if we're locked in and have to stay here all night, so what? The door's locked from the outside. The watchman downstairs, remember? So who could get in here to hurt us?
What if the locked door won't do any good?
What?
You heard me.
Oh, you're a crazy kid. Look, desks and chairs, fluorescent light, modern design, remember? We're not in a haunted house. Get that through your head. We're not in a haunted house.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter now? Get all through explaining. What's the matter?
Something happened.
Happened?
Something in the air.
What are you... Oh, for heaven's sake.
Over there at the end of the room.
The light must have burned out.
Oh.
I was right. Goes to show you how crazy you've been. A couple of natural things happen and you start acting out a ghost story. You should join the Actors Union.
Bernice.
So one of the lights burned out. So what? There's one thing the script department's got. Plenty of light. Mary, why are you...
Another light. I saw it go out.
Are you dreaming?
I tell you, I saw it go out.
You're crazy. It didn't.
I saw it.
Now, look here. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 lights in this place. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, don't give me any more of that lights out.
Another.
You're absolutely crazy. I'm scared just staying here with you.
Count them.
Why should I?
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not 8. 7.
Gee.
I told you.
Oh, no.
What?
Another one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Stop it.
Another one there.
God.
Over next to Miss Winton's desk. Another one.
What?
Only 4 left. Only 4. What'll we do?
Only 4.
Who's putting them out?
I don't know. Another.
Oh.
Only 3 more.
If they go out, I'll die.
They won't go out. They can't go out. The switch. That's it. I'll hold the switch. No one can turn off the lights if I hold the switch. It's all right, Mary. See? I got hold of the switch. Nothing
Another one. Another one.
But I was holding onto the switch. 2 lights. 2 lights and then dark.
Bernice. Oh, Bernice, hold me. I'm scared. Oh, gee, I'm scared.
All right. It's all right. There's still 2 lights. See? 2 lights. They'll stay on. They will. I know they will.
They're both out.
We're in the dark.
Bernice. Where are you? Let me out of here. I'm afraid of the dark. Let me out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights out story of the murder in the script department for just a moment now. A businessman's neighbors in the carpool are waiting for him, and he says,
Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. I lay awake again last night. Felt too jumpy to eat my breakfast. I don't seem to have enough pep and energy to get going these days. I wish I knew the answer.
The answer? Very possibly it may be simple vitamin B1 and iron shortage, a deficiency that may slow down any number of Americans nowadays. Yet there's such an easy way to get more vitamin B1 and iron when you need them. Pleasant little ironized yeast tablets supply both vital substances.
But why are they so vital?
Why? Listen. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, may not eat all you need to keep yourself normally strong and peppy. Or what you do eat may not do you the good it should. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and always feel tired.
I get it. And you say ironized yeast supplies both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. It's this famous two-way help that so many Americans who were short on these substances praise to the skies today. They tell of the wonderful difference in the way they look and feel and act. So, if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, try ironized yeast tablets. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
I eat like a schoolboy and I feel so well that I sleep like a baby now. Jitter's gone, all my old pep back. Thanks to ironized yeast, I feel like a new man.
And now back to the story of the two girls locked in that room of the broadcasting studios.
Stop it. It was bad enough without you driving me crazy. What's the good of your crying? There's a reason. There must be for this. Everything's got a reason. I know it.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Candles. Those blackout candles. Stop crying and let me think. Miss Winton had some blackout candles in her desk. I know she did.
Oh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me in the dark, Bernice.
Will you stop it? I found them. Candles, matches. There. 3 candles like this one. And this one. See? Plenty of light now.
Who's there?
Nobody. There's a reason for everything, I tell you. I know what it is.
What?
The electricians, that's it. The electricians didn't know we were up here, and they were testing the lights. They'll go on any minute. Wait and see.
You think so?
Of course. Look, what'd I tell you? There they go on again.
Look at the ceiling.
Oh, no. Green. Light now is green.
Green. All the lights. Green. You lied to me. You said it was the electricians. Look at the light. It's green. It makes your face look green. You look dead. You hear me? Dead. You'll be dead and I'll be dead. We'll be dead.
Stop it. You're not going to drive me crazy. Just because there's something wrong with the electricity. You look around. Everything's all right. Nothing's wrong here. Nothing.
Who did that? Typing. I heard typing.
So did I.
Typing.
We just must have imagined.
Typewriters. Look at the typewriters.
Typing. And there's no one. Who's typing? Who's typing?
I'm so tired.
Me too.
I wonder if it's day.
I don't know. I don't think so. Sooner or later, someone will come along.
It'll be too late.
Don't say that.
Nothing's happened these last hours, has it? Nothing.
It will. When I get out of here, I never want to talk to you as long as I live.
As long as you live.
Will you stop talking like that, or do I have...
Oh, don't hurt me.
I'm not hurting you. No one's going to hurt you. Or me. It's a trick. It's some kind of a trick. The typewriters. Electric ones, aren't they? Then the power. Something. It's got to be a trick.
You don't believe it, do you?
Believe what?
There's something in this room with us.
Where?
I don't know. But it's here.
What are you trying to do? Make me as scared as you are scared?
There's something in this room.
Where? Answer me where. Just you and me, that's all. You're not going to scare me. I'm not going to let myself get scared anymore. I want to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here. My head's still...
Yes. I heard it, too. What? Something. Desk. Look. The desk moving. Look. That one moving. And that one. Mary, take your hands away from your eyes and look. Look, the desks. All of them moving. Mary, look. All the desks. Who's moving? Who's moving? Stay back, you. Stay back. Mary. Mary, all the desks in the room. They're moving down toward us. your eyes. Open your eyes. Please. You're not dead. You can't see. I'm all right. Oh. I thought... I'm all right. But what happened? You fainted. Did I? Yes. The desks. They're all around us. All around us. You're the one who's scared now, aren't you? All right. I am. I'm not. Not scared. You? No. It's very nice. Oh. What's very nice? You know. What? I don't know what you're talking about. You know. I don't know. Tell me. So warm. What's warm? The sun. So warm. Sitting in the sun. What? Nice when the sun is warm, isn't it? I always wanted to sit in the sun. Oh, no. You can sit in the sun if you want to, Bernice. It's all right. Oh, Mary. You don't have to shout. We'll go home soon. Soon as the sun goes down. We'll go home. Oh, Mary. I was scared before. Wonderful the way it is now. Out here in the sun. There's no reason to be scared when you're sitting in the sun. Oh, Mary, I'd rather you'd be afraid. Do you hear me? I'd rather you'd be afraid. No. The sun. There is no sun. We're right here where we were in the office. And the light is still green and the desks are moved all in around us. And we can't get out. Mary, be scared. Please stop looking at me the way you are and be scared. You say we're not sitting in the sun? No. You must be crazy, Bernice. Because we are sitting in the sun. Are you crazy, Bernice? All right. If that's what you want. We are sitting in the sun, dear. I knew it. I used to be so scared. Now I'm all right. You were right before. When you said there was someone in the room. There is. I can't see anyone. But there is someone. The sun is so nice. First the typewriters. And then the lights. And then the moving desk. And now waiting. Who's waiting? It's waiting. Will we go home soon? Yes. When? Soon. I think very soon. I was very scared. Yes. When you get scared enough, you can't get scared anymore. The sun is very nice. I think I'm getting that scared now myself. Do you hear something? What? Something? There's nothing. No. There is something. I told you. Listen to me. Who's here with us? Who? Answer me. What do you want of us? Please answer me. What do you want of us? I will sleep, like Mary's asleep. When you sleep, you don't think. I'm not going to think anymore. If I think about it, get like Mary is. No, I won't think. Sit here till morning with my eyes shut. And when it's morning, they'll get here. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. My eyes closed. Green light still shines through my lids. How could green light turn with... No, stop thinking. Gotta stop thinking. green light through my lids. Now, go. No light over my eyes. Dark. The lights are gone. Dark again. Mary, wake up. Mary, the lights. Please wake up. I'm not asleep. Oh. I thought. Sun is very nice. Isn't it? The sun. You still think... Mary, don't you know? Can't you see we're sitting in the dark? Dark. Stay close to me. If they'd only come. I know. He'll be here soon. Who? In the dark. He'll be here. Who are you talking about? Who? Any minute now. Do you hear him? Here? I think he's coming now. Yes. He is. No, please, no. You're right. It is dark. Very dark. His kind of dark. Stop talking like that. You can't stop him. No one can stop him. What's the use of being afraid? If someone had only come. I've been telling you. Someone is coming. Right now. And he's sitting on the desk, looking at it. I'm glad he's here. He'll make my head stop hurting. He'll take me home. The floor. It's lifting. Yes. I feel it. The room. It's turning. Stop it. Stop turning the room. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
A total of 15 Axis planes shot down in the Mediterranean theater of war. So much for the war news. Now to news of local interest to you early morning listeners. If you've been wondering why those dishes in the kitchen started to dance last night, the answer is an earth trembler, earthquake to you, of 5 seconds duration. The material damage was very slight, but 2 deaths are indirectly attributed to the earthquake. Bernice Saxton and Mirabelle Pressler, employed by the Broadcasting Company, were found dead this morning in the script department where they'd been doing overtime work. Cause of the death is believed to have been heart failure induced by fright. The girls had been accidentally locked in the office, and when there was a failure of electric power followed by earthquake, it is believed the young women were frightened to death. This concludes our morning broadcast.
Mr. Obler. Oh.
What's this, Frank? Have I got you down to a single O?
Oh, but
don't overlook the terrific power of suggestion. You go into a house, you've been told it's haunted, and suddenly the normal creaks of a house at night becomes ghostly footprints, the patter of mice, well, dead men running up the walls. Oh, yes, Frank, suggestion from within ourselves has the proven power to kill. Now, I'd like to try an experiment in suggestion on a radio audience, after you've had your say.
Today, many of you are asking, could vitamin B1 and iron shortage be what's keeping me underweight and under par and miserable? The answer is definitely yes, it could be. Of course, there are other causes where a rundown condition may stem. If you are in any doubt, by all means, consult a physician. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast tablets cost but a few pennies a day. And what's more, you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this money-back basis. If you don't start to eat better, to feel much better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now what about this message and suggestion?
Well, no matter what I say, and I'm speaking to all of you out there, don't look behind you. Remember, don't look behind you. All right. There's someone back there. He's about 4 feet away. He's coming closer and closer to you. Now, don't look around. Closer, closer. His hands are going out to the back of your neck. Closer, closer.
Now, wait a minute. That's enough, Mr. Obler. I see what you mean by the power of suggestion.
Then may I suggest our friends listen in next week to our story of The Spider? It's a play whose locale is an equatorial jungle back in the days when jungles were peopled with monkeys, not with Japanese snipers. So, a strange adventure titled The Spider. Next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, The Spider. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Now, friends, a fact. The season for white shoes is here. And a question. How can you keep white shoes really white and at the same time help give them the best of care? The answer, use Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly to a real white, never a dingy off-white. To keep white shoes looking better longer, ask for Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lights out, everybody. Her name was Jean. You will hear not only the voice in her throat as she speaks, but also the voice in her mind as she thinks.
This way, girls, this way. We're going to visit the Louvre now. A treasure house of culture, the very pearl of your visit to Paris. Now come this way, girls, this way.
This way, girls, this way. Prune-faced old maid. Makes me sick. Who cares about the Louvre and scummy pictures and junk like that? Fun. I want fun.
Now, Jean Taylor, why do you always lag behind? You know that makes my task of shepherding you girls infinitely more difficult.
Do I have to be shepherded? Do I look like a sheep?
Now, Jean, my dear, please don't take that attitude again. Your father...
My father. My father. What does my father understand about me?
Now, Jean...
What does anybody understand about a girl like me?
My dear child, for 20 years I've conducted young ladies...
For 20 years you've been a pain in the neck.
Jean Taylor...
A pain in the neck, that's what you are. Here we have the Mona Lisa. She's got a pan like a hunk of cheese. Culture, girls. Culture. Culture.
Jean Taylor.
You make me sick.
Jean Taylor, how could...
Oh, don't pop up like that. You'll blow something.
Cable. A cable to your father.
Go ahead, cable him, send for him. Who cares? What good's Paris if I don't get any fun out of it? You dried-up prune.
I've never been talked to like this in all my life.
Well, that's what you are, a prune. A little dried-up prune.
The other girls...
The other girls make me as sick as you make me sick. Fun. Fun's what I want. And neither you nor my father nor anybody else is going to stop me from having it.
Now I understand how you broke your mother's heart.
Oh, cut it out. That tune's made me sing in the choir long enough. I'm sick of it. Money's for fun, and life's for fun. I'm young. My father's got plenty of what it takes. So starting right now, the devil with sculptures and paintings and all your culture. This is Paris. Paris. And I'm going to have fun. Fun. Fun! And I'm starting right now!
Gene, come back here! Gene! Gene, come back here!
Chasing after me. Never catch up with me. Dried old prune. Fun. Paris full of fun. Free now. Yeah, I'm free now. Until she Gable's father. Get all the fun I can while I'm free. Nobody knows me here. Get away with anything. Anything. Old prune face. Lost in the crowd. Oh, this is swell being alone. Man looking at me. Oh, I can only talk French. Fun. I gotta hear fun. Step over to the window. Stand there looking in. Someone might talk to me. Someone might.
I beg your pardon. Do forgive me for startling you.
I'm not startled.
Aren't you Gene Taylor from New York?
Oh, yes, I am.
This is a coincidence. Sam Edwards, the name.
I know you?
Not exactly. I know your father.
Oh.
He often spoke to me of you. His favorite daughter, aren't you?
Am I?
I get it. Sort of holds you down, doesn't he?
You mean he tries to?
Well, I can see he isn't very successful now, is he?
Oh, I do all right.
Alone?
Certainly.
Going someplace in particular?
Why?
Why not go places with me?
Under my father's.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
I wish you would say something. For instance, that you'd like to have me show you Paris. The real Paris.
Real Paris?
Of course. The Paris the tourists never get to see. The Paris you read about. A living, lusty Paris. You go with me?
Oh, mister, I'd love it.
Excellent. Shall we go?
You really mean the real Paris?
Pure and unadulterated. And not so pure.
Mister, you're the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah. It's not much further.
Kind of a funny street, isn't it?
The real Paris.
I hope.
And here we are. Told you it wasn't much of a walk.
You mean this house?
That's right. The old Paris.
It's old enough. Sure looks like a dive.
If your father heard of this... Oh.
He won't.
I should hope not.
I thought you said this was a club.
Oh, yes, indeed. All have our own key. Here you are, my dear. Fun a la carte.
I'll take it a la mode. A la anything. Mr. Edwards, where are you?
Just closing the door. All right, this way, my dear.
Say, how about some lights? How about it?
In here, plenty of lights.
I thought you said there'd be a swing band. I don't hear anything.
Well, not so impatient, all in good time. Step in here.
It better be good.
It will be.
Say, there's nothing in here. What? Mr. Edwards, locking the door. Say, what's the idea?
It seems like a good idea.
I said, what's the idea?
And I said it seems like a good idea.
You lied to me.
I'm an opportunist.
Show me the etchings.
Got plenty of insides, huh, kid?
I'm not a kid. And if you think you can get away with anything, you're crazier than you look.
Am I?
You said you were a friend of my father's.
I am. I am indeed a friend of his money.
What?
Money. You little sap. You don't think I'm interested in you?
Don't you talk to me like that.
Still wet behind the ears.
You let me out of here.
Sit down.
Let me out.
Sit down. That's the idea. After all, you're not talking to your dear papa now. I'm a fellow who likes his own way even more than you do.
This'll cost you plenty, mister.
You mean it'll cost papa plenty? $150,000 plus interest.
Let me out of here.
$150,000 plus interest. Every dime he took from me, I'll get back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Open that door and let me out of here.
You think it was accidental, my meeting you? On the contrary, I planned every minute of it. I knew exactly what you've been doing ever since you stepped foot in Paris. Why shouldn't I know? I've been waiting for this. He took my money, that father of yours, and now he'll give it back.
They know where I am. They'll find me.
Carwinkle doesn't know where you are. You saw to that.
You know?
I just told you I made it my business to know. Yeah, he'll give me back my $150,000, that father of yours.
You can't keep me
On
here.
the contrary, I can do nothing else. I waited 2 years for a chance like this. Yeah, 2 years. Because I knew sooner or later you'd be alone. You. The only way I could get him to give me back my money. Well, now I've got you. The whole 19 spoiled years.
Not afraid. Why should I be? He's old. I'm smarter than he is. I'm not afraid of him. What's he talking about, my father? $150,000. Father stole it from him. Maybe he did. What do I care? He can't keep me here. I gotta get out. I'm smarter than he is. Candlestick on table. Gotta get him to turn his back. That's it. Turn his back. Grab candlestick. Mr. Edwards, look! Behind you.
What?
Nothing at all, except this.
What? Candlestick? What'd you
You open that door.
Put down that candlestick.
Don't come near me.
Why, you little good for nothing. Give me that candlestick. What are you trying?
What did I do? Hit him so hard. Candlestick heavy in my hand. Drop it. He's lying there so still. Maybe something dark. Crawling along his head out on the floor. Blood. Blood. Killed him. Killed him. Gotta get out of here. Which key is it? Which key? I can't find the right one. Which is it? I've got to get out of here. Blood pouring out of me. I'll go crazy. My head. I'm all mixed up. This is the door we came in. It is. But why won't the keys? I got to get out of here. I killed a man. I got to get out. Wind. Where? In the shadows. Another door. Open. I will get out. I will. Steps going down. So dark. Kill the man. Get away. Back to hotel. No one will know, ever. Dark. I don't know. Water. Basement floor covered with water. Can't get out. Have to go up there. Find another way out. Go up there again. Must be another way out up there. The door. Shut. Wind blew it shut. Oh, it can't open it. Can't. I gotta get out. I got to. Go down again. See if water's deep. Wade through water if it isn't deep. Only up to my ankles. I will get out. I will. Must be a basement door. So dark. Killed him. If they catch me. They won't catch me. Never. Nobody knows. That sound. Running water. Over this way. I wonder why. Get out of here. No one will know. Can't know. No one saw me come in. Sound of water so loud. I wonder what... Water. Drowning. Falling. My head. Yes. Remember. I remember. Stepped out. Water over my head. Filthy water. Pulling me under. I hear it. Yet no water here. So dark. Where am I? Where? Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out. Stand up. Oh. Bumped my head. Stone roof above. Crawl out of here. Killed a man. Gotta get out of here. Smashed his head in. Gotta get out of here!
Not that way, mademoiselle. Another foot in that direction, and you would have fallen many feet into the water.
Where are you?
Beside you. I saved your life, mademoiselle.
What?
You floated by, drowning. I saved you.
You saved me?
Oui, I did. In the dark, I saw you.
Dark. Water. Where am I? Where am I?
You do not know?
Where am I? Wet stone. Smell. Sound of water. You've got to tell me where I am.
Oui. I tell you, mademoiselle. You are in one of the great sewers of Paris. This way, ma chérie. This way.
What's the matter with you? Do you have to walk so fast?
But I walk slowly, mademoiselle.
So dark. Haven't you even got one match?
I see quite well, mademoiselle. If you will follow me.
And then walk slower. You're just a shadowy something. Walk slower, I tell you.
I am a busy man, mademoiselle.
You fool. Don't you understand? The quicker you get me out of here, the more I'll pay you. I'll give you more than you make in a year.
The sewers run beneath the streets like fingers of outstretched hands. Some of these tunnels are so old that all the world has forgotten them.
There's no water here.
Oui. That is true. Abandon this one.
How much further?
A step, merely a step.
You said that half an hour ago.
Turn here. Turn here, Up the steps. Turn, and here we are.
What are you talking about? It's still dark. We're still underground.
We are here.
What are you talking about?
My workroom.
Workroom? Who cares about your workroom? Out of here. You said you'd get me out of here.
No, mademoiselle. I take you away from the water. Here.
But I want to get out. Out where there's decent air. Out where there's light. Do you hear me? You've got to get me out of here.
Oh, no.
No.
Whoever meets Louis down here stays here.
You're crazy.
No.
You know what money is, don't you?
Oui, mademoiselle.
Then get it through that head of yours. I'll make you a rich man if you get me out of here. Rich. Rich. Just get me out of here.
You are a noisy one.
Crazy. You are.
No.
You are. What do you stay down here for if you aren't?
I work.
Work? What sort of work have you here?
I make things. You will see.
See? How can I see in this dark?
Your eyes will accustom themselves in a few years.
Get me out of here!
Come.
What?
Come, mademoiselle. Come.
Wait for me. Wait for me.
I will show you my work.
Wait for me. If you'll get me out of here, I tell you, you'll never regret it. Where are you? I've lost you. Where are you?
To your right, ma chérie. Turn to your right.
My right? Oh, where are you, old man?
Here, I'm here.
But there's no light here. You didn't get me out. You didn't.
My work. It is here.
Who cares about your work? Get me out of here where there's light.
Light? Oui. I will make light.
I'm not afraid. I've never been afraid of the dark. Just want to see where I'm going, that's all. Hurry. Hurry up with the light.
Oui, I bring you light.
Miserable little kerosene lamp. Haven't you got anything stronger than that?
My work. Oui. Now you will see my work. This way, mademoiselle. This way.
You crazy old fool. Who cares about anything but getting out of here? Will you get it through your head? Money. I'll give you plenty of it. Just show me the way out of this place.
Do you want me to go as crazy as you are?
Here, ma chérie. This is the place. My wonderful workshop. So quiet. Always quiet. No one to disturb old Louis. No, indeed.
Give me that lantern. I'll get out of here myself.
No. That is impossible. My work. You see it? See it?
What's that?
Take it, mademoiselle. Take it in your hands. I made it. With my own hands, I made it.
It's a necklace.
Oui. A necklace, eh? Exquisite work. You see for yourself it is exquisite.
Okay, so it's exquisite. Now, will you get me out of here?
I made it myself. All by myself. No one helped me by myself.
You crazy old fool. Give me that lantern.
No. You must see how I make my beautiful necklaces. Here. Over here, mademoiselle. Look.
Listen, you give me that lantern or I'll...
Oui. From these I make it.
Bones.
Oui. Beautiful bones. They come floating down the water to me.
Bones of... What?
The foolish ones who kill themselves in the water. The sewer brings them to me. We, all of them.
Oh!
The miserable, unhappy flesh. I take it off them. Then at last, they are bones. Hard, white, useful bones for my work. See, that one in the corner.
Take off my arm.
No. You must come to look, ma chérie. You must.
Let go of my arm.
Oh, mademoiselle, come. You see, the skull, I have it almost clean. You stand there. I will show you how I do it, eh? My saw. So, I cut the good strong white piece off the top and clean the brains away, eh? Watch me.
No. No.
Gotta get away. Chasing me. Old man. Can't run as fast as I can. Get away. Just get away, that's all. Sawing that skull. Dead men. I killed a man.
Mademoiselle!
They're after me. Get away. We'll get away. Nightmare. Gotta get out. So dark. I gotta get the light. I'll go crazy if I don't get the light. Water again. I'll be careful. Maybe if I yelled, someone would hear me. Workmen. Someone in the sewer. If I yelled. Help! Help me! Help me! Help me! Is there someone down there to help me? Echo. Only Echo talking back to me. Oh, if only someone was here to get me out of here. Someone.
I am here, mademoiselle. Why did you want to run away from me? It was quite useless.
Let go of me. Let go.
It is no use to struggle, my
Let
chérie.
go of me, you crazy fool. Let go of me. Here, take your hands off me. Let go of me.
No. You come with me, mademoiselle. We with me if I have to drag you along. I need your help. I have wanted so very long.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
No. You see, you cannot reach me, mademoiselle. I twist your arm so.
My heart.
Yeah. Now you will do as I say, eh? You will come quietly, eh? Oui, ma chérie. You will help me too. Always help me. There is so much work to do. So many bones to be cut. You are doing very well, mademoiselle. Oui, very well indeed. Stop! Stop! That is not the way to cut. Crosswise, crosswise.
Crosswise?
If you cut the other way, the bones will split. Splinters are not good for my work. Oui. Now you will try it again, ma chérie? Bon. That is right, That one, ma chérie, has long bones, did he not? I remember the day I fished him under the water. Still alive he was. But I fixed that. I fixed it. He must have been like you. Rich, willful, no good for anything or anybody in life. But in death, now he will be useful, Keep sewing! Keep sewing! There is so much work to do, ma chérie. What was I saying? About the bones, look about, ma chérie. Chains and chains of pretty necklaces. I made them all myself. All myself. Everyone. Like lacy strings they are, such beauty. Stop! Stop! Stop, I tell you! You hear it? You hear it? I ask you, you did not hear it? Come quickly. We have work to do. Come.
Oh, no.
Must I drag you after me always, Come, come. Another one. Just in time to... Quickly. Come quickly.
Hurting me.
Then come quickly. Your eyes can see in the dark now as well as mine, I train you. Louis train you well, Such a short time and you are doing so very well, You saw the bones into pieces almost as well as I do myself, my chérie, it is good to have a woman around. We'll make this place a fairyland of necklace, So many of them, they will be like clouds above us, Quickly, quickly, move more quickly.
Don't hurt me.
I must say you have changed quite nicely. So docile. Quiet tears now, when before you were so noisy. Before you were another rich one, good for nothing but for trouble, Now you do my work for me. That is the way it should be, my chérie. Here we are. The water runs quite strongly here, doesn't it? The largest sewer of them all. To bring me more white ones for my work. See! There it comes, another one. Another one who tried to take his life, I always know when one is coming. Mon Dieu, he's a big one, Strong bones he'll have. Got him. Help me lift him up.
No.
Help me lift me, he's a big one.
He's still alive.
He's alive, I see. Pull his head on the water, Hold it under. Hold it under, I tell you. Hold his hair, Hold him under. Woman! Why did you lump in the water? Woman, come back! He's taking you away from me. Woman!
And how is the fishing, my friend?
How could I fish, leave it this?
In my time, the Seine is full of fish.
In your time? Look, see where it's playing in? Where is there for a fish to live?
Monsieur.
Look, what?
In the water.
Relax, it's a police. She's a woman.
Yeah, the current will take her right by us.
Hold on to my arm. I'll get you. Hold on.
Oh, not too far. Oh, you will fall in.
A little more.
I got you. Pull me back. Pull me back now. Help me lift her up for you. So, another one, I suppose, who found life too bitter.
Poor old women. Must have had a long, miserable life. The misery in her face.
Yes, she looks as if she might be an American. She...
What do? She moves her lips.
Oui. Old woman, what is it? Huh? What are you saying? What?
Would you like a beautiful necklace?
Necklace?
A beautiful necklace out of bones. Real human bones.
Lights Out, written especially for radio by Arch Obler, comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This program has been heard in Canada over the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen to Mercedes McCambridge as defense attorney following this important announcement. The United States is engaged in an immense program of defense mobilization. Its success depends upon the maintenance of a strong, healthy economy. Increased sales of United States defense bonds will ensure that success. Here's a job for America in which everybody can share. In addition to helping your country, you also help yourself, because a bond bought is money saved. You can buy bonds on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. Whichever method you may use, make tomorrow your D-Day. Buy an extra bond for defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, to depend upon your judgment and to fulfill mine own obligation, I submit the facts, fully aware of my responsibility to my client and to you as defense attorney.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Miss Mercedes McCambridge as defense attorney. When Martha Ellis Bryant chose law as a career, she accepted the challenge of defending the defenseless. Jimmy Leonard was one of the defenseless, a 16-year-old newsboy charged with hit-and-run manslaughter. He is being held at the Midtown Precinct, where Martha Ellis Bryant is summoned by Judd Barnes.
I want you to see him, Marty. I want you to talk to him. Lieutenant Levis will be back any minute. He'll okay the visit.
You're pretty upset about this boy, Judd.
I've known him since he was 2 feet high, and I don't think he's guilty.
Well, the police must have had some reason for bringing him in.
He owns a hot rod. Keeps it in a public garage near the paper. When he went in this morning, the fender and a headlight were smashed up. He took it to a body shop to have it straightened. The police picked him up and nothing flat.
Because of that man who was run down on River Street last night?
Yeah. A couple of people who were waiting near the ferry slip said they saw a hot rod come zooming along and kill him. Jimmy's hot rod isn't the only one in town. Half the kids who peddle our papers have ones just like it.
But not with a smashed fender, is that it?
Somebody might have backed into the car in the garage. Jimmy says he didn't drive it last night, and I believe him.
Why, Judd? Usually you're the doubting Thomas.
Marty, it takes somebody pretty cold-blooded to run a man down and then beat it without stopping to help. And this kid isn't cold-blooded.
Judd, he's just a boy. He might have been frightened.
Not that frightened, Marty. Oh, hi, Ed.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hi, Judd, Miss Bryant.
Ed, Marty wants to see Jimmy Leonard. How about it?
I guess somebody better see him. He's going to need help.
What do you mean by that, Ed?
I mean, he killed a man on River Street last night.
You want to make book on that?
Save your money. I just come from the lab.
His car was in the garage all night.
Not according to the lab report. There's a blood trace on that smashed fender that matches the blood of the man who was killed. Not only that, but glass fragments at the scene of the wreck fit perfectly into the broken headlight.
Can there be any doubt about that, Lieutenant?
You've seen enough lab reports, Miss Bryant. Take a look at this one.
The car could have been stolen.
Use your head, Judd. Anybody did steal it and kill the man, they would have ditched it in some side street. They wouldn't bring it back to the garage.
Lieutenant, has the dead man been identified?
Yeah. Name is Fred Rimling, longshoreman. He just finished a job on the docks and was crossing River Street on his way home when that young punk come barreling along.
That kid isn't a punk, Ed.
Look, Judd, we've been friends for a long time, but I got a job to do this morning. I've got to go over to Tenement Row and tell Fred Rimling's wife and 2 kids he isn't going to come home. It's one of the lousiest things a cop has to do. How'd you expect me to feel about that hot rod jockey you're so fond of?
Lieutenant, maybe you have proof that Jimmy Leonard's hot rod killed Fred Rimling. But you haven't proved that Jimmy Leonard was driving the car.
Maybe not, but I can prove that he lied. He claims he was home all last night. I spoke to his old man a half hour ago. The kid hasn't been home since he left the peddler's papers yesterday. Now, if you still want to see him, go ahead. Better you than his old man.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, his father doesn't think as much of him as you do. I let the old man in to see him, he'd beat his brains off. And believe me, I'm tempted. Yeah, I'm sorry I blew, Judd. Thinking about myself, I guess. Got a bad hour ahead of me.
It's my fault as much as yours, Ed. I didn't know about Rimling's family.
I better go. I'll clear your visit with the desk sergeant, Miss Bryant. We'll take you back to the cell whenever you're ready.
Look, Jimmy, Miss Bryant can help you, but she can't do it if you won't talk.
I told you everything.
You haven't told us where you were last night.
I was home.
Your father says you weren't.
Maybe he didn't hear me come in. He was sleeping. I got up this morning before he did.
I see. Jimmy, how big is the place you live in?
Not big. Kind of small.
How many bedrooms?
1.
Where do you sleep?
Pop and I share the room. We got twin beds.
How about your mother, Jimmy?
She's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
No, it's all right.
Jimmy, where were you last night?
Jimmy, I've always been a friend of yours, haven't I?
Well, sure, Mr. Barnes. You've been swell, but
Then why should you lie to me? Where were you last night, son?
I was... No, I can't tell you.
Jimmy, are you refusing to protect yourself, or are you trying to protect somebody else?
No, I can't tell you, that's all. I just can't tell you. So, well, why don't you go away? Why don't you leave me alone?
Come on, Marty. I guess Ed was right.
No, just a minute, Jimmy. Did you ever lend your car to anybody? Was there anybody who might have had a duplicate of the ignition key?
No, I was the only one who ever drove it. I only made it a month ago. A bunch of us made him. We chipped in and bought parts so we could get them wholesale.
Mm-hmm. Did any of the other fellows keep their cars in the same garage?
Yeah. A kid by the name of Rembrandt. I don't know his real name. We call him Rembrandt because he goes to an art school at night. And Frankie Cutter. Yeah, they're the only ones. Say, look at lady. What can they do to me?
Well, Jimmy, you're just 16. And if they find you guilty, you'll be sent to the state reformatory until you're 21. That's 5 years.
Jimmy, 5 years. Think, son.
Look now, I didn't kill that man. I didn't drive last night. The car was never out of the garage.
All right, so the car wasn't, so the police lab is crazy. But where were you?
Judd, leave him alone, darling. It's no use. Come on, I want to see those other newsboys.
Jimmy's in kind of a jam, huh?
A bad jam, Frankie.
Yeah, I understand you have a car just like his, Frankie.
Sure, a bunch of us got him. We all made him together.
Uh-huh. Do you keep yours in the same garage?
Got to keep it someplace. What a racket. $8 a month garage rent. I could leave it in the street and save the dough, but the cops keep slapping tickets on it. Hey, you got a butt, Mr. Barnes? I'm out.
Sure, Frankie. Here.
Thanks. Guess I ain't got no matches either.
Here, I've got a lighter.
Ah, that's a good lighter. Look, if my old lady sticks her head in here, grab the weed fast, will you? She screams like an eagle if I smoke in the bedroom.
Frankie, did you happen to see Jimmy Leonard any place last night?
No, why? Do you say I did?
No.
To your knowledge, has Jimmy ever gone around with a girl?
A girl? Jimmy? He's too square.
Uh-huh. Is your car in good working order, Frankie?
A dream on wheels. I got a carburetor on that baby. You ought to see it go. I knock off work in the mornings about 4:30 and head for the speedway. A lot of hot rod guys there in the morning, you know. So there's no traffic and we can race. Ain't nothing can touch that heap of mine.
Do you do that every morning?
Sure, it's kicks.
Did you do that this morning?
No, not this morning. I was too tired, beat.
Hmm. Where was your car last night while you were working? Was it in the garage?
Where else?
Is it there now?
Of course it's there now. Rembrandt's too.
Yeah, we know. We've already spoken to Rembrandt.
Well, thank you very much, Frankie. Judd, we better go.
Sure.
Stick around a few minutes. The old lady went out to get some cake. She'll fix you some coffee or something.
No, thanks, Frankie. Thank your mother for us.
I want to get up and see you to the door in my pajamas. I ain't got no bathrobe.
That's all right, Frankie. We'll find our way. Goodbye and thank you.
Sure. Some classy dame you got there, Mr. Barnes. Keep her covered so she shouldn't get cold.
Yeah, I will. So long, Frankie. How do we get out?
I think we came in through that door. This other one must be the kitchen or a closet, isn't it?
Right you are, Princess. Marty, what do you think of Frankie?
Feel sorry for him.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Tenement row isn't the ideal setting to grow up in. My folks used to live in a place just like this.
You grew up all right.
I was lucky, Marty. I learned how to put words together until they made sentences. Street level. There's the door.
Ooh, like the end of a dark tunnel. Judson, I know you have to get to work, so I can take a cab to Jimmy Leonard's house, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid you'll have to, Marty. I'll drop you at a cab stand.
All right.
You still want to see Jimmy's father?
Yeah, I do. And when you get to the paper, will you check around a little, ask some of the other boys if they saw Jimmy last night?
Yeah, sure. Maybe one of the... Hey.
What is it?
Lieutenant Leibus just coming out of that building across the street. Well, there's his car. Hey, Ed! Ed!
Now, he sees you, Judge. He's coming across.
That must have been where Rimling lived. Leibus said Tenement Row.
Yeah, I know.
Hi.
Hi.
Hope you didn't come down here to see Mrs. Rimling.
No, Marty had to stop in the neighborhood.
How is she, Lieutenant?
A couple of neighbors with her now, and the minister in the church. She'll be all right, I guess, if she isn't left alone. 2 cute kids. Look, Judd, I want to ask a favor.
Sure, Ed.
Your paper makes a pitch for somebody every once in a while to get help for him. Fred Rimling's family can use some help.
I get right on it, Ed.
No insurance, no nothing. Killed coming from work last night. The first work he'd had in 3 months.
In 3 months? Longshoremen should be busier than that. There's a lot of shipping.
Yeah, well, for some reason he'd been on layoff till yesterday. Longshoremen's union had a meeting yesterday afternoon. He was elected delegate. I guess that helped to get him working again. I better get back to headquarters. Where are you going?
I'm going to the paper. Marty's going to see Jimmy's father.
Lieutenant, would you mind doing something for me?
To help that kid up. Well, what do you want?
I want you to check the license plates on Jimmy's car. Then check the registration. Make sure the motor number on the car is right.
What's the reason for that, Marty?
Well, it's just a possibility. Rembrandt and Frankie Cutter have cars exactly like Jimmy's. One of them might have switched parking stalls and license plates. I just want to make sure that Jimmy's car is Jimmy's car.
Look, Miss Bryant, his key fit the damaged car. He drove it out to a repair shop. A fella can always tell his own car, even from others, just like...
No, Lieutenant, but just the same, check it for me, will you? I'll come down to see what you find. After I see Jimmy's father.
I told him 100 times if I told him once that car'd get him in trouble. Now look at him. Behind bars.
Well, tomorrow morning he'll be arraigned and transferred to the county jail. And then you'll be able to see him.
I don't want to see him. Not unless I can get my hands on him. I'd like to break his neck.
Mr. Leonard, what kind of father are you?
The kind he should have listened to. I've been too easy with him. He's just like his mother was. Blood'll tell. That's what she'd do, too. Kill a man and run. She never had the guts to face anything.
But he's a 16-year-old boy. He's alone. He's frightened. And he may go to a reformatory if he's found guilty. Does that mean anything to you?
I never should have kept him. She wanted him. I should have let her have him. They're two of a kind.
Who are you talking about? Some girl?
I'm talking about his mother.
Oh, isn't your wife dead?
How do I know? I haven't seen her in 10 years. She wanted him, but she couldn't get him. And when I got finished with that divorce court, I showed him what she was.
You mean you divorced your wife and you got the custody of the boy?
The court found she wasn't a fit mother.
The court found that you were a fit father?
I did everything for him. Tried to make something out of him.
It's almost unbelievable how far justice can miscarry.
What do you mean by that?
You never wanted that boy.
I took him. You made a home for
You
him.
took him so that you could do just what you've done, not because you wanted him, but so that you could punish him. So that you could get revenge for whatever you think your wife did to you.
Say, who do you think you are to come in and talk to me like this in my own house? Now get out of here. When you see that son of mine, tell him I hope they keep him in jail forever.
I will, Mr. Leonard, I will. Because compared to the home you've given him, his life there will be paradise.
Here's the check on the serial number of the motor, Miss Bryant. It tallies with the number on the registration slip.
Well, then I'm sorry I bothered you, Lieutenant. It was just an off chance.
Oh, Judd called a few minutes ago. He's on his way over to meet you.
Thank you. Has Jimmy Leonard said anything since I left?
No, he's still clammed up. You know, that fool kid. If he hadn't run away, the charge wouldn't be so bad. A year, maybe, but that hit and run. What happens to a kid's brain, Miss Bryant? It's an accident, not murder. He was speeding, sure, but why didn't he stay to face it?
I guess he was afraid to face something else. His father.
Yeah, you think he hated the kid. You know the kid's guilty, don't you, Miss
Don't
Bryant?
ask me that, Lieutenant. My job is to defend him.
Yeah, sure, I'm sorry. I got some work to do, but you can wait here for Judd, okay?
You're fine.
Oh, sorry, Ed.
Well, speak of the devil. Here's your bow now, Miss Bryant.
Got time to grab a bite with us, Ed?
Cops never eat or sleep. You know that, see you.
Any luck, Marty?
Yeah, all bad.
I've got some bad news, too. Jimmy was definitely lying about where he spent the night.
Why, do you know where he was?
At the Hotel Savarin Plaza.
The Savarin Plaza?
Yeah, there's a newsstand in the lobby. One of the men on the delivery route was making a drop there, and he saw him.
We might have been just walking through. That hotel opens on 2 streets.
Delivery men saw he said Jimmy at the desk registering. Said he called to him, but Jimmy turned his face away. He said he thought maybe he'd made a mistake.
Did you check with the desk clerk?
Yeah, Jimmy was registered, all right. Not only that, but he'd been there before. For some reason or other, he stayed at that hotel about one night a month.
Gee, it's strange, a boy like him in a hotel like that.
Yeah, and there's something even stranger. He'd always call in advance and make a reservation. Marty, you think he was meeting somebody or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I do, and I think I know who. His mother, Chuck.
His mother's dead. You heard him tell us that.
If she's dead, Jimmy's father doesn't know about it. They were divorced 10 years ago. Oh, Judd, that boy's not guilty. He's hiding something.
Well, he won't talk, Marty. You saw that.
Maybe we can find something to make him talk. You go back to that hotel and go through that register. See if a woman has also registered there on the same days that Jimmy did. Get all the information you can on her. Because if we find her, I think we'll find Jimmy's mother.
You may have something, Marty. Why don't you come with me?
No, I've another stop to make.
Yeah, where?
Down at the docks. I'd like to know why Fred Rimling only got 1 day's work in 3 months.
Hey, you sister.
Yes?
Down these docks ain't no place for a lady. Hoists and everything, you might get hurt.
Thank you very much. I'll be careful.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go. I ain't finished talking yet.
You let go of my arm.
You've been nosing around the docks all afternoon asking the longshoremen questions. You shouldn't do that. These guys got to work.
I don't think what I do is any of your business.
It's all my business. I'm Joe Boston. You're wasting their time and they all work for me.
Oh, I see. You're Joe Boston.
Yeah. Heard of me, eh?
Yeah, this afternoon I've heard quite a lot about you. Fred Rimling worked for you, too, didn't he?
Yeah. Poor Fred. I just sent some flowers. Bad thing. Poor guy getting killed like that, leaving a family. I bleed for him.
Bleed what, ice water?
Look, you're a pretty fresh dame. What do you want around here?
I want to find out why Fred Rimling worked only 1 day in 3 months.
Docks are slow, that's why.
They're loaded with shipping. I've been talking to the men. And I know why he didn't work.
Oh, all right, sister. Tell me.
He didn't work because you have the contracts for all the unloading done here, and you make the men kick back part of their pay.
Yeah? Get one of them to say that in front of me.
Oh, you know they're frightened of you. But Rimling wasn't, was he? He was ready to fight you. That's why the men elected him delegate yesterday.
He was a communist. Always making trouble.
He was not a communist. He went to church regularly, and all the men around here respected him.
Yeah.
1 day's work in 3 months. And a late job, too. One that brought him out on River Street at 3 o'clock in the morning to be killed under the wheels of a car.
A hot rod driven by a crazy kid. You blaming me for that?
No, I'm not blaming you yet. You let go of my arm.
Sure. I'll let go of it. But let me tell you something. Stay away from these docks. Stay out of my business or I'm going...
Or what, Buster? What's the matter, Marty?
Judd, he's...
You're fine, ain't you? Newspaper guy, eh?
That's right. And Miss Bryant happens to be the girl I'm going to marry, and I don't like to see her having trouble. Come on, Marty, I'll take you home.
I'm pretty happy you came along.
I looked for you all over the docks. Lucky I found you.
Yeah. Rimling was breaking up a racket on him, Judd. Boston looks like a man who wouldn't stop at any murder.
Are you sure?
He shakes the men down, a pay kickback. A couple of them hinted at it, but they're afraid.
Ed Leibus suspected Boston of strong-arm stuff before, up to and including murder, but he's never been able to hang it on him. But, Marty, what's the connection between Joe Boston and Jimmy's hot rod?
I don't know. I keep thinking Jimmy's car was switched with another one just like it. But Leibus has proven that's wrong.
Yeah. Over there is where Rimling was killed, Marty. Coming out of Pier 37. Witnesses who saw the hot rod were in that ferry shed there. The car came speeding along from that direction.
Yeah? Oh, hey, Judd, what did you find out at the hotel?
Oh, yeah. The kid's mother was at the hotel on those nights, all right. Her name's Mrs. Helen Goodrich now, remarried. Comes from Pleasanton, 100 miles upstate. I called her, told her what's happened. She broke up, Marty. She's on her way here now.
Oh, good. That boy sure needs her.
She loves him, Marty. I could tell by her reaction.
Judd, look out. Watch.
What? Wow. Oh, that crazy cab driver. He almost skidded right into us.
It wasn't his fault. It's this road. It's like glass.
An oil truck overturned here a few days ago. I tried to sand it down, but it's still slippery. You hear the sand and gravel kicking up under the fenders?
Yeah, I do hear it. Judd, I want to see Lieutenant Leibus. I want to see him right away.
Well, why? What are you so excited
The
about?
car that killed Rimling must have driven through that oil slick.
Yeah?
I got an idea. An idea that may prove Jimmy didn't kill Fred Rimling.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Bryant. Wait a minute. Give me that again. Slow.
Lieutenant, the car that killed Rimling must have passed that oily spot on River Street, right?
Yeah, so?
Suppose it was not Jimmy's car.
I got a short answer for you, Miss Bryant. If it wasn't Jimmy's car wouldn't have a smashed fender and headlight.
There are 2 other cars like it in the same garage. The night man admitted he was asleep. Any one of those cars could have gone in and out without his ever seeing them.
Okay, what's your point?
Her point is that Rimling might have been killed by one of the other hot rods. How did you happen to pick Jimmy up, Ed?
You know how. Judd, we put out a bulletin to all repair shops to report a damaged hot rod.
And you got a call on a car with a smashed fender and headlight.
Yeah, and it's good, solid evidence.
But would it still be solid if you could prove that an undamaged fender and headlight were removed from Jimmy's car? Right in that garage? And the damaged ones put on in their place?
Ed, it could happen.
Yeah. I never thought of it, but you're right, it could. Yeah, but how can we prove it?
Your lab can. By that oil slick. The death car came through it. And that oily sand hits up under the fenders and some of it sticks.
It did on my car, Ed. I checked to see.
That's proof, Lieutenant. You have the lab go over Jimmy's car again. If he did drive through there'll be traces of oily sand under all 4 fenders. But if you only find it under the damaged fender, then that fender does not belong on Jimmy's car.
Miss Bryant, if I ever kill anybody, you've got a client. Hello, Leibus. Call the lab. Tell them I want a crew at the police garage right away.
Ed, better send somebody to look at those other cars, too. The ones belonging to Rembrandt and Frankie Cutter. If one of them made the switch, he'll have oil and sand under 3 fenders.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll bet on Frankie Cutter's car. Frankie told us he used to go racing every morning. But he admitted that he didn't the morning after Rimling was killed.
Sure. He missed the races because changing that fender and headlight took time.
Where's he live, Jim?
Let's see. It's almost 9 p.m. He should be at the newsstand by now, 5th and Madison.
Hello, give me radio division. Radio, Lieutenant Leibus. Put out a pickup for a kid named Frankie Cutter. He's a nosy. 5th and Madison. Have him brought in here and held till I get back.
I didn't kill him, I tell you. I was working the newsstand.
Save it, Frankie. You're cooked. The lab crew can prove that you switched fenders on Jimmy's car.
Might as well tell the truth.
Come on, Frankie.
Give me a butt, will you? I'm out.
You can smoke later.
Okay. I changed the fenders and the light. But I didn't kill nobody. I was at the stand. Somebody else had the car.
Oh.
If I tell you, he'll kill me. He's a big shot. The stuff, real big. Got connections.
Maybe we can tell you, Frankie. It was Joe Boston, wasn't it?
Huh? How'd you know?
Was it Boston, Frankie? Come on, talk.
Yeah, he came by the stand that night. I had my car in the alley. By the movie, you know? Every time he picked up a paper, Boston, I mean, he slipped me $1. A big guy, you know? So it's about 2 a.m. when he comes by. He wants to know, can he borrow my car? To a guy like him, you don't say no. So I give him the keys.
And when did he come back?
About 3:30. Tells me he had an accident. The thing is smashed up. The fender and the headlight. Give me a butt, will you, somebody?
Here.
He gave me a C note to keep my trap shut. I didn't know what happened. When I took the car into the garage, the night guy was asleep. So I glommed onto a fender and a light from Jimmy's car. Next morning, when I found out a guy we got killed, I was scared stiff. I couldn't say nothing. Boston had laid me out.
Enough, Lieutenant?
Plenty. Radio division. Radio, leave us again. Another pickup. Joe Boston on a 224. No, I'm not kidding. This time he rides. Come on, Frankie.
Where are you taking me? I didn't do nothing.
You're a material witness. I want to keep you alive until Joe Boston isn't. You're lucky we picked you up.
He's right, Frankie. Boston knew we were asking questions about him. When he picked up his paper tonight, your tip might have been more than $1. He'd shut you up for good.
When they bring him in, you ain't going to put him in the same cell with me, are you?
No, but I ought to just for kicks. Come on, move. While I'm putting this one in, I'll let Jimmy Leonard out.
We'll wait.
Marty, thanks. You saved a good kid.
Jimmy'd have to be good. If he weren't, he'd have gotten into trouble a long time ago with that father of his. That man is a real...
Is Lieutenant Levis here or Mr. Barnes? I've got to see one of them right away, please.
I'm Mr. Barnes. You must be Jimmy Leonard's mother.
Yes, where is he? Let me see him, please.
It's all right, Mrs.
Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich. Jimmy will be here now in just a minute. He's being released.
Released?
Mm-hmm.
Released? You mean he's all right? They know he didn't do anything?
Yes, they know.
Oh, thank heaven.
Mrs. Goodrich, he wouldn't tell them where he'd been that night. Do you know why?
Because of me. My husband. Not Jimmy's father, Mr. Goodrich. He doesn't know I've been married before. I never expected to see Jimmy again after his father divorced me, so I never told Mr. Goodrich.
Oh, I see.
Since the divorce, I didn't see Jimmy again until last year. I came to do some shopping. Saw him selling papers and recognized him. Our mother knows. I had to see him after that. We met once a month.
Take it easy, Mrs. Goodrich.
I was afraid to tell my new husband. Afraid I might lose him if I told him now, so late. I guess that's why Jimmy wouldn't say where he was. He knew I was happy. He didn't want to bring me into it.
Yes, but you'll have to tell your husband now.
I did. Right after Mr. Barnes called. I don't know now why I was afraid to tell him before. I got a good man this time. He's out there in the car. He wants me to bring my boy home with us. But I can't. He's still a minor. The courts gave his father custody.
Mrs. Goodrich, you take the boy along with you. You leave the rest to me. I'll get that decision reversed if I have to spend my life in a courtroom.
Oh, thank you. I don't... Jimmy, my baby. Mom.
Come on, Jim.
You know, Marty, you worry me.
Why?
Well, there's nothing a man dreads more than the prospect of being married to a woman smarter than he is.
Don't worry about it, Doc.
No, why not?
Because if I'm really smarter than you are, I'll be smart enough to never let you know it.
Oh. All right, that's a deal. Now give me a kiss.
I don't want to.
Come on.
Well.
You have just heard Defense Attorney starring Mercedes McCambridge with Howard Culber as Judd. Tonight you heard Tony Barrett as Lieutenant Levis, Tom McKee as Boston, Joel Nestler as Jimmy, George Peroni as Frankie, and Irene Tedrow as the mother. Music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Defense Attorney was written by Joel Murcott. The program is directed by Dwight Hauser. Next week, another exciting adventure with Mercedes McCambridge, Defense Attorney. Be sure to listen. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American broadcast.
Colgate Tooth Powder's Theater of Romance brings you in just a moment Casablanca, starring Victor Jory and featuring Dooley Wilson. But first,
latest reports from doctors on the 14-day Palmolive plan.
Chicago reports better complexions for 73%. Atlanta reports better complexions for 88%.
In city after city, doctors tested the 14-day Palmolive plan on all types of skin, and 2 out of 3 of all women tested got better complexions in 14 days.
What is this 14-day Palmolive plan?
Wash your face 3 times a day with Palmolive soap. Then each time take 60 seconds more to massage Palmolive's lovely soft lather onto your skin as you would a cream. Then rinse. This cleansing massage with Palmolive's lather brings your skin its full beautifying effect.
See what Palmolive can do for your skin in 14 days. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
And every Tuesday night, Colgate Tooth Powder brings you the Theater of Romance, featuring each week your favorite stars and favorite stories and plays, especially adapted for radio. And here is your host to tell you about tonight's presentation, Casablanca, starring Victor Jory.
Good evening. Casablanca has always been one of the world's great crossroads, but it was never more so than in the months right after the fall of France, when its hotels and cafes were jammed to the doors with refugees desperately killing time until they could go on to find safety in America or another free country. Our story tonight is told by a man who owned one of those cafes, Rick Blaine.
Seems to me everyone in Casablanca came into my cafe that evening. The gambling rooms were crowded, the bar was packed, and every table was full. We'd had an accident during the early part of the evening. Senor Ugarte had been shot by the Gestapo. They thought he had some letters of transit that would mean passage out of Casablanca on the Clipper for 2 lucky people, but they didn't find them on him. The reason they didn't find them was because Senor Ugarte had given them to me earlier. No one knew that for certain, although 1 or 2 suspected it. The first person to approach me on the subject was Captain Renault, the French prefect of police.
We're going to have a good many interesting guests here in the cafe tonight, Rick. Major Strasser of the Third Reich, for one.
Yeah, I can do without him.
And Victor Laszlo for another.
Laszlo? Is Laszlo here in Casablanca?
Ricky, this is the first time I've ever seen you so impressed. You know him?
No, but Laszlo succeeded in impressing half the world.
Yes. That is why Major Strasser is here. See that Laszlo doesn't preach America.
It'll be interesting to see how he manages his escape.
He will not escape.
10,000 francs says he will.
Make it 5,000. I'm only a poor, corrupt official.
It's a bet.
No matter how clever he is, he still needs an exit visa, or I should say 2. He's traveling with a lady.
Huh?
Rick, there are many exit visas sold in this cafe, but we know that you have never sold them. Don't start with Victor Laszlo.
Why, where would I get an exit visa to sell?
There are 2 missing letters of transit. Senor Ugarte had them earlier this evening, but we didn't find them on his body. Do you happen to know where they might be?
Louis, are you pro-Vichy or free French?
Serves me right for asking a stupid question. We'll say no more about it at the moment.
I was in the roulette room when Victor Laszlo arrived. I was busy at the moment, so I didn't bother going out until I heard Sam at the piano playing a piece I'd told him never to play. Sam! What are you doing playing that song? I thought I told you never to...
Hello, Rick.
And there she was, the woman I loved and hated more than any woman in the world, the woman I'd last seen in Paris and didn't ever want to see again.
It's been a long time, Rick. Let's see. The last time we met?
Was the day the Germans marched into Paris. They wore gray and you wore blue, and I've hated both colors ever since. What are you doing here?
I came with Victor Laszlo.
Laszlo?
Yes. He went over to the bar to speak to someone. He's searching for a Signor Ugarte, who has something for us.
Yeah? Ugarte is dead.
Dead? Oh, no.
Tough, isn't it? See you around, Ilsa. I couldn't stand there looking down at her and seeing her at one of my tables just as though she belonged there. I couldn't stand there looking at her and go on hating her, and I wanted to hate her. And late that night, after everyone had gone, I sat in the cafe thinking how much I hated her. I sat in the cafe alone with Sam and his piano and a half-empty bottle of scotch.
Boss, you going to sit here in the cafe until morning? Boss.
What's that you say, Sam?
Are you going to bed, boss?
Not right now. I've still got half a bottle here.
Are you planning on going to bed in the near future?
No.
You ever going to bed?
No.
Well, I ain't sleep either.
Good. Have a drink.
No, not me. Boss, let's get out of here.
No, sir. I'm waiting for a lady. She's coming back. I know she's coming back.
Oh, let's go somewhere, boss. There's nothing but trouble here for you. Let's take the car and drive all night. We'll go fishing. We'll stay away until she's gone.
Shut up and go home.
No. I'm staying right here.
Of all the gin joints and all the towns in the world, she has to walk into mine. Play the piano, Sam. You know what I want to hear.
No, I don't.
Play it. You played it for her, you can play it for me.
Okay, boss.
She always wore blue. That spring in Paris, I can remember driving day after day with her out into the country, eating dinners in the little country inn. Lord, she was beautiful. And I remember dancing with her night after night after night. I never liked dancing until I met her. And I remember once when we were dancing, I said, who are you really? What were you before? What did you do? What did you think?
We said no questions, Rick. Remember?
Yeah. I was just wondering why I was so lucky, why I should find you waiting for me to come along, Ilsa.
Why there is no other man in my life?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
There was. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid.
Kiss me, darling. That's all the answer we need for anything. Isn't it?
Darling. Oh, my darling. It was answer enough. There were a lot of questions I wish I'd asked her later, but I had time to think about other things. I remember the last day I saw her. The Germans were expected in Paris the next day.
Rick, you have to get out of Paris. The Germans must not catch you here.
We have to get out of here, kid. The train leaves to Marseille at 5. I'll pick you up at the hotel at 4:30. Is it a date, kid?
Well, I have so many things to do. Suppose I meet you at the station.
All right. The Gare de Lyon at 4:45.
Rick. Oh, Rick.
Oh, Ilsa, what's the matter?
It's such a crazy world. Anything can happen. Oh, Rick, kiss me. Kiss me as though it were the last time.
I did kiss her, as though it was the last time, and it was. Remember the note you brought me to the station, Sam? It said, Richard, I cannot go with you or ever see you again. You must not ask why. Just believe I love you. Go, my darling, and God bless you. I learned it by heart. I learned it so I could say it backwards. Curse a rotten, two-faced little soul. I'm sorry she walked into the cafe tonight. I'm sorry I ever met her.
Boss. There she is.
Hello, Rick. Hello, Sam.
Get out, Sam.
I'm gone.
Have a drink, Ilsa.
No, not tonight. I came back because I had to talk to you.
Yeah? Why did you have to come to Casablanca? There were so many other places.
I wouldn't have come to the cafe if I had known you were here.
How long do we have, anyway, honey? How many of those happy days were there when there was no questions asked and faith was something all in one piece? You know what I remember most? I remember the wow finish. A guy standing on a train platform with a comical look on his face because his insides have been kicked out by a pair of high French heels.
Can I tell you a story?
Has it got a finish, honey? Has it got a twist?
I don't know the finish yet. It's about a girl who met a man.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot of stories like that, kid. Just tell me one thing. Was it Laszlo you left me for, or were there others in between, or aren't you the kind that tells?
Yes, I'll tell you. It was Laszlo I left you for. You see, Victor, Laszlo is my husband, and was, even when I knew you in Paris. Good night, Rick.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the second act of Casablanca, starring Victor Jory with Dooley Wilson and Mercedes McCambridge. But first...
Oh, what on earth can I give Aunt Mary for Christmas? Oh, I've racked my brains and can't think of a thing.
Give her a war bond, lady. Every war bond you buy for a Christmas gift is a gift for our fighting men and an investment for the recipient.
I've been trying to find an electric train for my Johnny, but there's not one to be had.
Give him a war bond, mister. You'll help finance victory and make the future safe for your boy.
Oh, dear, only 4 more Christmas shopping days, and I still have important gifts to buy. Oh, I'll bet the stores are cleaned out.
Buy war bonds, lady. No shortage there. They're easy to buy, easy to mail, and they show your dear ones that you love your country as you love them.
Our baby's only 3 months old. She's too young to enjoy a Christmas tree.
Well, tie a war bond in her name to the topmost branch. Use it to start an education fund for her. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, war bonds make ideal Christmas gifts. No battling through crowds to buy them. No disappointment at not finding what you want. No letdown because the quality isn't what it used to be. So buy war bonds and stamps up to the limit. This program is presented in cooperation with the Drug, Cosmetic, and Allied Industries by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company on behalf of the Treasury's War Bond Campaign.
Now, the second act of Casablanca, starring Victor Jory as Rick with Dooley Wilson as Sam. Rick continues his story.
The next day, Ilse and Victor Laszlo went every place in Casablanca trying to get 2 exit visas, but they didn't have a chance. Victor Laszlo was a marked man, and it was death or a concentration camp for anyone who helped him. They only had one slim hope, and that was to find the letters of transit the late Senor Ugarte had for them. Victor Laszlo came alone to the cafe that night to see me.
All I want to know is, do you have those letters?
Suppose I do, Laszlo.
You must know that it's very important that I get out of Casablanca. It's my privilege to be one of the leaders of a great movement. I must get to America to continue my work.
Well, I'm not interested in world events. I'm a saloon keeper.
You were interested in world events once. You fought with the Ethiopians against Italy. And you risked your neck with the loyalists in Spain.
And I was well paid on both occasions.
The other side would have paid you better.
That's a matter of opinion.
I'll give you 100,000 francs.
I wouldn't accept $1 million. I suggest you ask your wife why.
I beg your pardon?
I said, ask your wife. That night I went upstairs and Ilse was there waiting for me.
Richard, I had to see you.
So I'm Richard again, huh? We're back in Paris. I've recovered my lost identity.
Please.
That unexpected visit isn't by any chance connected with the letters of transit.
Richard, we loved each other once. If those days meant anything at all to you.
I wouldn't bring up Paris if I were you. It's poor salesmanship.
Richard, if you don't help us, Victor Laszlo will die in Casablanca.
What of it? I'm going to die in Casablanca. It's just a spot for it. Now, if you...
All right. I tried to reason with you. I tried everything. Now I want those letters.
Well, get the little lady with the gun.
Get those letters.
They're right here in my breast pocket.
Put them on the table.
No, you'll have to kill me to get them. If Laszlo and the cause means so much to you, you won't stop at anything. Go ahead, shoot. You'll be doing me a favor. Go on, shoot.
I can't. I tried to stay away. I thought that I would never see you again. The day that you left Paris, you don't know how much I went through. Oh, Richard, I loved you so much. I still love you so much. Oh, Richard. In husband.
My darling. My darling.
You see, my darling, my marriage to Victor had always been a secret. Victor was constantly afraid his enemies might come after me if they knew we were married. He was in a concentration camp for many months. And about a week before I met you, I received word that he was dead.
You should have told me all this, Ilse.
Yes, I know. But I thought it had nothing to do with you and me. That morning we were going to leave Paris together. I had a phone call from one of Victor's friends. He told me Victor was alive, that he had escaped from the concentration camp, and that he needed me. I couldn't tell you that, Rick. You wouldn't have left Paris, and they would have caught you.
Oh.
So, I sent you that note, and that's all.
Well, it's still a story without an ending, isn't it?
No, Rick. Not anymore. I'm going to stay in Casablanca with you, if you want me.
You don't have any doubts about that now, do you?
No, I'm in your hands, Rick. You'll have to think for both of us now. Am I a terrible person to say these things and feel this way?
I don't think so, Kid. You leave everything to me. I'll work things out.
You will get Victor out on the plane.
Or he'll leave on tonight's plane. You better run along now. I got to do some thinking. Well, I thought a long time, and I smoked a lot of cigarettes, and I did a lot of walking. And finally, I went to see the prefect of police, my old friend, Captain Renaud. Louis, I've come to tell you I got those letters of transit, and I'm using them myself. I'm selling my place and leaving Casablanca on tonight's plane, and I'm taking a friend along with me. One you'll appreciate, Louis. Ilse Lund.
What about Laszlo?
Louis, if you could keep Laszlo here and also have a legal reason to arrest him, that would be quite a feather in your cap, wouldn't it?
Well, certainly would.
All right. You come to my place this evening before the plane leaves, and I'll have Laszlo come there for the letters of transit, and that'll give you criminal grounds to make the arrest, huh?
Rick, I miss you. Apparently, you're the only one in Casablanca with less scruples than I.
Louis, you'll be there?
I'll be there. Victor Laszlo, you're under arrest on a charge of accessory to the murder of the courier from whom those letters were stolen.
Rick!
But I didn't murder
Hold
him.
on, Renaud. Nobody's going to be arrested, not for a while yet.
Are you pointing that gun at me, Rick?
Yeah, I sure am. I wouldn't like to shoot you, Louis, but I will if you take one more step.
Under the circumstances, I will sit down.
At that desk, please. Now, call the airport and tell them there'll be 2 letters of transit for the Lisbon plane and to let them through. And remember, Louis, I've got this gun pointed right at your heart.
So that is my least vulnerable spot. Hello, airport? Captain Renaud calling from Rick's Cafe. There will be 2 letters of...
Captain Renaud outsmarted me there. Instead of dialing the airport, he dialed the German consulate, and they were on their way to the airport almost as soon as we were. It was a foggy night at the airport, and Ilse and Victor Laszlo and Renaud and I stood there listening to the plane warming up. Every one of us, I think, was praying. I kept my eyes on Renaud and my gun in my pocket. Ilse kept her eyes on me and finally asked the question I've been waiting for.
Rick, you've given me a letter of transit, too. I don't need it, Rick.
Yes, you do. In 10 minutes, you'll be off on that plane, too.
Richard, what's happened to you? Last night we...
We said a good many things last night. I think your husband should know some of them.
Monsieur Rick, I do not ask you to explain.
Well, I'm going to anyway. Might make a difference to you later. You knew about Ilse and me in Paris when you were...
Yes.
And you also knew she came to see me last night?
Yes, I know that, too.
She came for the letters. That's true, isn't it, Ilse?
Yes, but
She tried everything to get them. When nothing else worked, she did her best to convince me she was still in love with me. For your sake, she pretended, and I let her pretend.
Richard.
She even offered to stay here in Casablanca with me if I'd get you out. That was a heroic gesture, but not very practical. The concentration camp was about all we had to look forward to after we'd helped you escape. Is that right, Louis?
I'm afraid Captain Strasser would insist on that. Chivalry is dead, along with many other things.
So that's how it stands. You better go get on your plane. It's just about ready to go. You see, the other passengers are getting on.
Rick.
Goodbye, Rick. And thank you.
So long. Good luck.
Goodbye, Rick.
Laszlo and Ilse went across the field to the plane, and Renaud and I stood there, measuring one another, and we heard the plane door slam, and then a car came screeching to a stop.
Renaud!
Oh, it's you, Captain Strasser.
Renaud, what was the meaning of that phone call?
Victor Laszlo's on that plane for Lisbon.
What? Why do you stand there? Why don't you stop them before they take off? Hey, stop!
Shut up, Strasser. Don't make a move unless you want to get shot. I'm a true neutral, Strasser. I was willing to shoot Captain Renault, and I'm willing to shoot you.
You fool. If you think I'm going to stand here and let that plane take off. Man, shut up. Man, stop that plane. Stop.
I always had a feeling you were a good shot, Rick. Right through Strasser's heart.
There she goes. Happy landing, sweetheart. Well, Renault, what happens now?
Well, I think you and I will go over to your place and have a drink.
Huh?
I'll call my office and tell them we stumbled over Captain Strasser's body in the fog. And to round up the usual suspects.
Okay, Louis. Thanks. By the way, you still owe me 5,000 francs on that bet of ours. Laszlo did escape.
I think we might call that debt paid, Rick.
Okay, Louis. We'll call that debt paid. Let's go back to the cafe. Here you are, Louis. The champagne's on me. Say, it's a great tune, isn't it? It sort of gets you inside.
You didn't fool that girl tonight, Rick. And you didn't fool me. You're a rank sentimentalist.
Yeah, I guess I am, Louis. Sing the song, Sam. Sing the song.
As time goes
A certain hero who would be embarrassed to hear his name broadcast was told he could come home on leave. The Treasury Department said they'd like him to sell war bonds. All he'd have to do would be to stand up in a booth and tell the public why they should buy bonds. I don't want to come home for that, he replied. If they don't know why, I can't tell them. Ladies and gentlemen, you can understand his feelings, I know. And of course, we all know why we should buy bonds. But what many of us don't realize is the terrific and mounting cost of winning the war. Yes, we're going to win, but we'll have to pay the price in blood and lives and money. We're asked merely for money. We're not asked to give. We're asked to lend. And for the lending, we receive a fine profit. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, how can you lose? Buy that bond, won't you, before another sun sets. Buy war bonds for yourself. Give the present with a future. Buy war bonds for Christmas. This program was presented in cooperation with the Drug, Cosmetic, and Allied Industries by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company on behalf of the Treasury's War Bond Campaign.
Tonight's Theater of Romance play was adapted from the memorable film Casablanca, produced by Warner Brothers, whose latest motion picture, Hollywood Canteen, is now playing at the Strand, New York, and will soon be seen throughout the country. Next week, we will bring you a special holiday program, The Messiah, based on the music of the oratorio and on incidents in the life of George Frederick Handel, the composer. Until next Tuesday, when Colgate Tooth Powder's Theater of Romance will bring you The Messiah, this is your host saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, and romance.
Victor Jory, who played Rick in tonight's play, appears through the courtesy of Vicks and is heard on CBS every Sunday afternoon as the star of Vicks Matinee Theater. Dooley Wilson recreated his original role of Sam. Mercedes McCambridge played Ilsa, and Santos Ortega played Renault. Casablanca was especially adapted for this program by Gene Holloway. The music was composed and conducted by Ben Ludlow, and the entire production was directed by Mark Slobe. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
And now, Profits Unlimited.
It just doesn't make sense.
Don't it, miss?
But why did you row me there?
I told you, miss, no boat can get past the reef.
But surely my grandfather can afford a power boat.
Last one sank 5 years ago.
Then why doesn't he... Oh, what's the use of asking any more questions? I've asked, and every answer just gets me more mixed up than I was before.
It's all very simple, miss.
Simple?
All just a question of money.
What do you mean, money?
10 generations the Cordays have lived and died on the island. It's all just a matter of money.
But my father...
Yes, all but your father. He was the one they called the fool.
Mr. Williams, I don't think you've any right...
It isn't a matter of right or wrong, miss. It's what they said.
How much farther is there to go? I can't see.
Yes, mist is always heavy this time of morning. You'll be there soon enough. Aye, all a matter of money.
Oh, why don't you talk words that mean something? You're like my father was. We could talk perfectly sanely about anything in the world, but the moment I spoke about the island and my ancestors, well, then there wasn't any clarity or logic anymore. Why don't you tell me what it's all about?
Nothing to tell you that you won't know when we get there.
But tell me something.
Sun's rising, Mr. Listen.
Look, Mr. Williams, for 15 years, ever since I've been old enough to know what it's all about, I've been trying to get some information about my family. All I know is that for generations the Cordays have lived on this island. While my father was alive, I could never come here. But now he's dead, and I'm here, and I've got to know something about them, anything. Yes, so that when I meet my grandfather, I'll know a little of what it's all about. Please, tell me.
It's all a matter...
Don't say that again. Tell me something that means something to me. Rowing in the middle of nowhere, I tell you...
Wait, miss.
Wait? What?
Ahead. If you just look ahead of you.
Land.
Island always comes sudden like out of the water.
So many trees.
They're always green.
You're not rowing, yet we move.
Always a current.
I've waited so long to get here.
Aye.
They're moving so swiftly. Why, there's a landing pier.
Aye. Hold on. We'll bump. Now, I'll hold it. Fuel jump.
All right.
You'll stand there, please. Wait for me.
Yes. No one here. My grandfather, where is he?
Are you afraid already?
Afraid? Why should I? Of course I'm not. But they knew I was coming here. My grandfather, why isn't he...
Through the trees. Look. You want clear answers. There's one of them.
Chimneys. Smoke. Factories. Yes, they are factories, aren't they?
Aye.
But factories here.
Stood there for 10 generations.
But on an island in the middle of... Why here?
It's all a matter of money.
What? Tell me.
330 years ago, Pierre Corday came to this island and built them up.
But why here?
I'm telling you. I've been telling you all along. A matter of money. You know what money is. Well, it's been the day and the night and the sun and the moon of your family for as long as there's been one of you. Money, aye. And here was the making of it and the horror of it.
But why?
Let me tell you. You wanted to know. Let me tell you quick. His profits weren't big enough, Pierre Corday thought to himself. And the trouble was with the men in the factories who decided they wanted too much. Oh, it was the men at the machines who were to blame. He could find a place where only he'd be the boss, where there'd be no investigators and boards of arbitration, and then he'd tell the men what to do, and they'd do it. And up with the profits and out with the headaches in an island. Aye, a private island. That was the answer.
And this was it?
Aye. It. Beyond the jurisdiction of any man but one of the name of Corday. So here he moved his factories, machine after machine, and when everything was set up, he sent out to the places where men walked the streets looking for work, and he said, Listen to me, you single ones. You're hungry, so listen to me. I've a place where there's work for you. Easy work. Work at the machines. You sit all day. You don't have to think. The machines think for you. Just sit all day and do the same thing over and over and over. I'll pay you well and I'll pay you regular. Aye, a life job if you do what I say all your lives.
And men came here?
Aye. Why not? 500 picked ones, all set for life jobs in the factories of Pierre Corday. Came here 330 years ago.
But why is there smoke coming out of the factories now?
500 of them. And they sat down at the machines and started working, and Pierre Corday brought women for them to mate with, and my kin was with them. And the machine started turning.
But the factories, they're still working. Why?
Listen, you wanted me to tell you, so listen. Listen to the rest. 330 years ago, and each had his own bit of work at the machines. One to press a lever here, and the other to turn a screw here. Same work hour after hour, day after day. The months went by, and the profits kept on coming in. But some of them began to get tired of it, tired of the machines. Fools they were from the start. Pierre Corday picked them that way. Still, they got tired. They wanted to get back to the change in life of the rest of the world. Give us hunger, they said, but give us change. They said that, aye. But they didn't get what they wanted.
Then why didn't they go away?
Where? To drown in the sea? Some did.
Then why didn't they rebel?
Aye, and some did that. And died for the trying.
Died?
Aye. They say that of the 500 men who came here at the end of 2 years, half of them had fattened the sharks in the harbor.
It isn't possible.
Aye, it all isn't possible. An island in the middle of nowhere with spinning machines and men at them. None of it's possible. But here it is. 330 years old and still the same as it was.
Tell me, you mean in those factories that... What?
Watch.
People. Marching. Who are they?
10th generation of them Pierre Corday brought and kept here.
The way they walk. Heads down. Arms hanging. Men like... My grandfather. Take me to him.
Take you to him?
Yes, take me to my grandfather.
Grandfather's dead.
Dead?
The island and they belong to you. Believe?
This is great. So new.
2 weeks. I buried him myself.
Did he send for me before he...
No, it was me.
You?
Me. I knew that you were the last one of them left, and I wanted you here.
But why?
I said it, didn't I? You're the last Corday. 330 years, and you're the last.
Why is the factory working so late?
It's the second shift. There are 2 a day.
All night?
Aye.
But why?
It's been that way for 330 years.
It's not true, none of it.
No?
I won't listen to you anymore.
Wait. Where are you going, girl?
Down there.
You can't go there now.
I'm going to the factory. Talk to them. Find out the truth.
All right. Find out for yourself. I want you to do that. Aye. Talk to them.
Row on row of men. And women. And children.
Aye, find out the children. The more hands, the more production. That was the law of the Cordays, the law of the island.
Their faces. Empty.
Machines do the thinking.
But they sit so quietly. Not talking, none of them. Williams, why is this? Crouching over the tools like animals. Are they always like this?
When the whistles blow, they eat. When it blows again, they march back to the barracks behind the factory.
Barracks?
Aye. Barracks, kennels, name it what you want. That's where they live. Live until after 12 hours the whistle calls them back to work.
But the children...
I told you the children do like the rest. They work as soon as they can walk. It's been the law of the Cordays for over 300 years without change. It's the only law they know. Look at this worker, Miss Corday. Look at him, I tell you.
What's he making?
Look at his face. Lovely thing, ain't it? And his blood is the same as their blood, mixed together all through the factory. Look at them, Miss Corday. Yours, I tell you. Yours, all yours. Sit here at the machines until the flesh rots in their bones and they drop in their places. You inherit them, 1,000 of them. Ain't you proud of your inheritance?
What is he making?
What's it matter what they're making? The things they're making ain't been shipped from this island in 100 years.
What?
Aye, for 100 years they've been at the machines, but it's like a dog chasing his tail without beginning and end. What comes out of the last machine's brought back to the first machine and broken up and started all over again.
Why don't they stop?
Stop. How can you stop a rhythm that's been in the blood for 10 generations?
Why don't they talk?
You're scared now, Miss Corday.
They'll talk to me. Of course they will. This one. You, I beg your pardon. Would you stop work a moment and talk to me? I said, would you stop work a moment and talk to me? Williams, doesn't he hear me?
He hears.
Then why doesn't he even turn his head?
Not him. Not any of them.
I don't believe you. This woman, Lady, would you please stop work and talk to me?
Scared to look at him.
Lady, talk to me. I'm Dale Corday.
Scared all right.
I insist that you talk to me. Doesn't answer.
I told you, not while they work. Oh, your family bred them right.
Bred?
Yes, like you breed dogs the way you want them. Yes, for 330 years, bred to sit and work and no nonsense. Never to talk up to their right, just sit and work the way they're told. You stand there looking at me. You don't believe me, do you? Well, try to get him to stop work. Try to get him to say something to you. Try to get him to act like human beings. Well, they're not human beings. They're workers. Yes, workers for the family of Corday. And what are you going to do about it?
Don't be afraid of me.
Who? You.
I'm Dale Corday.
Corday. Boss.
Please don't tremble. What's your name?
Joseph.
Joseph what?
Joseph.
Do you like it here?
Like work here. No complaints. Like work here. No complaints.
No, stop. They taught you that very well, didn't they?
Like work here. No complaints.
Wouldn't you like to leave this place? Sail away across the sea?
Like work here. No complaints.
Don't keep saying that. You don't understand what you say, do you? Look at me. Lift your face. Wouldn't you like to leave the factory and do what you please?
Like work here.
You've got to understand. You've got to talk to me. Well, you're the only one I see that has anything in her face. Oh, Joseph, look at me. No, don't hang your head. Look at me. I'm your friend. I want to know about you. Don't be afraid. Talk to me. That pretty flower in your hair, what is it? The flower, what's it called? What's its name?
You forget.
It's very pretty. What do you do in the factory, Joseph? What is your work?
Like work here. No complaints.
Yes. Would you like to take a walk with me?
Walk?
Yes, through the valley and show me the flowers.
No walk.
Why not?
Whistle blow soon. Walk begin.
But you don't have to work if you don't want to. Come on.
No, whistle blow soon.
But I tell you it's all right. You don't have to go.
I go.
But I want you to stay here. You will stay here.
Now let Joe go.
You'll stay here and talk to me. You'll stay. I'm only trying to help you.
Whistle blow. Look out. Too late.
Well, now you'd believe I told you what would happen.
She bit me. Like an animal.
When the whistle blows, they go to work. It's in their blood.
In their blood. I've had enough of that talk.
And what are you going to do about it?
Close the factories.
What?
Yes, close them, lock them, shut them out. You say the rhythm of the factories in their blood. All right, I'll stop it. You hear me, Williams? You'll close the factory tonight.
Well, it's done.
Good. Tomorrow you'll start me back to the mainland. I'll make arrangements to get those people off of here.
Will you now?
You're breathing so heavily.
As soon as I locked the doors, I ran back all the way.
Why?
I wanted to see your face.
What?
I wanted to see your face after the whistle blows.
Whistle?
Aye, it'll blow just as always.
But I told you to...
And I did. I locked the factory, shut the big doors, and threw the bolts, but the whistles at the powerhouse, and some of them are always there. Aye, the whistle will blow, and they'll march to work.
But they won't get in.
Aye, here they come.
You'll start me to the mainland very early tomorrow, William.
It's a long way.
I know it, but it's got to be done.
Too long a way.
You've a sail. Tonight I'm putting an end to their marching. Tomorrow I'll... What's that? William, don't you hear it?
Aye, I hear it.
It's from the factory.
Aye.
As if they were breaking down the doors.
Aye.
Yes, that's what they're doing. Williams, don't stand there. Go, stop them. Tell them the factory's closed forever. Tell them it's ended.
Go tell them yourself. They've broken in, gone back to work.
People, stop working and listen to me. Stop working, I tell you. I've got to talk to you. I've got to tell you important things. A little while ago, you broke down the door, but that was because you didn't understand what I was trying to do. And now I want to tell you, so listen to me. My name is Corday, and this factory and island and everything on it is my inheritance. And I want to close this factory because I want to help you. Help you to begin to live like human beings. Living means books to be read full of new excitements and understanding, and wonderful music to be played and listened to, and the enjoyment of your homes and conversation and friendship. But oh, you're not listening to me. None of you. People, listen. Why won't you come away from your machine? Why won't you stop them? I want to help you. Listen to me, please. Just listen to me. Listen to me. All right, then. You'll listen to this. I'm going to burn the factory down. You hear me? If that's the only way to stop you, I'm going to burn it down. Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it!
It's a good sea this morning for sailing.
Have you everything aboard?
Aye.
Is there only some way to communicate to the mainland without going there?
There's none.
What time is it?
Almost 7.
And we go when the tide changes?
Aye. Wind's freshening.
Listen on the wind. You hear it?
I hear.
What?
What do you think? It's them.
For 2 days. Never even going home.
They heard you say you'd burn it, and they're afraid.
Afraid I'd burn their cage until they stay there watching. Watching. One shift works and the other watches.
That's how it is. But not their cage alone, Miss Corday.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's yours.
What?
One boat on the island. This. And in a couple of minutes more, it won't be here.
What are you talking about? You and I are going...
That's where you haven't got it straight, Miss Corday. Going, yes, but only me.
I've wanted to ask you this for days now. Why are you always trying to frighten me?
Now I've done it.
Turning, we'd better... The tide...
Huh?
To go.
Yes, I've scared you now, haven't I? Well, say it. Say it. Now, you don't have to. It's in your eyes. Just the thought of being left here with them year after year, nothing but them. It's enough to turn the inside of you white, ain't it? Why do you think I sent for you? I'll tell you, and I'll tell you quick, and then I'm off to sea. I sent for you because I'm a man born different from all the rest that were here. There were 3 kinds, workers, servants, and you Cordays. Well, servant I was, but in the borning of me a piece of hate got in my heart, and it kept growing through the years. I mean, it's more than I am. A hate for a name and the sound of the name and those that have it, Corday. Well, you're the last of them, and here you'll stay with the sound of them and the sound of the factory grinding in your ears until you're as old as I am. And I hate the Pierre Corday and the rest of his kind is as old as mine is. This is your inheritance. An island and a factory and 1,000 perfect workmen who never want anything for themselves except the bit of food they grow, who sit at your machines until they rot and die. A perfect inheritance for a Corday. I'll leave it all for you until you rot and die.
William, come back. You don't understand these people. I want to... William! You cry. Me, Joe.
Joe.
Me, Dad.
Dad. What are you...
We're so slow. Me no work.
Why?
Me want show you flower.
Oh, my dear.
You cry.
No. No, I'm not crying. There isn't time. I've so much to tell you. You first, and then the others. One by one.
You talk.
First, I want to tell you freedom. Say it. Freedom.
Freedom.
300 years ago, my people and your people gave it up. My people wanted profits, but they lost their freedom to the machinery they set up to give them those profits. Your people wanted the security of a bare existence, and so, too, gave up their rights as men to the machinery of profit. But now we've got to win that freedom back again for all of us.
Freedom.
Come. We'll go to them. I've so much to try and tell them. Things that I understand now. That freedom is the essence of the good life for all men. And that security without freedom is a sham which turns men into regiments of less than men. I've so much to tell them. So much to tell them.
Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you into the inner sanctum once again. Come in. You know, so many people have asked me to explain the significance of the creaking door, but I don't really have to. You see, the door creaks for itself. I was going to have a friend of mine here tonight to give you a short explanation. Being an undertaker by profession, he's an authority on the subject, but he couldn't make it. He's been so busy. Poor chap. He's literally buried in his work. All right, friends. Let's get dreadful. Now, remember, don't scream back the radio. It won't do you any good. All set? Then listen as we hear our star, Anne Seymour, in the role of Catherine Bryan, tell us this story in her own words.
Flash of lightning, like a giant white electric light, lit up the sky that night as I went up the walk. And Bryan Mansion looked like a huge gabled tomb standing there on the hill. For a moment I wanted to run, but much as I hated it, I'd come back. Not because I lived there, not because I wanted to be there, but because of this house. I should find out if I was going to live or if I was going to die. I let myself in quietly, made my way to the living room. There was a rustling of skirts, and Mother suddenly appeared in the dim, shadowy light.
Cassie, dear.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, you're so late, I was getting worried.
Was my stepfather worried, too?
Why, yes, dear. Mark is still up. Here, you've got to take your coat off. It's soaked through.
Don't you touch me.
Kathy, darling.
And don't start sniveling over me again, Mother. I can't stand it.
I was just trying to help you.
Always trying to help me. Why didn't you think of helping me before you married that man upstairs? But no. You're such a pretty woman, Mother. You couldn't possibly be without a husband. What would people say?
Catherine, please, you can't go on like this.
No, I can't. I can't go on very much longer without destroying myself.
You must not say such things.
And why not? It'd make you and Mark very happy if I should die. Wouldn't it?
Catherine.
No one in this house wants me to go on living.
Good evening, Catherine.
Mark. I didn't know you were here.
I'm aware of that. I heard you.
Mark, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean a word of it.
Oh, but I did. Now that you're both here, there's something I must find out tonight. It's very important.
What is it?
10 years ago, my father died.
Catherine, we can't discuss that now.
We must. I've got to know certain things.
Why?
Because if I don't, something quite dreadful might happen to me.
Now, Catherine, you're exaggerating.
Dr. Wells doesn't think so. I've been going to him for months now. He knows there's grave danger that I'll go completely out of my mind if I don't find out about this.
My poor darling.
Don't pity me, Mother. Help me. Tell me how my father died. You know you were there.
But, Catherine, there's nothing to tell. Your father was killed in an accident. He was a doctor.
That will be enough, Flora.
Oh, Mark.
We'll call Dr. Wells the first thing in the morning and discuss the matter with him.
Why don't you let her tell me? What have you got to hide?
We are not going to discuss this until I speak to Dr. Wells. Now, Laura, I suggest you come upstairs as soon as possible. Good night, Captain.
Mother, he's gone. You're going to tell me. Where was this accident? How did it happen? Who was involved?
Kathy, you're in no state to hear anything right now. Mark was right. We should speak to Dr. Wells about it first.
Yes, speak to him so you both can make up an appropriate lie to tell me. I don't want any lies. I want the truth, Mother. And I'm prepared to go to any length to get it. Look at this.
Now, Catherine.
Look at it, I tell you. Look at it. What is it? A woman sold it to me. Today. A strange little woman.
It's a sort of tiny painted tile.
Not just an ordinary tile, Mother. It comes from the Orient, the woman said. Do you see this very odd design? If you look at it long enough, she said, a strange thing will happen. You'll find yourself able to talk with the dead. See them wherever they are. Touch them. Catherine, I'm going to talk to my father.
You can't be serious.
You won't tell me what I want to know. Then maybe the dead will. Mother left the room, and I sat down in front of the fireplace, just as I used to when I was a child. I looked at the tile, at the design. The parallel lines and dots began to dance before my eyes. I stared at it. It seemed to hold, control my gaze. And then almost at once, I felt an icy chill, and the design vanished. In its place, there was black, infinite space, filled with shadows and still shadows beyond shadows. And I noticed a speck of gray come out of that blackness. There was a strange, sulphurous odor in the air as it came toward me. At first, very slowly, and gradually faster and faster, as though it were coming to me through endless years of space. Suddenly, there was an ear-shattering thunderclap. A streak of lightning zigzagged through the room in an insane dance. And I heard the front door close. I heard footsteps approaching. I turned around, faced the doorway, and then I saw him.
Don't scream.
Who are you?
You are Kathy Bryan.
You know me?
I did, 10 years ago.
Where did you come from?
Tell me, how do I appear to you?
How you appear?
Yes. Please.
Do you...
That should not be so strange.
Who are you? Did you know my father?
Dr. Bride. Very well. Very well indeed.
How did he die? I want to know that.
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
How do you know?
I saw it all.
You?
I was punished for it.
You murdered him?
No, I didn't kill him. He was the only friend I had in the world. That's why I came back here tonight. Didn't you ever know how your father died?
No.
Would you like to know?
More than anything in the world.
He was the kindest of men. And that's what led to his destruction. He took a man under his care. A man who had been given up as a raving maniac. And rather than see this man placed in an institution, he kept him in the guest cottage of his house.
Wait, I remember now. The man was a poet.
Yes. His name was Dennis Damore. Your father believed this man was a great poet and struggled to save him.
Did this man murder my father?
No. One evening when your father came in to treat Damore, there was a third man in the darkened cottage. This man leaped at your father and drove a knife into his back. The poor madman, frightened, ran over the countryside until he was caught by the police. And he was charged with the murder of your father.
You said you saw all this.
I did.
Then you are...
The madman, Dennis Damore.
You're dead?
Perhaps I am.
The murderer. Who was the person who murdered my father?
You know him quite well. He's the man who's now married to your mother, Mark Weldon.
No. Can you prove this?
Your father is the only one who can prove this.
My father. Can you bring him back here?
Bring him back?
You came back. If you could only bring him and prove this.
Prove it? Perhaps I can. Perhaps I will bring him back tonight.
Just then, there was a tremendous thunderclap, and the electric lights failed. I tried to see him by the firelight, but he was in the room. I ran to the door, stumbling over furniture in the shadows and screaming for him to wait. I opened the front door, but he wasn't there.
Kathy, we heard you screaming.
Did you, Mother?
What happened?
I found out how my father died.
Really? How?
He was murdered.
Laura, did you tell her anything?
No, not a word, Mark, I swear. Kathy, how did you find out?
I told you how I'd find out.
That child.
Yes, it worked.
That's impossible.
Of course you'd say that. But I discovered tonight that you, Mark, murdered my father. That you clearly arranged that a poor patient of his named Dennis Damore would be arrested for the crime that you committed.
Who told you this?
Dennis Damore.
Damore? Was he here?
Yes. He told me everything.
And you believed him?
Why shouldn't I?
Why, the man's a maniac. I don't know how he ever got here. He should be at the State Institution for the Criminally Insane.
Number, please.
Hello, operator. Will you put through a call to the State Institution for the Criminally Insane at Blyton? I wish to speak to whomever is in charge. And call me back as soon as you get them. It's urgent.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Thank you. Now, Catherine, you claim you actually spoke to this man?
Yes, Mark. He told me he saw you murder my father.
Why, you're lucky you escaped with your life. Well, the man is a homicidal maniac. I find it shocking that you should even begin to believe this fantastic story.
But it seems to be true, Mark, doesn't it? My father was murdered, and Dennis Damore was sent away for the crime.
Yes, that part of it is true. But to accuse me? Laura, we've tolerated her in this enough, but this is... Hello?
Hello, this is Dr. King, the night supervisor of State Institution.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. King. This is Mark Weldon speaking. Has one of your patients, a Dennis Damore, escaped?
Dennis Damore, the poet?
Yes, that's right. A homicidal maniac.
He hasn't escaped, Mr. Weldon. He was one of the patients who was killed in a fire that broke out in this place 2 years ago.
What's that?
Didn't you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mark, what is it?
Dennis Damore is dead. He was killed 2 years ago.
Well, friend, how'd you like to have a little Chinese tile that can produce dead men for you? Or don't you think that Dennis DeMort is a ghost? Perhaps you think he's just an old pop-eyed poltergeist? Well, we'll know in a moment as we hear Catherine Bryan tell us the second half of her weird story.
My stepfather's hand trembled as he hung up the phone. And even in the red glow of the firelight, I could see his face had suddenly turned snowy white.
It's impossible. The dead can't come back. Unless you're making up this whole thing, Kathy.
Why should I invent a story like this?
Because you've always been insanely jealous. You've always hated your mother for marrying me. Isn't that true, Laura? Isn't it?
Yes. It's true.
There. You see, Catherine? Your mother loves you. She wouldn't lie. Now tell us the truth. You made up this whole wild tale about Dennis Damore, didn't you?
No, Mark. I didn't invent it. Dennis Damore was here.
He couldn't have been. He's been dead for 2 years.
Then how would I know the things I told you?
I don't know. And that's what you've got to explain.
Mark, why does this upset you so? If you didn't murder him, what difference does it make about Damore? Why are you so frightened?
I'm not frightened. I'm just determined to get to the bottom of this thing. What was that?
Just the thunder, Mark.
Laura, why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
Staring at me. As though you've seen me for the first time. Do you believe this mad story Catherine's told us? Do you think I murdered her father?
I just remembered certain things, Mark. I can't help it if I think of them now.
What things? Tell me, what things?
2 days before the murder, you told me you were in love with me. I sent you away, told you never to come to this house again.
Go on.
On the night of the murder, I saw you standing in the moonlight, near the guest cottage.
You did?
I thought I was mistaken, especially since you claimed you were at home that night. Oh, Mark, don't be angry with me. I can't help it thinking of these things now. It's only natural.
Natural? Is it natural for a man's wife to accuse him of a crime like murder? And on the basis of what? The word of a psychopathic girl who should have been confined long ago. She talked to a man who's been dead for 2 years. I suppose you believe that, too. And who is this man, even assuming that he's alive? A madman, a homicidal maniac who took your first husband's life when your husband tried to kill him. Well, I've had enough of this.
Mark, what are you taking out of that drawer?
Kathy, come here.
Why? Mark, put the gun away.
Shut up, Lola. Now, Kathy, I won't hurt you unless you try something dangerous. I'm holding this gun because I believe your mother and I are no longer safe in the same room with you. Now, I want the truth. You were lying to us before, weren't you?
No.
Very well, then. Where is this man you saw? I'd like to see him, too.
I don't know.
Of course you don't, because he doesn't exist.
He does. He appeared when I looked at the Chinese tile.
The Chinese tile? Good. Look at your Chinese tile now. Make him appear.
You're trying to make a fool of me. A liar.
You'll do as I tell you. Look at that tile. Go on.
All right, I will.
Now, what do you see?
Nothing but the design.
Yes, and that's all you're going to see.
No. The design is fading. It's getting dark. Dark. Nothing but black.
Mark! I heard the front door. Someone just came in.
Yes.
Those footsteps. That's just how he came in the last time.
Perhaps, but I doubt if it's... Good evening.
Oh, it is Damore.
You remember me, Laura?
Yes. You've changed a great deal, but it is you.
Mr. Weldon, it's been 10 years since I've seen you.
Damore. Then you're not dead. There must have been some mistake when I identified you.
Not dead.
You escaped. Someone must have been identified instead of you. That's the only explanation.
It depends on what you choose to believe, Mr. Weldon. I brought a guest with me.
My father.
Dr. Bryan, I'm sure you know these people quite well. Of course you do.
What's he saying? He's talking to my father.
That's right, Kathy. Unfortunately, you cannot see him. But he is here. Aren't you, Doctor?
Demore, what are you up to?
What do you think?
If you come back here to make trouble...
Trouble? No. I've come back because someone wanted to know the truth. And I brought the doctor back for the same reason. Doctor, before these others, I want you to tell us who murdered you. Who murdered you?
Mark! You shot him.
Yes.
Why? Why?
He's dangerous. A maniac.
That's not the reason. It's because you murdered my father, and you don't want us to know.
All right, Kathy. I did kill him.
Mark!
It doesn't make any difference now. This maniac has planted suspicion in your minds. You would have found out sooner or later.
Mark!
Yes, I killed him. For you, Laura. I loved you. But that's over now. It's been over for a long time. I know what to do now. And it's going to be very simple. Thanks to our friend lying there.
What are you going to do?
Don't you know, Laura? It's so simple. Your bodies must be found in such a condition that they will be certain Damore killed you. And then I'll tell them how I shot the homicidal maniac to protect myself.
It's the same way he killed my father.
Yes, Kathy.
You won't die, Catherine.
Damore.
Did you think you could kill me, Weldon?
Damore.
Do you think those shots will stop me?
Don't you come near me. Stand back.
Nothing to stop me, Weldon.
The gun. It's empty. No, don't. Let go of me. Yes. Go.
I saw the bullets strike Damore. They hit him, but they didn't stop him from lurching toward Mark and seizing him by the throat. As they fell to the floor, the kerosene lamp fell off its table. It might have been the wind, but I believe otherwise. I'm almost certain it was my father. In a moment, the drapes were on fire, and the whole place was blazing. I screamed to my mother to leave. She ran with me out of the blazing building into the storm that raged outside. Two weeks later, my mother came into the hotel room where we were staying. I just come from the police, Kathy. Well, Mother? Only one body is positively identified. Whose? Mark's. The other body? They haven't been able to find it in the rubble. I don't believe they ever will. But, Kathy, the police checked with the authorities at the state institution. It seems that some of the patients did escape at the time they had the fire there 2 years ago. It's possible that Damore was among them. It's possible, but I doubt it. You think Damore died 2 years ago? Yes, Mother. Don't you?
Well, friends, I guess you've met ghosts before, but I'm sure this is the first time you've ever met a crazy spook. Or don't you think Dennis DeMort was a ghost? Well, there's only one way to find out if ghosts really exist. Just ask one to haunt you sometime. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
James Stewart, now retired General of the Air Force, came into the studio resplendent in his Air Force First Lieutenant's uniform. We were deep in the war, and Lieutenant Stewart had received special permission to do what you are about to hear, because there were still some of us who whispered that neither Auschwitz nor Pearl Harbor were any of our business.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Plays for Americans by Arch Obler. As a further contribution to the war effort, NBC brings you a special series of new plays dedicated to people of goodwill everywhere who believe in the inherent dignity of man, who fight together now for a better world for all. This is a war of men and ideas, and these are the plays of the men and ideas that make up our America and our world of today. As the seventh of this series, the National Broadcasting Company has the pleasure to present Lieutenant James Stewart in a new play, Letter at Midnight.
I'm going to read you a letter. It's from my son. And it reads, Dear Father, I started to date
this letter December 6th, and now I see it's half an hour after midnight. And I remember how meticulous you were about times and dates, so I changed the dateline. Oh, it's a warm night. One of the many subtropical nights down here that have steamed away all memory of my good New England ancestry. Oh, now, please understand me. I'm not ashamed of the long generations of us who had to break ice from around the wells. But, oh, it's good to be warm and quite alive. And it's about being alive that I want to write to you, Father. In your last letter, you asked a question and made a wish for me. Do you recall? Well, let's talk about the question first. It's a very simple question, and one I know you've wanted to ask me for a long time. Son, why did you do it? It's funny, isn't it, Father? For 2 years, you must have wanted to ask that question, and so help me, for 2 years, I wanted to tell you, but somehow I haven't been able to until right now. So here goes. Why did I do it? Why did I suddenly 2 years ago do a backflip out of all the things I'd known in life? Well, let's start at what I was 2 years ago. No, I can hear you say you know. Oh, no, Father. Now let me tell you. Tom Greer III, last year in college, and the biggest mouth this side of El Duce. What a mouth. Opinion, 2 cents a dozen, and on credit. Subject, any subject.
Telling you you're crazy.
Oh, you're no authority.
It's not theory, it's fact. Who's your authority?
Oh, stop making so much noise.
I said it, you heard me. Academically speaking, but be practical.
All right, fellas. Now, listen to me. Now, human nature is human nature. Lord Brooks said it. Oh, what a sad condition of humanity. I'll tell you, it's a condition based on the innate nature of man. The nature of his bones, his bloodstream, and his brain cell convolutions. The nature of all he's been as he climbed up out of the slime. Now, only evolution will change that, not preachment, nor law, nor moralizing.
Yeah, Father. Opinions of everything along the line. A year ago, I even knew all about women.
Well, now, I'll tell you, Charles, a friend, there's no such thing as an intelligent woman. Understand me, right? I'm speaking purely philosophical standpoint, of course. But it's been my experience that women can be divided into 2 classes. Speaking purely from personal observation, of course, I should say that both classes are equally divided. I'll put it more simply. Now, what the average woman wants out of life can be stated in just a very few words. Very few words.
But the subject I could talk longest and loudest on, Father, was, of course, the world situation. I saw the whole thing as clearly as if it were a 5-ton truck coming down an empty road. The war, well, that was just history repeating itself. The money bags were on the loose again. Imperialistic stuff. The have-nots trying to grab what they didn't have, and the haves trying to hold on to what they had. Well, they weren't going to rook any of us young fellas into their little game. No, sir. Not as long as I could be chairman of committees and subcommittees and resolution committees.
Well, fellow students, we had a hard time getting this assembly hall. You could think this was the Dark Ages instead of the year 1939. Certain of our university authorities tried to stop us. But anyway, here we are, and as our first speaker, let me introduce to you the chairman of the Peace Committee, Tom Greer.
This is indeed an historic occasion in the history of this university. I say historic because this resolution we are about to adopt will make history. We say, keep America out of war. Keep her out of war at any price. We deny that America will ever find reason to enter into this war. And we deny that America's enemies are awaiting without.
Oh, I tell you, Father, I knew all the answers. And the first of every month, waiting for me in the mailbox outside the fraternity house was a nice check with your name on the bottom of it for $200. Yes, life was quite a thing for me 2 years ago. And then, all of a sudden, it wasn't. It wasn't because there was a girl. No, you don't know about her. Well, let me tell you.
What a day, huh, Tom?
Yeah.
Campus sure is quiet today.
Well, it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Tennis?
Look, let's relax. Just relax.
Okay. Yeah, that's what grass is for. Cows and golf greens. And just sitting on. You know, Tom, I was thinking. Sunday, if it's a nice day, why don't we roust out a couple of females and go on a little picnic?
Wait a minute.
What?
Hey, who's she? That girl walking this way. Who is she? Who is she? That began very simply, Father. A girl walking across the campus past the place where Hal and I lay warming in the sun. I thought I knew all the girls, but not this one.
Oh, I don't know who it is, honest, I don't. Hey, wait a minute, that must be... Yeah, I know, Bill Royce was telling me. She's in his Nutrition 103 class. Some kind of a refugee foreigner. Yeah, she's sure got something,
I don't know why to this day, but I found myself going around the campus asking about her.
She's only been on the campus a couple of weeks.
Listen, Wolf, I tell you, she just won't talk.
Yeah, I'm in one of her classes, but that's all, brother. Sure, her name is Lisa Edling. Lisa Edling.
I found out very little. Lisa Edling, her name, that was all. Oh, a refugee girl taking courses at school, so what? So what? So, inside of a week, I found myself signed up for Nutrition 103, and sitting in the class not hearing a thing, just looking at her.
Research on the bee complex has been accelerated tremendously during the past few years. The success in isolating B1 will unquestionably be a great determining factor in the isolation of other filtrate factors. In the course of yesterday's lecture, I mentioned the name by which B1 is now commonly known. Mr. Greer, will you give us the name, please, and describe the substance? Mr. Greer.
Brown hair, blue eyes. Oh, gosh. Well, Father, I think they call the process falling in love. That's a laugh, isn't it? Me down here and telling you how I fell in love. But it's all one piece with what I did, why I did it. Lisa Edling. In spite of the fact that I thought I knew all the answers, I didn't get a chance with the questions. She just wouldn't talk. I'd do an off-tackle play right after class in corner and try a few bright and scintillating remarks. And she'd smile and murmur something about being very busy and then do a quarterback sneak out of the door. Every day I had to go to that nutrition class and hear cute little whispers of vitamin B1 has brown hair and blue eyes. Father, the strain on my ego was something quite terrific. But Lisa Edling went her way, and she wouldn't talk to me. I wanted to talk with her, but all she had to do was just look at me and say, well, no, I'm very busy, and my tongue would all tie up, and that was that until the next time. And so it went until the night we had our great peace rally. As usual, I was chairman.
You, another member of our student body who needs very little introduction, the leader of the Demosthenes Debating Society, Frank Colbert. Fellow students, we've had just about enough words. Now the time has come to act. We, a handful of the far-seeing students, must put into dynamic action that which we believe. And we must tell it to America in unmistakable terms. The war that is going on in Europe is not our war. No part of it touches upon our lives. If we keep the American ideal shining brightly, no one will ever dare attack us. We, as the future leaders of America, demand that nothing be done to jeopardize our future.
You fool! You young fool!
Tom, call the meeting to order. Tom, what are you just sitting there for? Call the meeting to order. Bang the gavel. Call the meeting to order.
Well, I didn't call the meeting to order. All I knew that she had been there, and now she was going. And then somehow I was out of the place and running after her down the dark campus parkway. Lisa. Oh, wait a minute, please.
What? Who?
Well, it's Tom Greer.
Oh.
Lisa, I mean, Miss Edling, I've got to talk to you.
Why?
Well, I just said it. I want to talk to you.
What are you doing here? You should be back with them.
Look, will you slow up? I'm here, not there. Now, so talk to me.
You are the chairman. You belong there.
I belong where I want to be.
Why did you follow me?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe to ask you a question.
Question?
Well, yeah. Why did you jump up suddenly like that and call Frank Colbert a fool?
Because he is.
Well, Phi Beta Kappa, and you call him a fool?
I called him a young fool, and he is.
Well, all right. Why?
You don't really want to know.
Well, now, wait a minute. I do. Why else do you think I'm doing this marathon after you here?
You are interested in women, not the truth. Do not follow me. Please go away and do not follow.
She was a smart girl, Father. Sure, it was part of my line. I didn't really care what she said. All I cared was that she just said it to me.
I think I am the fool, letting you talk me into coming to this place.
Well, really, haven't you ever been in this black hole before?
No.
Well, why, the Beanpot's a campus institution. Hey, come on here, a little service here.
No, nothing for me.
What you said...
Mr. Greer, I came here only because you were most convincing that you really wanted me to tell you why I interrupted at the peace meeting.
Oh, all right. Do you mind if I catch myself a double Coke?
No, of course not.
Did you want something?
Yeah, Brian. Oh, hello, Judy.
How's your double pneumonia?
Huh?
What'll you have?
Hey, I was really sick last night, Judy. You can give me a double Coke.
Yeah? 2?
No, just one.
Yeah, and a jigger of carbolic.
Jigger carbolic, yeah. Oh, that's another campus institution.
I want to ask you a question.
What about her?
Oh, no. Tell me, please. Do you believe that nonsense the other boy was saying?
Nonsense?
Yes. He said that the war that is going on in Europe is not your war, that no part of it touches your life, but of course that is nonsense.
Well, now, wait a minute. I believe that. England and Germany are fighting one of their old imperialistic wars.
No, Mr. Greer.
No what?
This is not a continuation of an old power war. This is a fight for the survival of an ethical civilization. In plain words, a fight for the survival of the individual to live in a world of truth and honor and justice.
Here's your Coke.
Thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Pneumonia.
Mr. Greer, do you think that your American freedom, your freedom could go on living in a world that belongs to Hitler? Do you think that in his world you could have this wonderful university where you could go to learn as you pleased and what you pleased? Where you could speak wisdom or nonsense, where the final decision as to your part in life was not a political bureau's orders, but your own to make? to work for, to fight for.
No, that's where I disagree. On that last point.
What?
Well, I don't think there will ever be any occasion for fighting if we keep clear of the fight.
Oh.
What, you shiver?
Yes.
Well, why?
I once heard my own brother say what you have just said. Please, I want to go now. I want to go now.
Well, Father, after I left her that night, I tried to figure out how I felt. I liked her, oh yes, more than ever, but she puzzled me. She's certainly not like any girl I'd ever met before. She's pretty, young, and yet, how shall I say it? Not young. Yeah, that was it. Younger than I was, and yet every look of her, every word she said, it was as if she was carrying the whole world right in the middle of her back. All those things she'd been talking about, sure, they were important, but they weren't that important. Yeah, I said to myself, I'll have to teach her to look at all the issues of the day in the proper perspective. Well, I was chairman of this group and sub-chairman of that group, and we talked peace and war and the part of youth and the major issues, but, oh, nuts, that was part of our college activities. Yeah. Well, I decided I'd have to teach Lisa Edling that all that was just part of our young lives and not all of it. We had a date the next Sunday.
The water is wonderful, no?
The water is wonderful, yes. Hey, you laughed. I'll take you speedboating every Sunday.
Oh, no.
Gosh, if anybody had told me a couple of days ago that today would find me in the middle of New York Harbor going 30 miles an hour with Lisa Edling, I'd have told him to go kiss a psychiatrist or something.
You want to go back?
Oh, no, of course not. We're going straight for that island you seem so determined on getting on. Hope the skipper knows where to find it. I certainly don't remember any such place. What'd you say the name was?
I think Bedloe's Island. Yes, that is the name of it. Bedloe's Island.
And so, Father, we went to this island, Bedloe's Island. Did you ever hear that? I hadn't. Well, it turned out to be the piece of ground that they put the Statue of Liberty on top of. Well, I thought to myself, that's typical immigrant stuff. Okay, Bedloe's Island, Central Park, Park Avenue West. Tommy Greer III is going to make full use of that Sunday afternoon, believe you me.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Greer.
Now, Tom.
Tom, I could not go there. I would like to see the Statue of Liberty from the inside, yes, but to climb so high, oh, I would get so dizzy. Come. We'll just walk around her.
Okay, it's your day.
Oh, she is beautiful.
Who?
She.
Oh, yes. I bet she's got big feet.
No, please.
What's the matter?
Please do not make fun of such things.
What do you mean? Well, that's just the American way.
What?
Well, we make fun of our most sacred institutions. Why not? That's the grown-up way. To have the proper perspective on things, to have fun in life.
Fun? Is there not a time for fun?
Well, yes, now.
Oh, no.
Well, why not?
Because there's great danger.
What, on Bedloe's Island? What are you talking about?
I was talking of America.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now, we're not in any war yet.
Oh, yes, you are. There is a war going on for the spirit of America.
What?
Yes, I tell you, it is true. The Nazis and the friends of the Nazis are trying to change the spirit of America. They are trying to change it into something that is selfish, that thinks only of its own comforts, its own fun. They are trying to make young men like yourself believe that the struggle in the world is something far distant, something only to be talked about, the way you talk about history. But this is happening, Tom Greer, flesh and the screams of little children and the blood of men dying to hold back darkness. When the Nazis marched into the little town in Austria where I lived, they stood my father and my sister against a wall and shot them. Because my father was the head of a labor union and my sister had written a book about the rights of men. My brother had been as you are, Tom Greer. The things that were happening in the world had always been things to be talked about, but he had never done anything about it. When the Nazis came for my father and my sister, my brother tried to fight them with his bare hands. Then it was too late. Much, much too late.
Father, we stood there by the Statue of Liberty, and she talked to me. And suddenly, somehow, I was really listening to her.
I've not been fair to you, spoiling your holiday, telling you of these unpleasant things. But I had to say them to you. For you, not the old men, but you are the hope of a world of people who cannot die, who must not die.
It's sundown. They're lowering the flag.
Oh, Tom. Tom, help them. Make sure your wonderful flag will always rise again in the morning. Help them.
Father, I've almost come to the end of your question. I took her home. I said, goodbye, I'll see you in the morning. But in the morning, when I was back at school...
Hey, Tom. Tom Greer. Have you heard? That girl you once asked me about, the foreign one, you know. Well, my sister's in the dean's office, and she just told me that this Lisa Edling, or whatever her name is, quit school and left town this morning to go join some kind of Free Austria movement. Going back to Europe. Some kind of a dangerous project or something. You were asking about her once, so I thought maybe you'd like to know.
She'd gone away. Back there. I heard the words, Father, and I kept on walking. I tried to think of the way she had looked the last time I'd seen her, but I couldn't. I could only remember words. Her words. And then one of the campus buildings, a crowd around it, with students carrying posters.
Hey, Tom. Tom, where have you been? We've been looking for you. Our committee, we've got to picket this place. Can you imagine the nerve of the dean? Letting those fellas in here? Yeah, an Army Aviation Examining Board setting up headquarters right on the campus to get students to volunteer to join the Air Corps. And guys are actually joining. You could think we were in a war or something. Hey, Tom, what are you going in there for? Tom, what are you going in there for?
That's all there is to it, Father. The answer to your question as to how it happened. I walked into where they sat, a major and a captain, and I just told them I wanted to enlist. That's all there is, Father. And yet, not quite all. For there's the matter of the wish you made in your last letter to me. Do you recall that, too? You said that no matter what my reasons were for joining with the Air Corps, you wished that I could have in this, my 23rd year, the life you knew when you were 23. And then you filled 5 solid pages with memories of that year. The glorious turn of the century, you called it. America, after long years of struggling, was sitting down to enjoy her new richness of soil and forest and mines. The accumulation of all the hard work of all her little people. And men like you built their homes and raised their families and put their money in the banks. And life outside was bright and glistening. And men wrote about when knighthood was in flower and sang of daisy bells and read of David Harum and applauded actors playing Beau Brummel and Monte Cristo and Ben-Hur, the Floridora. The glorious 1900s. Yes, and America was rich and growing richer. And everything would always be that way. For we, indeed, were quite the wisest. And there was no world but our world. And there were 2 broad oceans all around us. And life was good and safe. Safe. Everlastingly safe. And that's why you wanted to give me your old world, Father. To give me safety. But now I tell you I don't want it. For in that safety,
was a decay that grew and grew, a rottenness of men who thought security could be bought with strong beams in their houses and thick vaults in their banks, who talked of Christ and who applauded evil when it grew powerful, who thought that the world of their family was more important than the world of men. That safety, Father? Oh, no. Not at the price of a world where men grew fat and children hungry. Not a world where every 50 years they blast and bomb and burn your churches. Where power feeds itself on persecution. Where deviltry of self stands upon the throats of all the little people. I don't want that world, I tell you. This is my world. And this is my day. For now, at last, men fight, and know that they are fighting against the miseries you forgot in your world. Good and evil, clearer than ever before in the history of man, stand facing each other across the blood and the tears. This is my day, Father. Our day, our fight. I may die, but I'll be fighting for my world. And even dead, it'll be my world. A world of people living in the peace that will come, that must come. The peace of all the brotherhood of men together at last in common decency, in simple justice.
That is the end of the letter from my son, dated December 7th, Pearl Harbor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Lieutenant Jimmy Stewart in Letter at Midnight, a new play by Arch Oboler. This was the 7th in a special series of plays for Americans brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company as a further contribution to the war effort. Included in the cast were Lieutenant Stewart, Mercedes McCambridge, Byron Kane, Gloria Blondell, Lou Merrill, and Byron Palmer. The special musical score was composed by Meredith Wilson. The orchestra was conducted by Charles Dant.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Charles Boyer, Mercedes McCambridge. Production, Backstreet. Director, Robert Stevenson.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 bestseller. By the makers of Anacin, for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present transcribed A Memory Revisited. Our adaptation is the motion picture story Backstreet, and our stars are Charles Boyer and Mercedes McCambridge. Before we present the first act, here is Mr. Charles Boyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When Miss Fanny Hurst first wrote her novel, Backstreet, the entire country was moved by its heartbreaking romance. Since then, the story has been told twice by motion pictures, and has been a real joy to all of us who have been associated with it.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. And now for a special announcement about Cannon Towels. Always good news, Cannon Towels are today's big news.
Hurry, 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 hurry to the greatest May towel sales in history. Famous Cannon Towel sales. Packed with value, big, beautiful buys, terrific bargains. Don't miss them. Get to your store now and get in on these great money-saving events. Cannon towels give you the most for your money in beauty, value, lovely color, and design.
Cannon towels absorb more, wear longer, stay lovely longer.
No wonder more people buy Cannon towels than all other towels combined. Get the most for your money. Get Cannon.
Big, fluffy, thirsty Cannon towels.
As summer comes, you always need more towels. Now's the time to get them. And the towels to get are Cannons right now in these big Cannon towel sales. See them in your newspaper. Get to your store quickly. Get in on the big, big, big Cannon values.
Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Backstreet, starring Charles Boyer in his original role of Walter Saxel and Mercedes McCambridge as Ray Smith. On a lovely spring day in the 19th century, Ray Smith, the most popular shopkeeper in Cincinnati, strolls slowly through the railroad station, arm in arm with her favorite traveling salesman, Ed Porter.
Sorry I couldn't buy more this trip, Ed.
Look, honey, as long as I get one look at you every time I come to Cincinnati, I feel that my trip's paid for.
No wonder you're the star salesman for Mackelson and Fogarty.
Yeah, but when they hear about the price I gave you on that silk braid, they'll think I've gone daffy. And I know they will. Say, you know something?
What?
That locomotive reminds me of your stepmother.
I bet it'd be a whole lot more pleasant to live with.
All the old girl needs is a bell and a cow catcher.
Hey, who was that new boy at the hotel?
Harry? Yeah, he's pretty fresh for a newcomer, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Well, they got to get to know you, Ray. You come in looking like a rose, everybody loves you. You act like you love everybody. So naturally, every once in a while, a guy steps out of line.
Yes, I guess that's true.
You took care of him, all right. I heard him ask you to go to New York with him. And I heard him ask you for a date Sunday night.
And did you hear my answer?
Yeah, you said, wonderful. Be sure and call for me if there's a full moon by 12 o'clock noon.
Everybody laughed, Ed, but that Harry didn't. I don't think he's like the rest of you boys. I don't like him.
Ah, he's riff-raff. Sells buggy whips. But speaking of New York, Ray, you wouldn't like to run down there, would you?
I'll think about it.
You always say you'll think about it, but you never do it. You know I'm very fond of you. Listen, here's what we could do. We could meet on the train, see? You could get your own ticket as soon as you get to the station. No one would know. I didn't say anything.
Seems like I have to slap your face once every time you come to town.
Yeah, I guess I just can't take no for an answer.
That's what makes you such a good salesman.
But I always miss the good deals.
Ah. Well, here. There. You feel better?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Ray. It's going to be real lonely, though. Hey. Hello, Mr. Saxel.
Oh, hello. How do you do?
Fine, Mr. Saxel, fine. How's everything down in little old New Orleans?
Oh, very good.
What are you doing up here in Cincy?
We're just stopping over for a few hours. I'm going out on the Louisville boat tonight.
Hey, I've got to get going. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
No, of course not.
Glad to see you again. Well, goodbye, Mr. Saxel. Hey, goodbye, Ray. Hey, I'm still carrying your braid. Here you are. Catch. Oh, I forgot. Mr. Saxel, I want you to meet a friend of mine next to you there. Ray Smith, sweetest little peach in Cincinnati. Show him around, Ray. But be careful of him, Ray. He's one of those Louisiana Frenchmen.
Goodbye, Ed.
Goodbye.
You haven't the faintest idea who he is, have you?
Oh, no idea. I know his face, though.
Ed Porter.
Oh, yes, with Mackelson and Fogarty in New York. You see, I may not remember faces, but I never forget names.
What's mine?
Yours?
He just told you.
Yes, I know he did. Miss,
Smith. Ray Smith.
Smith. Oh, well, it's very difficult, Miss Smith.
Oh, go on. If you can't remember Smith, you can't remember anything.
Well, I'll try very hard never to forget it.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Mr. Sax.
Au revoir, Miss Smith.
I'm sorry, Mr. Saxel, you still have my package.
Yes, I know. I'll carry it for you.
But you're not going my way.
Oh, yes. Your way's the way I'm going.
Well, now, just a minute, Mr. Saxel.
It's all very simple. How can I possibly have supper with you if you go one way and I go the other? It wouldn't be very amusing, would it?
Well, nobody said I was going to have dinner with you.
Oh, yes. That, your friend, Mr...
Porter.
Yes, ma'am. Porter, this young lady wants to know if it is all right for her to have supper with me. Now, here is something for you. And is the answer yes or no?
Oh, yes, sir. The answer is yes.
I shall now ask the cabby.
No, please, Mr. Saxel. I must go back to the store.
To work?
Yes, of course.
I shall ask the cabby.
Please.
Cabby.
Mr. Saxel?
Drive us to the restaurant Louis, please.
Do you always take young ladies you meet at railroad stations to supper?
Always.
Good evening.
It's a family custom. My father did the same thing. And my grandfather used to wait at the stagecoach stops and, same thing.
Good evening, sir.
I'm wondering why I came with you.
They never know. For 3 generations, women have said to us, why did I come to supper with you, Mr. Saxel?
And what have you boys told them for 3 generations?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, very little.
And that's part of your family custom, too?
Yes, of course.
You Saxels sound very nice and very mysterious.
Do we? And what about you, Smith?
Which wine will you have, sir? The Burgundy or the Bordeaux?
Certainly.
Oh, we Smiths are an open book. Everybody knows everything about the Smiths.
Oh, no, not me. Tell me something about them.
No, I want to know about you.
Well, I once took my pony to the classroom the way Mary took her lamb.
Because your father did the same thing? Your grandfather?
No, because I had seen an educated pony once in the circus, so I thought my pony should have an education, too.
When I was 7, I wanted to drive a steam engine. But then I found out that they didn't have lady engineers.
Monsieur, we have beautiful Ducale citron and pheasant that would melt in your mouth.
Bring it. Were you very disappointed?
The duck or the pheasant, sir?
Certainly.
And then I decided I'd become a sailor.
A sailor?
Mm-hmm. I like storms. I love it when it gets dark and it thunders and the lightning zigzags across the roof. Of course, I'm scared to death, but I love it.
How about the pheasant, sir?
Hello. Oh, the pheasant. Oh, most marvelous pheasant I've ever eaten. Thank you very much. When I was a little boy, I wanted to be a pirate.
Oh, yes. That's another thing little girls couldn't be.
See, I work in a bank now, and I have to live in a city.
I'd have stayed on the plantation and let them have their old bank.
Well, people want different things from life.
What do you want?
What most men want. Position, money, power.
Power, what's that? Just to be able to tell people what to do. My stepmother does that all the time.
Well, what do you want of life?
Nothing.
Oh, come. Everybody wants something.
I don't. I'd like to travel a little bit. I'd like to meet all kinds of people. I'd like to work someplace besides the store. I don't want anything.
Well, we are very different.
Of course we are. That's why I like to talk to you.
Your check, sir.
Come on, tell me some more things.
Sir, your check.
You really want to hear more?
Mr. It is late. We are closed. You are the only people here for the past 2 hours. Mister, here's your check.
Well, we started when I was 8 months old. I got the most wonderful
Oh, you'll have to hurry.
Oh, we have plenty of time. What are you going to do now? I mean, after I go away?
Well, I'll probably stand on the wharf and watch the boat as it goes out, listen to the music as it comes across the water. And then I'll go back to the store and do all that work that I should have been doing since this afternoon.
Ah, but you did something much better with those hours. You gave them to a stranger.
You're not a stranger, Walter Saxel. You're a very old friend. Or is that a silly thing to say?
No, I think it's very nice. We are old friends.
Yes. I feel I've never known anyone as well as I know you.
Ready to cast off, sir.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. You didn't mind.
No. But you'll have to hurry.
Well, you sound as if you really want me to go.
Well, there isn't another boat until tomorrow night.
Do you have to go back to work?
No. I mean, I ought to, but whether I go back to work or not, you better take this boat. I mean, I don't want you to miss it on my account. Oh, look, there goes the gangplank. You'll never get aboard now. Oh, really, you can't get aboard now.
I know it.
You'll have to wait over until tomorrow. And I've never been so happy about anything in my life.
If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may at one time or another have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. And now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Backstreet, starring Mercedes McCambridge and Charles Boyer.
I didn't leave Cincinnati the next day either. Ray and I walked to the pier and arm in arm watched the riverboat pull out. Music playing, flags flying. I knew I shouldn't be staying. I knew that I had no right to this newfound happiness. But I didn't have the courage to leave it. The next morning, when I phoned Ray at the store, I found her waiting for the call. She had planned a picnic, lunch baskets and all. And by noon, we were in a quiet bit of farmland, watching great banks of fleecy clouds drift lazily across the sky.
There's a cloud up there that looks like an elephant.
Which one?
That one. Can't you see it?
No. Oh, this one looks like... What does it look like? The one with the feathers.
I don't know. I used to dream that I was falling from way up high. And then just before I'd hit the earth, I'd wake up.
Have you ever been up in a balloon?
Oh, no, but I'd love to go sometime.
It's very cold up there.
Yes, it looks warm. Where would you like to live if you could live any place in the whole world?
Oh, I like to live wherever I am. Places are not so different.
But if you could live any place in the whole world that you wanted to, where would you go?
I really don't know. What place do you like?
Well, my place is a mountain. Very high mountain. And it hasn't any name.
Just a mountain.
And it hasn't any houses except our house. And we'd live there all alone. And once a year we'd come down from the mountain and go to New York.
No, not New York.
Wouldn't you like to go to New York?
But...
Well, maybe I wouldn't like New York myself, but we could go to some city. We could go to New Orleans. We could go to... Walter?
Yes?
What's wrong?
Wrong?
And suddenly you look so practical.
Well, sometimes we have to be practical. Even when we look at the sky. I'm leaving tomorrow, Ray. There's a boat at noon.
Oh.
I've been trying to tell you about it all day.
Every day you didn't leave, I said one day he will.
You see, they telegraphed today.
Well, Walter, don't look so sad about it. I know you can't put off your business forever. And I know that it can't keep you away forever.
But it will, Ray.
What? Keep you forever?
Yes.
You mean you're never coming back here? That's what you do mean. It isn't a business deal, then, is it, Walt?
My fiancée. She lives in Louisville. Our engagement is already announced.
Well, is she pretty? Never mind. I wish I could think of something to say, but I can't.
Please don't cry.
I'm not going to cry. I'm not even going to laugh. I'm not going to do anything, and I'm not going to let you say another word, not now or ever. There's that cloud. It's changed into a swan now. By the time it changes into something else, you'll be gone. In a if I don't see you go, I won't mind anything.
Ray.
Oh, believe that, Walter. I won't mind at all if I don't see you go. It's changing now. It's too early to tell yet. But I think this time it's going to be a ship. Walter? Walter?
Where's your phone, please?
Hanging right there, mister.
Oh, isn't there a more quiet place?
Look, mister, it's Sunday. You're lucky to find this one. Go ahead, get done with it.
All right, thank you. 1195, please. That's right. How long before the boat leaves?
About 40 minutes.
Hello, Ray. Walter.
Oh, Walter.
Ray, I had to call you. There is something I want to tell you.
I can't hear you.
Listen, Ray. Listen carefully. You must come down here right away. Right away, please.
Oh, Walter, I shouldn't do that.
What?
I said I shouldn't do... Oh, but I will, Walter, I will. I'll hurry.
Yes, hurry.
Right away. Right away, my darling.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Anything else, sir?
Well, you might tell me where the nearest place is where a man could get married, if he wanted to.
Oh, that's easy. Get married on board. We picked up a preacher at Natchez. He'll tie the knot just as tight as anybody in the wide world.
Right on the dot. When a lady says noon Sunday, I'm there at noon Sunday. Never keep a lady waiting, or she might not wait long enough.
Oh, Harry,
Now, where shall it be? The main highway or the country lane where the little birds sing and the chipmunks play?
Look, I can't go with you.
What do you mean I can't go myself? Look at that beautiful horse I brought with me. Why, even he would laugh at me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I made another engagement.
Well, too bad. First come, first served.
No, I'm sorry. I have somebody waiting for me at the boat landing.
You have? Well, and just to show you that Harry Niles is a good sport, if you want to meet him at the boat landing, I'll take you to the boat landing.
Oh, will you really? Oh, thank you. I'm in an awful hurry.
Well, come on then. Jump in. You'll get there a whole lot faster with this high stepper than you will in a hack.
Harry, this isn't the right way to the boat landing.
Well, it's the way we're going, sister.
Harry, you stop this horse right this minute. We're miles away.
Well, I must have made a mistake.
But you've got to take me back.
Not me. I'm not Ed Porter or one of those soft sapsuckers. You made a date with me, and now you're keeping it.
Oh, Harry, I told you this is the most important...
Yes, I know. Everybody told me. You're the girl that wraps men around your little finger. Well, you can do that to every drummer that makes this break, but you can't do it to me.
I've got to get back.
All right, go ahead. I'm not stopping you, and I'm not taking you either. You want to get to the boat landing? Get out and walk.
Pardon me. Excuse me, I'll get you. Oh, I'm sorry. Please let me through, please. Pardon me, please. I've got you. Walter. Walter.
I stayed on the dock until they were pulling up the gangplank, straining my eyes, hoping against seconds that I would see her. At the last moment, I phoned once more, and her stepmother told me that she had gone driving with a friend. The cloud had changed again, I told myself. This time it was in the shape of a broken heart. I boarded a river boat and wrote Finney to the episode of Ray Smith. It did not make me happy, but I was determined to forget her. I plunged into my work and found success, and with it a new life. 5 years later, in New York, I was preparing to close my desk for the day.
Walter.
Yes, Uncle Felix?
Walter, this guaranteed 7% on the preferred.
Oh, I checked that. It's a sound guarantee on their earning report.
I just wanted to be sure. Are you going to dine at home tonight?
I suppose so. I would ask you to come along and have dinner with us, but Corinne is busy with some committee and won't be home until later.
Corinne's pretty busy these days, isn't she?
Well, you know she loves to be on committees.
Well, I'll just stay and look over this report of yours again, Walter. That's a beautiful job.
Why, thank you, Uncle Felix.
And say...
Yes?
You might tell Corinne, if she lights long enough in one place to listen, that I said her husband was a pretty fine banker. Good night.
Good night. Miss.
Yes?
I beg your pardon, but...
Walter Saxel. How are you?
Why, Ray Smith. What are you doing here in New York?
I live here.
No.
Yes, I have for almost 5 years.
You haven't changed. Well, you have a little, but it's good.
Oh, I've done very well. I'm designing clothes for the biggest ready-to-wear house in the city.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And you're a big, important New York banker.
Oh, well, I'm in the banking business. Just around the corner, Darren and Holmes. And I am the very conceited father of a son.
You are? Congratulations.
I can't get over this.
Yes, I must have passed this corner dozens of times.
Well, that's funny. I go by here every day.
I've often wondered if I'd ever run into you.
Well, now that you have, let's have dinner together.
Oh, aren't you expected at home?
No. I very often stay downtown.
But, Walter,
Maybe you are married and expected home yourself?
No, but I have an appointment.
Oh, is it with somebody very special?
Oh, just a friend.
Oh, then break it. Come on, please. Once every 5 years is not too often to have dinner with an old friend. Now tell me, Ray. Tell me. Why didn't you come to the boat landing that Sunday?
Oh.
I didn't mean to ask you that. I'm sorry.
No, I've been thinking about it all evening.
Of course, I was very disappointed. I think I was jealous, too, after I spoke to your stepmother. But the minister, he was furious. Mind you, it was to be his first wedding aboard ship.
Wedding?
Yes. I had everything arranged. Oh, it was to be a big surprise for you. But it really was a big surprise for me when I found that you had gone out with somebody else. What's the matter? Hey, what is it?
I didn't go out with somebody else.
You didn't?
I was only trying to get to you. I think I've been trying to get to you all my life, but I'm always just a little late. Like that day in Cincinnati, I stood there on the dock and watched the boat until it disappeared.
If only I'd known. Everything would have been different.
Let's not talk about it. It's just something that might have happened and didn't.
I've never forgotten you. Not for a moment.
Walter, we can't see each other again.
But I have to see you.
Oh, it's too late. It's been 5 years. We're not the same people. You have your life. I have mine.
I'm not sure it's too late, Ray.
If only we hadn't met today.
But we did.
Oh, please, Walter, don't. Oh, don't touch me. I'm frightened.
You mustn't be.
Aren't you?
Yes. We were meant to be together, Ray. That's why we met again. I've always known that it would happen. One day.
And now, this is Jimmy Wallington again. And here's a word from RCA Victor. It will pay you to remember this name, the RCA Victor Regency. Yes, remember the Regency. Remember the Regency when you buy television. If it's value you want, remember the Regency. If it's performance you want, remember the Regency. If it's quality you want, remember the Regency. Here is the world's finest television at a low cost that will amaze you. RCA Victor 17-inch million-proof television. Quality proven in over 2 million homes. Television with the clearest, brightest, steadiest pictures ever. And the Regency is more than a television set. Its superb console cabinet is a fine furniture piece, too. A magnificent example of RCA Victor craftsmanship that you will be proud to have in your home. The Regency, the console television that brings you more for your money. Write that name down now. The RCA Victor Regency. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by Cannon Towels, America's favorite towels that are special values now during the big Cannon Towel sales now going on at your favorite store. By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Backstreet, starring Charles Boyer and Mercedes McCambridge, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Backstreet, starring Charles Boyer in his original role of Walter Saxel and Mercedes McCambridge as Ray Smith.
That winter, New York took on a new magic. Life had a new meaning, and a feeling of inspiration began to creep into my work and my thoughts. I was spurred on to a success I had never imagined, and my mind was filled with a beauty I had never known before.
How do you like it?
Oh, that's charming. It's so sunny, so friendly.
Yes, I love it. I've taken a year's lease because it seems like such a happy place. It's not a bit like a New York apartment.
Tell me, am I interrupting your work?
There's nothing I like better than having my work interrupted.
Let me see the designs. Is this the newest on the drawing board?
Yes. But I'd rather hear about today in the banking world.
Oh, I'm afraid that's but a dull conversation.
On the contrary, it's fascinating. I've been reading up on banks, and you'd be surprised at all I've learned.
I certainly would.
Did United Banking cut their dividend rate?
Now, how in the world would you know anything about that?
I told you you'd be surprised.
Well, as a matter of fact, they did.
And does anybody care?
You and I don't, but at my house, everybody cares.
Including you?
Well, I should, because at this very moment I should be working on a statement for the press. Of course, Uncle Felix would make it, but I would have to write it.
And what will you say?
Well, I don't know. That takes some thought. Let's see. I would say the dividend cut is justified. United Banking's amortization plan is for future, or rather against future decreases in revenue.
Couldn't you just say... It's a wise company that saves up something for a rainy day.
What do you say? It is a wise company?
That saves up something for a rainy day.
But that's wonderful. Oh, Uncle Felix will love that. Why, that's an inspiration.
Thank you.
What are you laughing at?
I'm just wondering what Uncle Felix would say if he knew that it had been my inspiration.
He would probably fire me from the bank, and Corinne would get a divorce.
Yes. That's what I thought.
We've never talked about that, have we?
No, we never have.
Do you want me to divorce Corinne?
It would mean that you'd have to divorce so many other things besides Corinne. Your son, your career. No, Walter, I'm afraid that sooner or later you'd feel that you'd lost all those things on account of me.
Why do you say that?
Because I know how much you need them. Anyhow, I'm glad you asked me. Now, what is it that you're going to tell Uncle Felix?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's a wise... What was it?
It's a wise company.
That saves up something for a rainy day. Excellent.
It's always an event to close the ledger on the end of a good year and look forward to the beginning of a better one.
Indeed it is.
It's too bad that you're not in Florida tonight with Corinne and Richard.
Yes. Yes, I thought I might make it, but there's been so much to do on that report.
What are you doing tonight?
Oh, nothing special. Probably stay home. I'm pretty tired.
Well, why don't you join us? I don't like to think of you being alone on New Year's Eve.
Well, I'm going to the club. After a shower and a clean-up, maybe I'll feel different. Supposing I give you a ring.
Fine. Please try and make it. I suspect that you're alone far too much these days.
Well, Happy New Year, Uncle Felix.
The same to you, my boy. See you later.
I didn't trust the look in Uncle Felix's eye. I had visions of being pursued to make sure that I would have a happy New Year's Eve. And I knew that in Ray's apartment, everything was set up for a charming celebration for two, and that I was expected there as soon as I could get dressed. I hurried to the club and got myself into white tie as quickly as humanly possible. As I ran down the stairs on my way to Ray...
Happy New Year, Walter.
Oh, Happy New Year.
You didn't think we were going to let you sit by yourself in the club tonight, did you? This is no night to be alone. I've brought a rescue party.
Oh, well, it's very nice of you, but I don't want to break in on your party.
Oh, what are you talking about, Walter? Why, Corinne would never forgive me if she thought I neglected you on New Year's Eve.
Delightful party, Uncle Felix. Well, I think I'd better go now.
Certainly not, my boy. Come on outside a moment. I have a little present for you.
Oh, that's very kind.
You've been working pretty hard, Walter.
Well, no harder on you.
Oh, I don't mind you doing it. In fact, I think it's good for you. But hard work is no fun unless you get a reward.
I'm not complaining.
Now, you're in line for bigger things. How would you like to check up on our foreign offices to take care of our European business?
Oh, this is the one job I really like.
Well, you've got the job. How soon can you leave for Europe?
Right away. I mean, next week.
Then you better telegraph Corinne to come back to New York at once, because she's going with you.
Oh, well, don't you think on a business trip like this, I'd better go alone? I mean, for the first time?
No. You'll be gone 6 months at least. Maybe more.
Well, she could join me, perhaps.
No, Walter. Either Corinne goes with you, or I'll send someone else.
Oh, I see. Sounds like an order.
Let's call it a condition. A condition of the job. Corinne's been going too many places alone, and so have you. Walter, people notice these things. Not at first, perhaps, but later on.
If there is something you're trying to say, I wish you'd say it.
It isn't necessary to say everything. You and Corinne take this trip and have a good time. And beginning tomorrow, you come into the firm as a full-fledged partner. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good night, Uncle Felix.
Ray?
What? Oh, hello. I thought you'd never come.
Oh, so did I. I tried to telephone. I tried to get away. I tried everything. And look at that lovely table. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter now. I just thought something awful had happened to you.
On the contrary, something very wonderful. In fact, something we must drink to.
Oh, why? Oh, tell me, why?
Just 1 minute. Now you may drink a toast to the new partner in Darren and Holmes.
Oh, Walter, no.
That's why I'm so late. I couldn't get away from them. You would have been very proud of me tonight.
I'm always very proud of you. Here's all the luck in the world.
Do you realize how much of this is due to you?
I only know how happy I am when you're with me.
You've been a constant inspiration. You have learned almost as much about my business as I know myself after all my years of experience. talking to you has been the basis for the soundest decisions of my career.
Thank you, darling. It's good to feel that I haven't been completely useless.
My partnership has given me a new responsibility.
Of course it has.
No, I mean a specific one. I am in charge of all foreign business, and I'm going to Europe to see my branch manager.
Europe? When?
Oh, in about a week.
A week?
Yes. I will probably sail next Friday, 1 minute after midnight. It really will be Saturday. Friday is bad luck anyway.
Yes, it is.
No, it's only 5 or 6 weeks, you know.
I can't go with you, can I?
Well, you don't want to go. It's a business trip, and it won't be for long.
I want to be wherever you are. I don't care how long I have to wait to see you if I just know that there's a chance that you'll telephone or that I'll get to see you for a minute.
I can't take you, Ray.
Oh.
Well, don't you think I'm disappointed, too?
Once you said that all you wanted out of life was money and power. Well, you're getting it.
Well, I did not ask for this job, you know. They're sending me.
Don't let them send you.
What do you want me to do? Throw my chances out the window just because I have to leave New York for a few weeks?
A few weeks? You'll be gone for months, Walter. And you won't have to be alone. You'll have your friends and your business and your life.
This is my job. I thought of all the people on Earth, you would understand that.
I don't want to understand it. I just don't want you to go.
Oh, you know very well I'd rather be here with you than any place in the world.
I guess that's all I wanted to hear you say. That's all I really need. To have you close to me.
I need you too, Ray. You believe that?
If I didn't believe it, I'd die.
Happy New Year, my darling.
Happy New Year. Dear Ray, hope to be home soon. Dear Ray, sent to Switzerland. We'll be here another month. Miss you. Dear Ray, staying in England for a while, we'll sail from London to New York as soon as possible.
Hello.
Walter! Oh, my darling, I've waited and waited for this, and the day you arrive, I have to be out.
Let me look at you. No place did I see anyone like you.
Oh, I thought that you'd never come home. Oh, tell me all about your trip.
Oh, I saw so many things, met so many people, I wouldn't know where to start. We went everywhere.
And were you a big success?
Yes. The bank is very happy. But it's good to be home and see you here. I missed you.
If I'd known you were coming in today, I'd have been out on that roof watching every boat that came up the river. Oh, you've been gone such a long time.
Yes, I know. Much longer than I thought I would be. And then, when we were just about ready to sail, everything on the Mauritania was taken. So we had to wait another 3 weeks because we wanted to come back on that boat.
But I waited here the whole day. The Mauritania got in. That must have been 5 days ago.
Monday. Well, that's right, yes.
Why haven't you come to see me?
Oh, you don't know. I've been busy every minute since we landed.
Well, you could have phoned.
Well, no, really. All those reports to make out and meetings to attend.
Walter, I'm not very important in your life anymore, am I?
Not very important? Hey, what do you mean?
Once you promised me that you'd never pretend or lie. You don't have to now.
Well, aren't you the one who is pretending now?
No.
You know that you are a part of my life. I never said you were all of it.
I thought I was more than I am.
You are the one person in the world I always want to see. You are the only one I know who has taught me that there is something more to living than work and ambition for money. That's a lot to me and to anybody.
But it's not enough.
What has changed you?
I don't know. Maybe I've changed because you have.
But I haven't. You belong in my life. You have since that first day. You will always belong in
Walt.
Yes, my dear.
I'm afraid I'll always be outside your life. I've got to tell you something.
Go on.
While you were away, I spent most of my life right here in this room, waiting. Waiting for any morsel that you might throw me, a postcard, a letter. It didn't matter. And then one day, Court Stanton came to town and looked me up.
Court Stanton?
Yes, he's a boy from home. I've
yes.
known him all my life. He'd always thought that someday we'd be married. And he's become very successful. The automobile business.
Are you in love with him?
I'm going to marry him.
Are you in love with him?
I'm very glad you're back, Walter. Good night.
You know, Ray, the nicest thing you ever did was to send for me.
You're my oldest friend, Ed. That's why I asked Court to let you give me away.
Well, it's time we got on board. The Detroit Express leaves in about 5 or 6 minutes. Well, what do you know? Look who's here. Hello, Mr. Saxel. Remember me? How are things in New Orleans? Oh, I forgot you're in New York now. Been reading some great things about you. Want you to meet an old friend of mine, Miss Ray Smith. She's on her way to Detroit.
Walter.
Hello, Ray.
Oh, you two know each other? Say, I remember. I introduced you myself.
Walter, what are you doing here?
I came here to see you.
Oh, well, Mr. Saxel, Miss Smith has to catch a train.
You didn't write me, you know.
Where could I write to you?
Miss Smith's going on to Detroit tonight. She's going to be married, Mr. Saxel.
Please, Ed.
All right, Ray. Somehow I feel responsible.
Please.
I'll be on the train, Ray.
Thank you, Ed.
Oh, goodbye, Mr.
You haven't the faintest idea who he is, have you?
No, I never remember names.
Ed Porter.
Oh, yes, yes.
You heard him say that I'm going to be married.
I heard you say it, too, before. I just came because I want to wish you every happiness.
I'm going to be happy. I've known him for a long time, even longer than I've known you.
I know. I hope he'll give you everything you want out of life.
He will. I'm never going to be lonely again. I'm going to fill his whole life, every corner of it.
He will adore you. You will make a wonderful home for him. But it's good to know that you are happy, that you are doing a wise thing.
It isn't too late for me to be wise. Is it, Walter? I don't know how to say goodbye, but we have to say it and mean it. This is the last time we're ever going to say anything to each other. The last time we're ever going to think about each other.
I suppose it might have been easier if I had stayed away.
I couldn't go back to just waiting. Could I? Not knowing whether I'd see you one day or the next, or for weeks or for months. Could I, Walter? Could I?
I'm not going to let you go, Ray.
Oh. And I tried so hard. Oh, Walter. What's to become of us?
"20 years from that night, in the Cincinnati Railroad Station, I boarded the Mauretania once more, this time with my wife and family. It was again a most important trip, but a trip for which I felt completely equipped and ready. Ray, who had become a master of finance, was already on board. Her shrewd thinking and ready wit had become the background of all my planning and strategy.
Dad?
Yes, Dick?
The press are on board to see you.
Oh, good. Always delighted to see them. Where are they?
I asked them to wait in the stateroom.
Oh, splendid. One day you will be a fine diplomat.
May I come with you, Daddy?
Well, of course.
I'm Blake of the Associated News, Mr. Saxel. There's a story out of Washington that you're going to Europe as head of the American Commission.
Oh, really? Oh, Mr. Blake, this is my daughter, Elizabeth, and my son, Richard.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do? You're going to Deauville first, I understand, to make it look like a vacation, but your real destination is Geneva.
Well, if the story from Washington said it, it must be true.
Are you going to Paris to see the American ambassador before you go to the conference?
That is difficult to answer now.
Well, as the chairman of the Financial Commission, would you like to tell us what your policy will be on trade agreements?
I believe, gentlemen, that all news on that should come from the State Department. I really can't say a thing. I'm sorry.
You mind if we shoot some pictures?
No. Go right ahead.
We'll go out on deck.
All right, if you'll just step this way, please. You and Mrs. Saxon.
Dick, look.
What?
There she is again.
I didn't know you knew about her.
I've seen her often enough, and you can't help hearing about her. She knows we're staring. Come on.
No. I'm not going to budge. It's time somebody did something about her.
Who's going to do it?
I am.
I warned you I wouldn't see much of you this trip.
I know. I understand that. Oh, you look tired.
Oh, I am.
How late did they keep you at your conference last night?
Oh, till way after 1 o'clock. What did you do?
Went gambling.
Don't tell me you won again.
Mm-hmm.
You're too lucky. Oh, did you read my speech?
Yes, I did, and it's good. In fact, I think it's the very best one you've ever written.
We've ever written.
All right.
Well, if you like it, I know it's good.
Are you still going to Geneva tonight?
Yes. I think I should be there a few days ahead, rehearse my little talk and hobnob with the diplomats. I wish I could take you with me.
You can't possibly. One little bit of malicious gossip and the best chance of your life would be gone.
Now, who is being careful? And ambitious, too.
Only for you.
Same old way. You never change.
That's a fine thing to say to a gray-haired old lady.
The very prettiest gray-haired old lady that a gray-haired old man ever said it about. Well, good night, my dear. As soon as I get back from Geneva, we'll have a whole day to spend together.
Don't worry about me. I shall be very happy at the casino. Good luck. Just a moment.
I think you know who I am, Miss Smith.
Of course. You're Richard Saxel.
I followed you here from the casino. I knew you couldn't have retired. I wanted you to know that I've known about you for years.
I see.
I didn't come here to argue with you. I came here to warn you. Leave us alone, Miss Smith. Just get out of our lives.
Please, I think you'd better go.
Not until I know that you'll leave us alone. I'll see to it that you lose nothing by it. Materially, that is.
Get out.
Hello, Richard. What are you doing here?
I've got a right to be here.
I didn't question that, my boy. I merely asked you what you were doing here.
You ought to know that without asking me.
Sit down, Richard. I want to talk to you. Sit down. Long before I married your mother, years before you were born, I met Ray Smith. And for 25 years, we've loved each other. I suppose you're still too young to know just how long that is, or what it has meant to me. If I were to try to tell you all there is to say about Ray, you couldn't possibly believe it. For here is a woman who has completely sacrificed her entire life to make one man happy and successful.
What am I supposed to do? Start cheering?
You are supposed to understand if you are big enough.
And if I'm not big enough?
Then, my boy, I'm afraid you're supposed to mind your own business and get out.
I'll get out. But I can have my opinion. For 25 years, you've been selfish enough to sacrifice all of us for her.
Give me a glass of water, please.
Yes, of course. Why did you come back from Geneva so soon?
I've been removed as head of the commission.
Walter, why?
I don't know. It was all very official and very polite.
Did they hear about us?
I tell you, I don't know. I don't mind losing that job. All I want to do now is rest
First your son, and now your best chance. And I've cost you both of them.
Don't ever leave me, Ray.
Oh, I won't. You know I won't.
Well, tomorrow is our day together. We'll have the whole day to ourselves. I'll come over for breakfast in the morning. Would you like that?
You look so tired.
Oh, I feel fine.
Let me hold your coat for you.
Thank you. What did Richard say before I got here?
Oh, nothing that matters.
Well,
Now you go. You get some sleep. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Yes?
Richard, I want to speak to you.
I don't want to discuss it.
Sit down. I want you to know. I want you...
Dad? What is it? What is it?
I don't know.
Here, let me help you. I'll get Mother.
No, phone. Phone.
I won't.
Richard, phone. Get me. Get me Montparnasse.
Montparnasse?
Yes. 6, 7, 5, 4.
Montparnasse, 6754.
Give it to me.
Yes?
Ray?
Walter? What is it? What's happened?
Ray?
Walter? Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. What is it?
Forgive me. Ray. Forgive.
Dad!
I never saw you again, Walter. But you're still with me. You're here now in this very room. I can feel you all around me. Your son was here. And now he's gone to get a doctor for me. He doesn't know it's too late. He was nice to me, Walter. He could have been my son. Our son. Had I met you at the boat landing on that Sunday all those years ago.
Thank you, Charles Boyer and Mercedes McCambridge, for a magnificent performance. Our stars will return in just a moment with screen director Robert Stevenson. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present for the first time on the air that great Paramount production, Beyond Glory. And our star will be Alan Ladd with Peter Hansen and screen director John Farrow. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Charles Boyer and Mercedes McCambridge.
You have heard of the amazing things that happen in Hollywood. One of them is that a good picture can emerge with the strange chemistry of people behind it. For instance, Fanny Hurst wrote a story of Middle West America. I was forgiven my accent by a line in the script making me a Louisiana Frenchman. Our director, possibly the most important ingredient, was chosen. Why? Because, naturally, he was an Englishman.
Oh, but how do you explain Margaret Sullivan?
Oh, my dear, you don't have to explain Margaret Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our director, Mr. Robert Stevenson.
Thank you, everyone. And Charles, you are as convincing as you were 11 years ago.
Well, I should be. I'm 11 years wiser.
You're a delight, Mercedes.
Thank you, Bob.
Charles, I watched your performance with the first drama quartet. This is really a new form of show business.
Yes, and a very exciting one.
Oh, have you all broken up, Charles?
Oh, no. Charles Lawton, Agnes Moorehead, Cedric Hardwick, and I are all just finishing picture commitments. Then we get together again and sail for our appearances at the Festival of Britain.
Well, it's terrific. Everyone should see it. And when you come back, let's you and Mercedes and I make a picture together.
I know. Let's make it a sequel.
All right, let's call it Blackstreet.
Oh.
Fanny Hurst wouldn't mind.
Oh, yes, she would. I represent Fanny Hurst.
Walter O'Keefe. Since when have you been representing Fanny Hurst?
I don't, but I had to find some way of getting on.
You've been getting on for years.
I've heard a rumor that his real trouble is getting off.
That's no rumor, Bob.
Well, you can't get off the stage tonight, Walter, without our sincere congratulations for 21 successful years in radio.
That's right, Walter. And the best of luck from all of us for the next 21 years.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night, Walter. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
The photoplay Backstreet was based on a novel by Fanny Hurst and was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, who will soon release Hollywood Story, co-starring Richard Conte and Julia Adams. Charles Boyer will soon be seen in the Paramount production Rage of the Vulture. Mercedes McCambridge can currently be seen in the United Artists production The Scarf. Included in tonight's cast were Dick Crenna, Herbert Rawlinson, Eddie Marr, Peter Leeds, Norma Jean Nielsen, and Bob Bruce. Backstreet was adapted for tonight's performance by Nat Wolff. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Carnes. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when the Screen Directors Playhouse presents Beyond Glory, starring Alan Ladd with Peter Hansen and Screen Director John Farrell.
Tomorrow, The Man Called X brings mystery excitement on NBC.